Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams, good to see you this Tuesday evening. Lots to talk about already this week, as I mentioned. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, has it been a busy week. But first, some shout-outs. Hermit Horologist Morbius, the reference frame 123 in the YouTube chat. Sarah Layla also here. Mr. Spock, Brandy Nuance, Quaximus, Fishbone, Mary M, Pitchforks Dragon, Perf XL, BCat, and Germ. BDB and Ducky over on Twitch. Anyway, as I mentioned, we got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight. Two big stories, midterm elections and Iran. That's right, a number of primary midterm elections now going on in both the Democratic and Republican parties in the state of Illinois. People are already at the polls. Polls are probably going to start closing soon, actually. So if you haven't voted, you better, my God, you better get moving. I actually don't know when the polls close in Illinois. We should look that up. I'll look it up. Anyway, not just that, of course. United States losing the war in Iran. Could Israel use nukes? And Donald Trump's National Counterterrorism Director quitting.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But we have to talk about one thing to start this stream off. That is, of course, the Jeffrey Epstein files.
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it.
Okay, I just looked it up. You've got 41 minutes in Illinois to vote. 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And if you don't have a watch to check, it's 6:19 p.m. Central Standard Time. So you better get moving.
People still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Unbelievable.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this great.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3 or 4 years ago. And I like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is Unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. Unbelievable, you people still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. All right. Thank you, Remix Bros. Getting us started off. Talking about the Jeffrey Epstein files momentarily. At least the fallout from the Epstein files. One less. Wexner was, of course, deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein, giving him access to his entire fortune, giving him power of attorney, among other things, apparently spending quite a lot of time with one another. And he's also spent a great deal of time involving himself in philanthropic efforts, among other things, like in colleges and universities, places like Harvard, OSU. However, calls are growing to remove Les's name from things that he's benefacted in the past. Calls grow at Harvard for removing Les Wexner's name from buildings. Some Harvard students and faculty are asking the university to remove billionaire Leslie Wexner's names from buildings, remarking the latest fallout from the government's files on Jeffrey Epstein as Wexner comes under increased scrutiny for his lengthy ties to the late financier. Yes, the financier, we got it. 30 seconds into our Epstein coverage, Jeffrey Epstein has already been called a disgraced financier. Thank you, Forbes. Check that off on your bingo cards. A group of Harvard students and faculty submitted a naming request, quote unquote, for the Leslie H. Wexner building at Harvard's John F. Kennedy School of Government and a lobby named after the billionaire. The proposal, which was first reported by the Harvard Crimson and confirmed to Forbes by the university, argues Wexner's name should be removed due to the billionaire's strong ties, quote unquote, to the Epstein, and claims keeping his name acts as an unintended signal, as an unintended signal of institutional tolerance of his conduct. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a perfect description of what it is. Wexner is believed to have been Epstein's biggest financial client, with Epstein managing the former L Brand's chief's wealth for years, though Wexner has denied any wrongdoing in connection with Epstein and maintained he was unaware of the financier's alleged sexual abuse. I think they did what? Huh? The financier, Jeffrey Epstein, he did what? Just hearing about it just now. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. What? That's crazy.
Come on.
I had no idea. That's wild. Yeah, just now. Ay. The proposal kickstarts a process in which the school first decides whether the proposal should be further reviewed, and if so, convenes an advisory committee to decide whether or not. It's a proposal for a proposal, okay? First you have to propose the proposal. It's a process. First you review whether or not the proposal should be further reviewed. You have to, right? It's a whole lengthy thing over here at Harvard. My God. Okay. It's a multi-proposal process. I'm sure it'll happen any day now. Now, like I said, of course, Harvard's not the only place with Leslie Wexner's name on it. It's also done a fair amount of benefacting down at Ohio State University. Whether or not his name will be removed from anything still remains to be seen. I think he's also got his name on a few health centers and other health researchy type places, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, maybe for the best to take his name off of it. Hard, though, with the Epstein class and all the money. Yep. You want a new fancy medical center. Easiest way is to know an Epstein classer. Get him to buy it for you. Speaking of medical things, one woman's medical condition was made public earlier yesterday. I'm talking about the Ice Queen, Susie Wiles, Donald Trump's chief of staff.
President Donald Trump says White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles has been diagnosed with early-stage breast cancer but will continue working during her treatment. Trump said Monday Wiles' prognosis is, quote, excellent, and described
Excellent prognosis, the perfect gnosis anyone's ever seen. Everyone's saying it. Everyone is saying it. Susie Wiles is an incredible chief of staff, a great person, and one of the strongest people I know. But unfortunately, she has been diagnosed with early-stage breast cancer and has decided to take on this challenge. All caps.
Immediately, if not sooner.
As opposed to waiting. She has a fantastic medical team, and her prognosis is excellent. During the treatment period, she will be spending virtually full time at the White House, which makes me, as president, very happy. Her strength and her capital C commitment to continue doing the job that she loves and does so well, while undergoing treatment, tells you everything you need to know about her. Susie, as one of my closest and most important advisors, is tough and deeply committed to serving the American capital P people. She will soon be better than ever. Melania and I are with her in every way, and we look forward to working with Susie on the many big and wonderful things that are happening for the benefit of our country. President Donald Trump, Supreme Leader of America. Well, there you go. Donald Trump announcing on Truth Social to the world his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, has breast cancer. I'm sure that's very sad for her family. Speaking of health conditions, one man you might be familiar with, who has a completely preventable health condition, a veteran who spoke out in a congressional hearing last week, who had his arm broken by a senator and a number of other security guards, is now facing federal charges for having his arm broken. Freedom. Fuck yeah! Freedom! Here's Reuters from, Associated Press from 13 hours ago.
After going through this very, very difficult last 2.5 years of watching innocents die, and hearing the generals ignore all of that and just go on as if America has done no wrong and has not laid out the red carpet for Israel to commit a genocide, I had heard enough, and with the Marine Commandant coming up next, I felt it was my time to speak.
Palestine will be free.
The orthopedic team, the orthopedic surgeon, mended my 2 bones, my ulna and radius, back together with some plates and screws. I wore my dress uniform to illustrate how a combat veteran is protesting this war, and I would think it would mean more from coming from a combat veteran. I've received so many amazing letters, and I appreciate all of them. And I've definitely got a couple haters, a bunch of uniform nerds who think I was out of regulations and have disgraced the Marine Corps, but that's life.
I mean, anybody who's saying that is an un-American douchebag. Okay? If you think that speaking out and using your First Amendment right somehow disgraces the uniform of America, then you think America stands for nothing but authoritarianism, and you're a fucking douchebag. You're a fucking douchebag, and you should rethink your entire life.
You have a mental health problem.
You have a mental health problem.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, one thing which people have been fighting back against, not just the war in Iran, has been the war in America against Americans. Being carried out by Donald Trump's secret police. I'm, of course, talking about ICE and Border Patrol. All these other immigration douchebags running around with guns, dressed up like they're in Fallujah. Or I guess Iran. Unfortunately, same story, but worse. While I forget what his rank is, while that veteran is facing charges, a number of anti-ICE protesters have now been convicted on terrorism charges for being quote-unquote Antifa.
A what now?
We end today's show in Texas, where a federal jury Friday convicted 8 anti-ICE protesters on terrorism charges in a closely watched trial that's raised fears over the Trump administration's intensifying crackdown on activists and First Amendment rights. This marked the first time terrorism charges were successfully brought against activists by the Justice Department, as federal prosecutors accused the protesters of being members of Antifa. The trial focused on a shooting that happened during a protest outside the Prairieland ICE jail in Alvarado, Texas last year. A total of 9 protesters stood trial at a packed Fort Worth courtroom, facing an array of federal charges, including attempted murder. The protesters were also indicted on state criminal charges. For more, we go to Charlotte, North Carolina, where we're joined by Javier Tejanon, an attorney with the People's Law Collective and the National Lawyers Guild, has provided legal assistance to the DFW Support Committee, a coalition that's assisting over a dozen activists who were arrested at the Prairieland protest last July. He represents one of the defendants, Elizabeth Soto, in the state case. Soto and 7 others involved in the Prairieland protest were convicted Friday on federal terrorism and other charges. Thank you so much for being with us, Javier. If you can start off by explaining what happened that day and what these charges are that these 8 protesters were convicted of and what they face.
Good morning. Yes, happy to be here and to be able to give more information. I think after the trial that I was able to see in some weeks, I wanted to present what happened based on some of the protesters' perspective. I mean, what happened on July 4th, 2025 was a noise demonstration. And we heard during the trial that if you were someone, who was interested in immigrant justice, in immigrant rights in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and you happened to join a very large Signal group chat that had political announcements, events, and rallies, and so on, you would have found out about the noise demonstration on July 4th, 2025. And if you decided to go, you would have been there with other
Javier,
activists,
just to be
protesters.
clear, you're talking about a noise protest?
Yes, a noise demonstration. A noise demo is a very common type of protest that happens outside of prisons and jails. And usually they happen in loud days, right? 4th of July, New Year's Eve. And what people do outside is just literally noise. The purpose is to get people inside to remember that they're not forgotten, that they are seen, that they are heard. And that is what was happening on July 4th. There was a flyer, noise demonstration, come make noise. What was different is that there were fireworks. And for me, this isn't so uncommon. I have seen noise demos across the country that also feature fireworks, but it was after the fireworks were shot, that around the facility, that the people inside, the wardens, called 911. The fireworks did not damage anything. This was very clear on trial. The fireworks did not even hit any fence, any part of the buildings. It was raining that day. But unfortunately, as people were leaving, that was seen on the videos, we heard from the officers, people were leaving as the police was arriving. One of the first arriving officer from Alvarado Police Department got off his car, drew his firearm at some of the protesters, and then shots were fired in his direction. And then the officer shot back. So what happened was a noise demonstration that anyone could have gone to, and unfortunately, shots fired back and forth after the officer drew his firearm. The charges, unfortunately, were not only material support for terrorism, they were a riot, they were using explosives in the commission of a felony, the fireworks, and then an array of attempted murder charges, which of all those charges, only one person was found guilty, the person alleged to have shot the rifle.
And Javier, could you talk about the federal prosecutors' attempt to accuse all of the protesters of being part of Antifa?
Yes. So what we heard from the federal government since July 4th, 2025, is descriptions that are similar to what we're hearing in Minneapolis, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in Portland, and now in Vermont, that people who are standing up for immigrants are terrorists, are Antifa, are masked villains, are wearing black to be disguised and never been found. During the trial, we heard repeatedly the reference to something they call the North Texas Antifa cell. The Department of Justice still says this is a thing. But then we heard from cooperating defendants explaining that no such thing exists, that they didn't even know that they were a part of Antifa to begin with, as the government alleges. So this case, although it is the federal government's first successful Antifa trial, it actually didn't even need Antifa to have any convictions. The convictions, riot, material support for terrorism, attempted murder, use of explosives, don't even need an organization, or that there is even a terrorist organization. The Antifa of it all, from my perspective, was purely political. And we saw that from the so-called expert that the government used.
And we have only a minute, but could you talk about some of the witnesses for the prosecution and their connections to right-wing organizations?
Yes. So really the biggest witness that the prosecution presented was Kyle Scheidler, I believe is his last name. And he was presented as the expert on Antifa for the government. He actually works for a think tank that has been considered a hate group, and the director of that think tank has been exposed as being Islamophobic and having all these very right-wing, very conservative beliefs. This person got on the stand and he actually admitted that he helped write the indictment for the federal government. So
this whole thing is utterly fucking perverse. This is not a free country anymore. It's fucking insane. How anybody could, first off, how anybody could think that you could bring charges against these people for peacefully demonstrating. Look, the guy who pulled the gun out and started shooting should not have done that ever, right? And that's a crime, and he, that's a completely different situation. But everybody else there who did not, did not bring weapons, who were just being loud, were being great American patriots, okay? Using their First Amendment right to show their support for other human beings in the country. And I don't know how anybody could see that and say, there's a terrorist. You gotta hate freedom. You really do. To do that. That's just sad and pathetic. This country has a lot of reckoning to do with its hateful spree that it's been on. Oh, Ian Leal, thank you for the sunglasses. We had a free hat tonight because somebody paid for a tinfoil hat the other day when we already had one. So it got carried over to this stream, but thank you for the sunglasses. That helps out. But they could have the fact is, like, the fact that anybody could convict for this is insane. But what is honestly just as insane to me is that the government is using members of hate groups to convict people. How is that a reliable witness? How is that a reliable witness? I don't understand. The injustice system strikes again. Now, one group of immigrants that's been universally accepted here in the United States is, of course, the Irish. And today is St. Paddy's Day. New York City had the St. Paddy's Day parade. Zohran Mamdani. Police Commissioner Tish. I think Kathy Hochul was here. By the way, what the hell is Kathy? Doesn't Kathy have anything better to do? Kathy went to 2 different St. Paddy's Day parades. She went to one this weekend in Buffalo, and then she came all the way back. Although I noticed she didn't walk with Zohran for whatever reason. Yes, that's right. That's right, chat. Today was St. Paddy's Day. How did you miss it?
The army and the police.
Okay. What's been the best part for you?
I really like seeing the wolfhounds. I'm a big dog person, so that was a highlight for me so far, but I'm sure that there's more to come.
Okay, enjoy, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the 265th Patrick's Day Parade underway along Fifth Avenue. Spectators lining the streets of what's considered the largest and oldest St. Patrick's Day Parade in the world.
The parade is also popular with politicians and New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani among the marchers. Eyewitness News reporter
Zohran Mamdani
is live along the parade route for us, Safan.
Well, Lauren and David, I can confirm it is chilly out here in the shadow of St. Patrick's Cathedral, but Irish eyes are smiling down Fifth Avenue for the iconic New York City St. Patrick's Day Parade. Just look at the crowd that lined up for the marching bands and bagpipes. This is now, as David said, the parade's 265th year. It started on 44th Street and stretches all the way up to 79th Street. 150,000 are marching with 2 million spectators cheering them on. They're here from all over the world, from Germany, from across the U.S., and from Ireland.
It's amazing. It's cold, but we're from Ireland, so we're used to cold weather. So we've loved watching the Irish Wolfhounds and all the bands and the army and the police.
Okay. What's been the best part for you?
I really like seeing the Wolfhounds. I'm a big dog person, so that was a highlight for me so far, but I'm sure that there's more to come.
The first Irish governor in 40 years. It's long overdue. Proud to carry on the great tradition. What a beautiful day. It's incredible. It's such a pleasure.
The first Irish governor in 40 years, says Kathy. Is that your only accomplishment, Kathy? 40 long years. It's long overdue. We need another Irish. We haven't had enough Irish governors in New York. Fascinating. Fascinating. There you go. Kathy Hochul also there. I mean, seriously though, doesn't Kathy have more things to do? How does the governor of New York have time to go to 2 different St. Paddy's Day parades? Does everybody remember 4 days ago? 4 fucking days ago on Saturday, she was in Buffalo at a different St. Patty's Day parade. Somehow she's now in New York. And another one? Does the state not need governing? Is it just me? Or does that seem like too many parades for the governor? Should pick one. Just pick one. That's enough. We don't need to see you twice at both parades. It's not... what next? Ithaca? Oswego? The Adirondacks? I mean, what? How many parades are we gonna go to, Kathy? Gotta draw a line somewhere. I say one. I say one parade. Max. Otherwise, you're not doing your job. You're just having too much fun. Settle down. All right, while we're in New York, let's hear some of the remarks of Zohran Mamdani, which he gave at the St. Patty's Day breakfast at Gracie Mansion.
And the legacy of Irish New Yorkers. I want to begin with President Robinson, the first woman to serve as President of Ireland. There is a weight that comes with being first, a weight of expectation, a weight of blazing a path without precedent, a weight of symbolism, which can so often become all-encompassing. And yet President Robinson's legacy is far more than simply a symbolic one. It is a legacy of action. It is a legacy of justice. It is a legacy of measurable, lasting change. I think of the humanity President Robinson extended towards the LGBTQIA+ community when she decriminalized homosexuality in Ireland. It was an act of immense leadership, one that demanded vast political will. I think of her lifetime commitment to climate action, which you may see here embodied by the pin that she has now put on, and her refusal to flinch from how the fight against the climate crisis is fundamentally a fight for justice. And I think of so much more, how she transformed the lives of so many Irish women at every stage of her career, how she advocated for workers, how she fought for reproductive rights, and I think also of how she stood steadfast alongside the people of Palestine. I say this as over the past few years, as we've witnessed a genocide unfold before our eyes, there has been deafening silence from so many. For those who have long cared about universal human rights and the extension of them to Palestinians, silence, however, is nothing new, for Palestinians are so often left to weep alone. Yet former President Robinson has never been silent. Not when she was president, not when she was High Commissioner for Human Rights, and not in the decades since. As she once said, commemoration is a moral act. Her solidarity is many things: unwavering, sincere, and chief among them, Irish.
Well, there we go. Zohran Mamdani hosting the St. Patty's Day breakfast at Gracie Mansion, giving some comments. And on this St. Patty's Day, coincidence maybe not, unclear, but Taoiseach Michael Martin of Ireland, the Prime Minister, met with Donald J. Trump at the White House.
Some big discussions today concerning trade, concerning lots of different subjects. We have a tremendous trade relationship with Ireland, and we'll keep it that way. I think it's going to be expanded very greatly. Probably they want to talk a little bit about tariffs, but I won't mention that. We won't bring that up. But you might want to be discussing that a little bit. But it's an honor to have you, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
And may I thank you, President, for facilitating this visit, and in what is for us probably one of the most important weeks in the United States. And in many ways, you're affirming the tremendous bonds between Ireland and the United States that go back to the very foundation of this republic. And 35 million people in this country.
I'm not so sure that St. Patty's Day week is the most important week in the United States, but he is the Prime Minister of Ireland, so he's got to sell it. And he certainly did. He sat here. I mean, I should let him go for a little longer, actually. He goes on and on about it.
And I spent the first 2 days in Philadelphia, going back really into the heart of that history. And the fact that 3 Irish people born on the island of Ireland signed the Declaration of Independence. It was printed by an Irishman, John Dunlap, and disseminated across the colonies. And Charles Thompson, who we discussed earlier, he designed the bald eagle, the seal of the US. So in many ways, our connection is foundational, it's historic. And the Irish helped to build America.
Oh, there we go. Tisich. I think Tisich. I think that's how you pronounce it. I always forget. The Prime Minister of Ireland, Michael Martin, meeting with Donald Trump on St. Patty's Day. Feels like it was intentional. Probably not a coincidence that he was here today. They even held a number of St. Patty's Day events at the White House. Nothing wildly exciting. But basically, Michael Martin tried his very best to prove to Donald Trump that,
what I believe
in fact, Ireland is very, very important to America. Bunch of people spoke there. Donald Trump, little Mike. I can't think of his name. I want to call him Little Marco Rubio, but that's not his name. Oh my God, my brain just broke. Speaker of the House. Good God. He has a name. I don't know what it is. I can't even think of it right now. My brain isn't working at 100% yet. I'll get into it. All right, people, we have 7 minutes left. And if you're still waiting at the polls in Illinois, no, first of all, I'm glad that you're voting, okay? I'm glad that you're voting. But gotta get out. You should have already done it. But now that you're there, remember to vote for Kat Abughazaleh and Juliana Stratton, who I think are at least 2 of the people who deserve your vote today in the Democratic primary. If that be where you are voting. Let's go here to NBC Chicago.
The Illinois primary
Get
coming
us started
up is March
off.
17th. Who's on the ballot? Why is it important? I'm Marianne Ahern. This is The Brief. A primary means when you go to vote, you must declare your party. You must vote either.
Okay. Aunt Mary, we don't need this. Wow. Yeah. Really? You're trying to explain to us what primary? What are we, 7?
Candidates for governor are Ted Dabrowski, who is a financial analyst, first time running for office. Rick Heidner, who is a gaming and real estate executive, first time running for office. And Sheriff James Medrick from DuPage County, obviously has been in office, and his focus is on crime. Actually, all of them say one of the things they would do right away is get rid of the sanctuary status for Illinois. They do not agree with that at all. And in fact, they say there wouldn't have been so many issues with the immigration raids if the police had cooperated with ICE. Let's face it, Illinois is a blue state. Whomever wins the Republican primary is going to have a very tall order against J.B. Pritzker, not only because he is somewhat popular as a Democratic candidate here in Illinois, but he has unlimited pockets to run for this reelection. He's a billionaire and is willing to spend. We have, for the first time in almost 30 years, an open primary for the U.S. Senate. Dick Durbin is retiring. There are several candidates on the Democratic side, but the three frontrunners.
Yeah, honestly, this is a really important Senate race, one which I wish we had talked more about. I don't think it was talked about enough. And I worry that one candidate will win when really they should not be the
Raja
one.
Krishnamurthy, Juliana Stratton, and
That
Robin
guy.
Kelly.
Raja Krishnamurthy so far has raised the most in this race, and I worry that he's going to be the one to win. But Juliana Stratton, honestly, either of these two candidates would be better, in my opinion. I think she would be the best. But Raja, I've had some issues with him in the past. If anybody's listened to this podcast long enough, he's a real sort of wishy-washy, sort of centrist. We don't really talk about him all that much, but there's been a lot of times where I've been unwowed by what he had to say. You know, sort of a milquetoast corporate Democrat, in my opinion. Sometimes he says some good stuff, and other times I'm in complete disagreement with what it is that he's trying to push. Not my choice
All
in
three of them
this race right
already
here.
hold office. Two.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, Dick Durbin needs to get out of here, but he's already leaving, right? It's not like none of these people are contesting against Dick Durbin. It's just a three-way race, basically, right? Dick Durbin, he's quit.
That's Krishnamurthy and Kelly. Stratton, of course, is the lieutenant governor to J.B. Pritzker. What's turned out to be the big issue in this race is Donald Trump. Each of the Democrats complaining that one of them or the other is getting money from people who also donated to Trump. So they're trying to align the Democrats as MAGA funded. And in Stratton's case, she has been funded much by J.B. Pritzker. The Stratton campaign is painting Robin Kelly as a spoiler. They'd like it to just be two candidates, Krishnamurthy and Stratton. But that's not the case. So it's going to be interesting to see who does win the primary. And in this race, it's one of the most expensive Senate races in the country. Krishnamurthy has raised more than $25 million for his campaign. He's been working on it for many years. He could see that Durbin was likely to retire, and so there's been some complaints about that, about how much of his fundraising has fueled this race of his.
Okay, let's keep going through these. I mean, the polls are closing mere minutes right now in Illinois. 7 p.m. Central Standard Time is when it's happening. Now let's go to a different race in Chicago. That is Illinois' 6th.
Let's meet our main panel in the order they appear on the ballot.
9th,
Daniel
sorry,
Biss,
9th.
Laura Fine, and
Sorry, had some sort of brain dyslexia in my mind. It was
in the
6,
order they appear
not
on
9.
the ballot. Daniel Biss, Laura Fine, and Abughazaleh. Ms. Abughazaleh is an independent political analyst and influencer who has worked for Mother Jones, Zeteo, and Media Matters. We have a lot to get to tonight, a lot of candidates, but we do appreciate you being here in this all-important race. So, Ms. Abughazaleh, day one, reasserting Congress, strengthening checks and balances, strengthening democracy.
Paris, I do want to issue a little correction. As much as I respect the term of influencer, I'm a researcher and journalist who has done original reporting for Mother Jones, Media Matters. I'm a researcher and journalist who has done original reporting for Mother Jones, Media Matters, Zeteo News, and my specialty is actually fighting the far right. Everyone that runs our country now, Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, Tom Homan, they are the people I used to report on and win against, and they know that, which is why, like some of the most effective critics of this administration, I'm under federal indictment. But as much as we want to expand the Supreme Court, as much as we want to pass ranked choice voting, I mean, in this race, someone could win with 20% of the vote. I'd rather lose with RCV than win this way. We can't get that done on day one. I think we need to be a little more creative here. Democrats are still operating as if the only levers of power are legislation and votes and conversations behind closed doors. We need to talk seriously about general strikes, about breaking quorum, about exploiting parliamentary procedure to ensure that Republican legislation doesn't get through. Any time spent blocking that legislation is time well spent if it's not terrorizing our
Well, there's a filibuster
communities.
in the Senate. What could you do in the House on that front?
Like I said, we can break quorum. We can also be using our resources right now to actively feed people, clothe people. We do that in my
Did you see his response to that? Like, break quorum. What? Yeah, have you seen Republicans lately? They don't give a fuck about quorum or about anything. any sort of what do you call it? Any of the rules, any of the established rules and or what are they called? Like the etiquette of, I can't think of the word right now, but like the accepted etiquette within, it's like they've thrown it all away. Whether it's with judges and Obama and like all these other things, like they've done over and over again, like the Senate parliamentarian.
Specific proposals on day one or early on in your tenure that you will enact to tackle these issues.
Yeah, once again, I really want to stress that as much as I would love to pass a progressive utopia of legislation with this president and the farce of the Supreme Court, I do want to be realistic that we're probably not going to get everything. But I do think that there are things that are wildly popular, and especially as material conditions get worse, that we can push. In my ideal world, and this is really radical, I know, everyone can afford housing, groceries.
The fact is, like, we need people like Kat who are willing to say, I'm willing to break the etiquette expected within the, if it's not in the, like, because if we can't continue to fight fair in Congress. Republicans no longer fight fair. And they have to learn their lesson by going up against Democrats who don't fight fair, who have an agenda, an actual agenda.
In my ideal world, and this is really radical, I know, everyone can afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over to save and spend. And it turns out that universal healthcare with full vision, dental, mental, and hearing coverage, building more housing with federal incentives to work with local businesses, and protections against price gouging actually save us money while having better outcomes. But also, we need to talk about the immediate. Like I said, with the work of actually using party resources to feed, clothe, and make sure people are okay, we need to be doing that with our constituent services as well.
Yes, indeed. And Kat has a fairly good agenda. Certainly the best of all of the candidates in this race from what I've seen. I don't think she's a perfect candidate. I think, I don't think there is a perfect candidate in any race, I don't think. But Kat absolutely has a record of fighting exactly as she has purported to in this debate. Whether it's the far right or ICE or name a group, really.
How do you propose the nation enforce federal immigration law?
I can give you specifics.
Specifics.
So we need to, first off, abolish and prosecute ICE and DHS. And we return DHS's responsibilities to the Departments of Justice, State, of Treasury, of Transportation, all of these responsibilities that were taken from those departments, we return them there, and we build an immigration system similar to what we had before ICE, but even better with more federal workers. We need to fully...
Why are people beefing with her? I believe some people on the left, some people on the left, as we cross the finish line, right now the election just closed, are saying that she's not good enough on foreign policy. It's like, okay.
Abolish and prosecute ICE. We need to repeal the Patriot Act. We need to lift refugee caps. And we need to offer complete amnesty and citizenship to any immigrant here who has not committed a violent crime. Additionally, we need trials. There is no moving forward without justice. Stern words for Greg Bovino aren't enough. Body cameras aren't enough. We need people willing to put everything on the line, not when it's politically convenient, and not have their hands in their pockets.
The fact is, I'm with Hassan on this. I think I heard Hassan's take on that earlier, and you know, she's young and she's but like she's starting from a good foundation, right? Like she starts from a foundation of caring about human rights and other human beings and wanting to make things better in the United States where she'll have the most effect, right? Not to say, I mean, like she will obviously have an effect on foreign policy as well if she gets elected. But once again, no candidate is perfect. You got to start from somewhere, and she's hitting like 9 out of 10 things for me. So I'm like, we'll work on the 10th thing. We'll work on the 10th thing. Like that's the thing about politicians is like you gotta get in there regardless, like, and speak out for what you care about, right? and when you're not doing that, right, that's when things go most awry. But there's no politician that's just inherently going to do everything that you want unless you're at least doing something to bring it about. All right, before we get to unpacking what's going on with the election right now and the polls, I mean, polls are closing as we speak. Might as well have a little fun.
Give it up for Kat Abughazaleh!
Product, how's it going? My name is Kat Abughazaleh. I am running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, which is where we are here. And if you've been following my race at all, you probably know that I've pissed off a lot of people. That is for a variety of reasons, and all of them are really stupid. Number one, I launched our campaign without asking for permission from the incumbent. I decided that I felt a sense of urgency because Nazis are taking over everything. And yeah, everything's just Nazis and gambling now. And that's apparently worse than murder. I should have waited like these 16 other people in my race because that is what leaders do. They wait. Number two, I'm a lot of things. All of them are bad. First off, Palestinian. A lot of people are not reacting that way. I am also apparently an influencer. I'm a carpetbagger. I'm a radical leftist. I'm a neocon war hawk. My partner Ben over here is a billionaire with 15 Lamborghinis. And I want to tell all of you that communist. And number three, I'm the Antichrist. Thank you so much. I'm the Antichrist. I'm trying to make America communist. I'm trying to make Republicans gay.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
And I have an abortion every single week. That's right. With my immense 5-foot stature, I can single-handedly take down this government, which is why I belong in a gulag. But luckily, I look great in orange. But despite all of this vitriol, and remember, yes, this is a comedy set, but also I am trying to convince you to change your voter registration and fucking vote.
There we go, Kat Abughazaleh, doing comedy and politics at the same time. Just a few days ago. Here was her final live stream yesterday with Jamal. I think that's Jamal Bowman. I think that's Jamal Bowman. The thumbnail is very small. I do love Cat's vibes. The music, the cat. Come on! I mean, come on. No, you can't tell me that this isn't. This isn't the sort of politics you
That's
want
awesome.
to sign
It's a
up
load-bearing skeleton. It keeps the office intact. And we are giving you the opportunity to be a part of history and also a part of our skeleton. Let me show you.
I started this campaign by saying that Democrats need to grow a fucking spine. And I meant it. I think our politicians need to be putting everything on the line to stand up to Trump and authoritarianism. And it's part of the reason that we have this very serious skeleton in our campaign office. My name is Kat Abughazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois. And the truth is, because we are a progressive grassroots campaign, you are our backbone. So, we have stuff all around this office named for various donors.
Holy cow.
But we want to focus on our gorgeous skeleton. We love this skeleton. It's a load-bearing skeleton.
Holy
Just
cow.
for 1 month out of the year. It's a part of our campaign family, and you can help make this even more of a campaign home. If you donate any amount at catforillinois.com/skeleton, we will use our label maker and put your name
slash
on its
skeleton.
bones.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now there's a fundraising strategy. Oh, it looks like she had a bunch of different people on. Bunch of people on.
Today, we
Rashida.
are able to announce that you have endorsed our campaign. Thank you so much. You are a huge inspiration to myself and everyone on this campaign, and we're so excited to win with you.
Oh, thank you so much for running. I know it's incredibly challenging and difficult, especially a woman running for office. It's so
It's crazy, right?
It is crazy. It's beautiful, though. All right, we're not going to watch this whole thing. I mean, this is in the past. The elections, the primary elections already happened. So we better get to the live stream.
Tomorrow
the
is election
Kornacki
day.
cam.
Here is your daily update.
That's-
First off, I am so proud to announce that I've been endorsed by Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She is the pinnacle of the idea of standing by your values, whether or not it's politically convenient. And I want to help shift our party to be more progressive and more aggressive against this administration with her in Congress. But to do that, I've got to get elected first. The weather is going to be really bad tomorrow. So if you or someone you know is in the Chicago area, vote today. Don't
Well, there we go. Kat trying to make sure people get out to vote. Get out there safely. With the Arctic blast hitting the north here early spring. I guess it's not technically spring yet, is it? For like another week or something. When does it start? I forget. What day is spring? Doesn't feel like spring down there on Earth. I know that much. Okay. Let's get to it. ABC 7. Oh, wait, before that, one last pre-voting day clip.
We've got
Clip.
four
Actually, this was technically
primaries
earlier today.
in Illinois. Illinois 2nd, Illinois 7th, Illinois 8th, Illinois 9th. AIPAC has spent over $21 million through its election.
By the way, while we're talking about people spending big bucks, I need to ask you all for little bucks. Starting a galactic content goal. News on the twos. Galactic content goal started on YouTube. And, whoops, always do that. Goal starting on Twitch as well. All right, we're good. You can, of course, contribute to the Galactic Content Goal. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon.
PAC, the United Democracy Project, as as well as they have apparently other shell packs. The Affordable Chicago Now, Elect Chicago Women, and Chicago Progressive Partnership.
Not hearing anything about the relationship America has with Israel in any of those names.
It's hard to fit those in. Affordable
care about
Israeli
women.
Chicago Now.
Yeah. Affordability they care about.
I mean, this all reminds me of like when Cuomo ran in, I think it was was it the governor's race? One of the races he ran under, started a party, Women for Cuomo, something to that effect, as a way of fighting all of the accusations of him assaulting women. That's what they do. Crypto and AI have spent a combined nearly $7.5 million in Illinois' 2nd, 7th, and 8th. Their super PACs, one is called Fair Shake. That's a crypto one.
Oh my God.
Protect Progress. That's another crypto one. Jobs and Democracy. AI. And Think
No,
So AI.
dude. Oh my God, these names are insane. The names are the exact opposite of what these things are. Progress, Jobs, and Democracy. Crypto and AI. Oh God. Those two things represent the destruction of the other three. I'll let you figure out which ones I'm talking about.
Opposite Day was already taken, apparently.
Our democracy is in good shape. Thank you to the Supreme Court for making sure free speech was protected with the Citizens United case.
Exactly right.
We had two different candidates on this program who are running today. In Illinois 8, Junaid Ahmed was on, was it last week? 2 weeks ago.
2 or 3 weeks ago.
And running against former Congresswoman Melissa Bean, who is I would call her a corporatist. I think that she would be in favor of that. She had over $6 million from APAC crypto and AI lobbies. That is a very, very close race. In the polling, to the extent that you can really glean too much from these polls, he was down just by 5 points, and there was still plenty of undecideds. In Illinois 9, Kat Abughazaleh, who was on this program last week, there's been a couple of polls, and she's within, 4 or 5 points of Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss. We should say that there's a weird controversy about Biss. Weird. That dropped last night. He apparently was a TA at a university. He was age 25 or 26. And he had a student who was 21. After the class ended, he more or less asked her on a date or tried to get together, and then they apparently this is from her account, which she.
Sorry, is that a I'm sorry. The existence of dating, is that the scandal? They're 4 years apart. They're 4 years apart, and he asked her on a date. Oh no!
Come on!
Oh, that is groundbreaking. Oh my God. No one will ever recover from that. All right, let's keep talking about the primaries. Next
Cheryl,
up.
pre-election day voting in the city and suburbs has far outpaced that of previous midterms. This is a new poll for the Democratic race for U.S. Senate, shows the contest tightening. At Rainbow Push headquarters, an election eve meeting and dinner for
You cannot date your students, but she was no longer a student, though, right? The class was already over. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's because my brain has been inundated by all this Epstein file stuff, like day in day out for like a year now. But like a 21 and a 25-year-old dating sounds just incredibly normal to me in comparison to everything else I've been thinking about. Just seems it sounds fairly normal, but maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
volunteer poll watchers. Ahead of Tuesday, Chicago elections officials reporting strong early and mail-in voting. More than 188,000 ballots have already been received, including some 85,000 returned by mail. Nearly 88,000 vote-by-mail ballots are still outstanding.
If you still have your vote-by-mail ballot, try to take that back in person, either to a secure drop box, 52 sites across the city, or to take that into your post office and make sure you're seeing that postmark with your eyes.
The hotly contested Democratic U.S. Senate race ending in some controversy over an endorsement claimed by Juliana Stratton, who said over the weekend while at Rainbow Push headquarters she was given this pamphlet showing an endorsement from the late Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. and his son Yusef.
It has a bunch of names, so it's not just me, but I am one of them. And as somebody who knows that Reverend Jackson fought for the people, I'm very grateful to have his support.
But Yusef Jackson walking that back, saying Stratton was given a draft sample ballot, adding, it is important to note that the Jackson...
It's a legit university rule. No, I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm not saying that it's a good idea. I'm just saying it doesn't sound scandalous to me. He also wasn't he was a teacher's assistant, which is basically just basically just a student. And in my mind, like, it's just like, aren't most teachers aren't most TAs also simultaneously doing like doctorate programs and shit like that? Honestly, I don't know that much about the guy or the situation. It doesn't sound scandal-making to me.
Family does not issue political endorsements, nor do Rainbow Push or the Rainbow Push Coalition. Stratton's opponents critical.
If it was me and someone handed me that, my staff can tell you I'm very cautious and I would have vetted it.
Now we hear about this endorsement from the grave. My staff is looking through the history books for my next endorsement.
A new Victory Research poll shows a tight race, with Raja Krishnamurthy leading Stratton within the margin of error.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, and this is not a given. This was this is just where it's at currently with the early voting in and things like. Actually, wait, do they count early voting ahead? I think this is just polling. I don't think this is actually results. I think Chicago counts all the votes at the same time.
Very quickly, but early tomorrow morning, we're going to see that snowfall flying, and we could end up to about an inch.
About 115,000 ballots were received. Voting records are also being broken in the Chicago suburbs. We wanted to bring in an expert to help us make sense of all of this on a big day. Joining us now, Stephen Maynard Caliendo, professor at North Central College. Good morning. Good to be with you.
Good morning, Adriana. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Busy day. And the primary season has also been a lot busier than one might typically expect. Some races have a lot of candidates. What races are you watching? What races do you think are bringing out so many people, especially to early vote this year?
I think one of the reasons that we're seeing such numbers of early voting is because there are open seats. Because Dick Durbin stepped down and there's an empty Senate race. Of course, that's a statewide race. But as a result, a number of members of Congress who were really entrenched in their seats have decided to give those seats up to run for the U.S. Senate. As a result, there's a lot of candidates vying for those congressional seats, and we have a governor's race on the ballot as well. So no presidential race, but lots of really important races. Also, the world's a little bit complicated. Folks are worried about costs. We're at war. So I think people are plugged into politics in a way that they're not always plugged in midterm election years.
And you mentioned the governor's race and Governor Pritzker seeking this third term. And I believe it's something that any Democratic governor hasn't been able to do until this point, right?
Right, and it's an interesting third term too, because it's no secret that he has ambitions beyond the state of Illinois, and so I think as folks are, the primary not so much. No, he's running unopposed; he'll win the primary. But on the Republican side, they're trying to decide who's going to run against him in November. That's going to matter a lot because when people go to the voting booth in November, even if Governor Pritzker continues his high popularity in the state of Illinois, which he enjoys, people are going to wonder whether he's planning to serve an entire term as governor or whether or not he's going to turn his attention quickly to trying to secure the.
Either way, it doesn't matter who the Republican candidate is. Who is what? Do you really think Illinois right now, amidst everything that's going on, is going to? I think you have to be living in some sort of a weird, like alternate universe, thinking the state of Illinois would elect a Republican governor with a Republican in the White House. Just statistically speaking, it's unlikely, right? Like, let alone the current numbers on all this. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead. This was just the live stream from today. They talk about all sorts of different shit from CBS. This is just CBS Chicago's live stream.
Illinois is holding its primary elections today, and the main focus is the race to fill the seat of retiring Democratic Senator Dick Durbin. The three leading candidates in the Democratic contest: Illinois Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, and Congresswoman Robin Kelly.
Robert Peters' race is important. I don't know enough about that at all. That's one thing that's really pissing me off right now. It's probably not apparent to everybody, but I'm honestly fairly upset. I'm fairly upset right now about the fact that we are talking about this race essentially after the fact. It's already happened. We weren't able to move the needle even slightly. We didn't talk about it. We talked about Kat a few times, and we didn't cover a single. And somehow I have to find a way to break free from the news cycle and force us to start talking about these and like make. What I gotta do is actually. Oh, now I just realized what I gotta do. Where's my? I finally got myself a what do you call it? Like a personal planner. I gotta start setting up time. I gotta like write down all of the primaries in all the states in my calendar so I know ahead of time and like I can plan ahead and be like, okay, like this day we talk about this, like, because right now I'm like, dude, we just missed an entire state's primary. Didn't talk about it one time. And it's a little frustrating to me. But the Iran and everything else is just completely taken over.
All have pledged
everything.
To fight the Trump administration if elected. CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro is here to discuss. So, Aaron, Illinois, it's traditionally a very blue state. Walk us through what the top races are here and what they could tell us about the direction of the Democratic Party.
Kelly, that's right. A Republican hasn't won the Senate race in Illinois since Mark Kirk in 2010. So it's been a while. So tonight's primary will essentially decide the next senator from Illinois.
I'm just going to skip ahead to the Kornacki cam right now because I think I'm not the only one who wants to know what's actually happening with this race and what the results are. Can't build up anymore.
All the vote that's in district-wide. But I want to take you through the political geography of the 9th because that's going to put this in context, what you're looking at here. We think that about 45% of the vote that's going to be cast in the 9th district tonight, okay, is from the Chicago portion of Cook County, okay? So the far north side, okay, is the far north side of Chicago is in this district, uptown neighborhood. You know, it's a lot of votes right there. About 45% of all the votes in this district are going to come from Chicago. Another 45% are going to come from the Cook burbs, okay? And the other 10%, there are small, about 10%. There are portions, small portions of 2 other counties that are in this district. Well, that's going to be the other 10%. But this is the division that I want to talk about right now.
Oof.
Chicago, Cook County versus the burbs in Cook County. Because take a look at what you're seeing. Biss, okay, Biss and Abughazaleh and fine here. Abughazaleh running a distant third, okay? The key, we think, for Abughazaleh tonight to win is the city of Chicago. Younger voters there, the sort of voters she's targeted. She's expected to do best in the.
Those votes are probably gonna come in. Those are probably gonna come in late in comparison to the suburban votes, right? You gotta assume the city votes are gonna come in last because it's gonna be the most people voting. Which also bodes well for her, although right now she's behind Biss by like 14 points. She's got a lot of room to make up, but there's only 17%, so a lot of room can be made up right now. Oh, more than 4/5 of the vote. Okay.
And not as well in the suburbs and not as well in the outlying counties. So you see her running in third place right now. There's a lot of money that came in here against her as well, but we don't have any votes from the city of Chicago yet. So this 18%, the context we need for this 18%, is she still running at 18%? Is she only in the low 20s when you start getting an equal number of votes from Chicago in? Or is she getting a real big number out of Chicago, enough to change it? So that's the question for Abughazaleh in this race. What's going to happen in the city of Chicago? Conversely, okay, Daniel Biss is expected to do better in the burbs than in the city of Chicago, okay? Fine is also expected to do better in the burbs than in the city of Chicago, you see? So this is where this is sort of where specifically in the burbs this vote is coming from is key, just based on they each have some very local strengths here, and that we don't know. But we do know that it's coming from the suburbs, which in general is supposed to be the better area for Biss, supposed to be the better area for Fine, and not supposed to be as strong for Abughazaleh. So that's what we have right now in the 9th. Huge question here is going to be when you start seeing the city of Chicago, if it complicates that picture at all.
If you want to go back to the Senate race, I think we have started getting in some city of Chicago results.
Okay, we are. We're clearly getting, look at this now. We're looking at the Cook vote here. And remember, this is a mix of city and suburbs. We looked at this a minute ago. Krishnamurthy was leading Stratton by 3 points. We've gotten more vote in from Chicago now. And as Adam said, he thinks that we've gotten vote in from the city of Chicago now, as Adam just said. And look at that. Stratton now leading in Cook County over Krishnamurthy. Let me ask Adam, in the city of Chicago, what's the break between Stratton and Krishnamurthy?
In the city of Chicago?
Yeah. Because this is, again,
this is huge, and this is really important. Senate, this is a hugely important race. And Juliana Stanton is absolutely a better choice than Raja Krishnamurthy. She wants to abolish ICE. He wants to reform it. Like, just on that alone, people should be voting for her.
City of Chicago, what's the break between Stratton and Krishnamurthy?
In the city of Chicago?
Yeah. Because this is, again, Stratton probably needs to be winning Chicago by a solid margin. Krishnamurthy wants the suburbs. So we're getting Chicago vote and trying to figure out what that spread is she's leading by.
Yeah, so in Chicago, we have about 65,000 votes. She's getting 42%. Krishnamurthy's getting 26.
And that's with about 65,000 votes counted.
That's correct.
Okay. Wow. So,
that's
I mean,
huge.
Again, there's going to be a lot more to come from Chicago, but right away, that's a very good number in general for Stratton. She wants to be winning Chicago. She wants to be winning it pretty big, wants to be winning it by double digits. 65,000 votes in the city of Chicago have been counted, and Stratton is leading in the Chicago portion by 16 points over Krishnamurthy. Now, let me ask you this, in the suburban part of Chicago, I should put these side by side. In the city of Chicago, it's 42-26. Okay, in the suburbs of Cook County, what are they running at?
We currently have it at Krishnamurthy 38, Stratton 36.
Okay, right. And now remember, ultimately, Chicago is going to cast more votes, we think, than the suburbs. That may not.
I think she can do it. I think with those kind of numbers, she can do it. I mean, the suburbs are less populous than the city. She's winning the city by double digits and losing the burbs by 2 points.
Be the case right now, but it's a significant lead in what we've counted in the city of Chicago for Stratton. It's a very small lead of 2 points for Krishnamurthy of what's been counted in the suburbs so far. And that's what it looks like overall in Cook County here. And again, I think those results are skewed a little bit more towards the suburbs.
Yeah. Right now, it's skewed more towards the suburbs, and we just got some more in. And yeah, I mean, the last number I gave you was with those new numbers, and we're up to 100.
And we just got a whole bunch more. And these numbers have been good for Stratton. Yeah, that's my reaction. What did we just get?
We just got more Chicago.
Okay, so
about doubled our Chicago vote.
So we now have like 130,000 votes in Chicago.
Yep.
Tell me now what Chicago looks like.
Now she's up by
Chicago's
20,000.
now 43 Stratton, 25 Krishnamurthy.
Oh my goodness. Did we get any more from the Cook burbs while this was going on?
No, we're about
okay.
there.
And okay, now we have enough vote that we can ask this. So 38, 36 in the burbs. So we think it's about 130,000 votes in Chicago?
Yes.
Okay, and about how many in the suburbs?
172.
So it's still more skewed to the suburbs.
That's right.
Wow. Okay. So again, remembering what we're talking about here, that
Really? Why? Really? My God, suburban sprawl is real. There's more people in the burbs than there are in Chicago. Hold on, let me do the math. Where's my calculator? Okay, so 38% times 176. That's 66.8. I need to be writing this down somewhere. 66.8 for Raja. 36. It's a 5,000 difference there. No, she still wins this if this goes the way it is right now. Yeah. Oh yeah. Still wins it. Wins it by 15,000.
The more vote, you think, ultimately comes out of the city of Chicago than the suburbs, and yet, even though it's flipped right now, much more is coming.
So yeah, I just did the math really quickly. It looks like she's got it by about 15,000 if those numbers come in.
I think if you're a Stratton
accordingly.
supporter, that's very encouraging news for you. I'm just seeing we did get another significant pocket of votes that came in here. This is Winnebago County. This is where the city of Rockford is. Again, just a little bit more than 15% of the vote.
Oh, I see.
Right
We're going
there.
county by county. We're going county by
With
county.
a pretty solid lead in the early vote. Again, this is
What about the statewide though? It's a statewide election.
Pales in comparison to
What
what
was
we're
the
talking about
statewide?
here in Cook, in those immediate collar counties around Cook. But still, this is probably going to be about 1% of the vote here on the Democratic side tonight. Okay, what does it look like statewide? Stratton leads statewide by about 12,000 votes over Krishnamurthy. Did we get any more from? I can check myself. We have no more from Kane. I saw a little bit came in here. Kankakee County. Again, this is Kankakee. This is very, very small here. Why is Robin Kelly leading here? This is in her congressional district. This is part of the 2nd District of Chicago. Remember, I said the
Isn't Kankakee the county that just got annihilated by those fucking hurricanes? Oh shit, a cat's making a look over here. I've been watching this in the corner of my eye this whole time. You can see the numbers for Illinois 9. Kat is catching up to Fine right now. She just went from 18.3 to 21.7. She's up like 3.5%.
Democrats had stretched that out pretty far south. So, but this is a very small number. We're talking like 2,000 votes or so that have been counted here. And again, Kelly in her district, barely ahead of Krishnamurthy there. That's not great for her. Really, if you're Kelly, nothing really has gone your way so far with these votes. She's significantly behind right now. Okay, we have more coming in. Adam, did we get any more significant pockets? I see some downstate, deep downstate stages coming here. Again, these are, this is 20 votes. This is about 300 votes right here. I want to show you.
Bears.
You can see here, but interestingly, yeah, again, 20 votes, make of that what you will. A lot of these very sort of small, rural, deep downstate counties here, Krishnamurthy's running about 10, 15, 20 points ahead, but the population down here, again, as we said, is St. Clair, it's Madison County. We'll look for Jackson County later. It's where Southern Illinois University is. It's where Carbondale is. But I just wanted to show you those because they came in. But again, resetting statewide here. Now, we've got more than a quarter of the vote in right here. And I think the main thing that you can say right now with this early blitz of votes has been that late spending for Stratton and the talk that Stratton had brought momentum here into primary day, and that maybe her the late push on Stratton's behalf had come at the expense of Kelly. I think that's sort of bearing out in the results that you're looking at right here. Again, those are awfully encouraging numbers for Stratton out of Chicago. And again, if she could ever be winning, she's leading the vote count in Cook County right now. If she could ever win Cook County, remember that's about 60% of the votes statewide.
Yeah, Mitty, it's looking very good right now. It's looking very good on both the Senate and the Illinois 9 race. Unfortunately, we have barely even. I can't even call it coverage. We've barely talked about these races at all. But from my fledgling efforts at research, Juliana Stratton is the one we want to win, to take Dick Durbin's seat 100%. She's certainly a better option than Raja Krishnamurthy, who's the next closest here. And Kat. She's got some ways to go, but she's making progress over there, it would look like.
We also saw earlier, when we first came on the air, we said, look, what happened in McLean County here?
She's going up again.
16% of the vote, but Stratton's dead even with Krishnamurthy. Again, this is a pretty liberal county politically, and down in St. Clair County, Stratton is leading with about a third of the vote that is tallied there so far. So she is showing strength that extends outside of this outside of the city of Chicago, outside of Cook County itself, and extends out of Chicagoland, extends into downstate. So that's a recipe for a competitive...
Juliana Stratton just increased her lead. She just went from 12,000 to 14,000 votes lead now. She is cementing that lead. Sure, we still got 70% left to go. Too early to call, as it says, but...
a competitive showing by Stratton. I'm lingering on this for a second because I think that was sort of the foundational question coming into tonight. I think, this race has really been going on for like a year right now since Durbin announced he wasn't going to run for re-election. And I think all last spring, summer, fall, and into this winter, Krishnamurthy was seen as the pretty clear favorite in this race. Again, he came into this race, I think the day he announced his candidacy, he already had $20 million on hand. He was on the airwaves early. One of the things his campaign was doing was they were spending outside of Chicago. They were spending down here, I think, in anticipation.
We should be listening. We should be absolutely listening to Harry Emden. CNN is really missing an opportunity here. NBC, they've got the Kornacki cam. CNN should have the Emden cam. The fact we have no Emden cam is
County. Okay, Will County, this is where Joliet is. Weak. About a third of the vote counted here. Okay, now Krishnamurthy, again, you're getting outside of Chicago here. Krishnamurthy leading in this tally by about 8 points over Stratton. That's a difference of just under 2,000 votes. So that does help him statewide. Again, you see what that does statewide. He's still trailing by just under 12,000 votes. Again, these are good-sized counties. A county like Will County in any state, this would be like a monster, okay? But just look at, I want to show you, with a third of the vote counted in Will County, this is one of the larger counties in the state of Illinois. We got a third of the vote counted. You see it, 8,800, 7,100, 32. I mean, what are we're talking a third of the vote in that county. It's about 20,000 votes, right? Okay, so Krishnamurthy's leading it. That's good for him. Take a look here in Cook County. We have a little less than half the vote in here. 133,000, 113,000, 72,000, right? 246, 50. I mean, you're looking at 340,000 votes or so right here with a little bit less than half the vote. So it's just, in size here, you know, if you're Stratton and you're able to get a big margin out of Chicago and you're ever able to win this county, that makes up for a lot of losses on this map. If you're reasonably competitive elsewhere and you're coming out of Cook County with a big number, that can undo a lot of damage, and especially if you're running competitive. Okay, we got another big one here. Sangamon County, state capital, Springfield, okay? Wow, this story is continuing here. Significant counties, politically significant counties, and demographically significant counties well outside of the Chicagoland area. South of, Interstate 80, you're looking at Stratton leading here. Almost half the vote in Sangamon County. Again, state capital.
Illinois Democrats are clashing over
Whoopsies.
how far they would go to combat President Trump and how they would govern if they
she's ahead
retake
by 6
power.
points over
Last week we
Krishnamurthy.
showed you
And again,
where
Kelly
Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy stands on ICE and federal immigration enforcement. Now we turn to the candidate calling for the boldest break of all. Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton sat down one-on-one with our political editor Mark Maxwell as early voting begins this week. He joins us with what stood out and what voters will need to weigh as they head to the polls.
Yeah, Kelly, abolish ICE is a memorable call. It's a memorable rallying cry. And Juliana Stratton's call to abolish ICE is certainly the clearest line we've seen any candidate draw yet in this race, at least when it comes to rhetoric. But because governing requires more than simple slogans, I asked her what that policy would look like on the ground.
On a recent debate stage, Juliana Stratton looked to set herself apart from the field.
Say that we need to abolish ICE.
So that's what we're talking about. This woman who's running for Senate to replace Dick Durbin wants to abolish ICE.
Is Krishnamurthy, but
by like hundreds?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. They're basically tied for second now. Okay. And then in the suburbs are the same we had before?
Yes, that's
37,
right. That's
36, what was it, 20?
Yes.
Yeah, and they're now equal. They're now equal. So you're getting, and this is, I said to everybody at the start of the night, it's going to be slow. Okay, we got almost 2/3 of the vote in Cook County. Now, I'll fast forward ahead a little bit right here, but if this is a super close election, ought to be clear right now, when you get into that final 10% or so of the vote, 10, 15% or so of the vote out of Cook County, that's where the thing can really slow down. That's where it can be Heinz ketchup pace. That's where it could it can take days. It could take into tomorrow. It can take more than that here. In fact, the mail-in ballots and mail-in voting is a not insignificant part of the tally here. If they were in the mail today, they can come in for a while in Illinois. So I just want to put that on your radar ahead of time because we are clearly getting a good pace so far in Cook. There's going to be more to come.
Oh shit! Look. Kat Abughazaleh. She's at 24% now. She just overtook Fine. 24.5%. She's up another 2%. Yeah! Let's go! Yeah.
Clarity that we're getting is close race, although if you're Stratton, you got to be feeling good because she is winning Chicago. We have so much of the vote in from Chicago right now, and she is just so clearly winning and winning big right there. And then she is, she's basically, excuse me, I want to get these numbers right. She has 36 and Krishnamurthy has 37. I reversed those. But she is battling Krishnamurthy essentially to a draw in the suburb.
Biss is also losing points. He was at 30. He was at 31 over 30. He was like 31.7 a second ago. He's losing, or 31 point something. He's losing points. She's less than 6 points away now.
Which is where he was supposed to have the advantage over her. So let's just take you back out here statewide and reset.
The other thing we can look at, Steve, is you last left Illinois 9 without Chicago results, and we're up to about 70% of the vote in there.
Okay, let's do that. Just we'll take a picture of this in your head. Statewide here in the Senate race, a 26,000 vote lead for Stratton. That is a 5-point advantage. You see those dynamics in Cook. Again, if that is her folks have got to be feeling very, very, very encouraged. Let's go through these House races. Sorry, you said where?
9.
9. Okay, back to 9. I think we were on this as we started to get. Okay, again, this is the race to replace Schakowsky. You know that. Okay, Abughazaleh has moved up. Remember, she was at 17% the last time we looked at this. She's now jumped up to 24%. I'm guessing we've got City of Chicago vote here. Yeah. Clearly. So let's go through. Let's do the same thing in the 9th that we just did. Statewide. Chicago versus the burbs. And remember here, almost all the district is one or the other. They're equal parts. We think they're equal parts here. How are they breaking? So how is the City of Chicago breaking in this?
Abughazaleh 33.
Oh, this is really, really close right now. She's down 4,500 votes, but you need only 30% left of the vote supposedly to count.
Abughazaleh 33. Biss 24. And in the suburbs.
Well, what's Fine at? Just
Fine is at 14.
Okay, we'll come back. Okay, and then in the suburbs?
Biss at 34.
Yeah.
Abughazaleh at 19.
Yeah.
And Fine at 25.
Yeah, okay. So, and what's the total? How many votes have come from Chicago? How many from the burbs?
About 30,000 from Chicago and about 50,000 from the burbs.
50.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got about 80,000 votes here. We have none. Again, you have.
This might be insurmountable. God. If she had a higher number, she was better. If she was doing better in the city. We need a miracle with the Illinois 9th here.
Slices here, small slices of other counties that combined will be, I won't write it there, combined will be about 10% of the vote. So I think a couple things you could say looking at these numbers right here. You could start to suspect looking at these numbers. Clearly for Fine, whose political base is in the suburbs. Again, she's a state senator from Glenview, from Evanston. Biss's base is in Evanston too, which is in that suburban portion of Cook here. Fine is clearly doing better in the suburbs than in the city of Chicago, but she's substantially behind Biss in the suburbs. Now, we don't know, or do we, Adam, relatively, are we talking about a lot of the votes coming from Evanston? Are we talking about like Northfield Township? Do we have any sense of that? Because that's kind of the $64,000 question here. If the suburbs are basically Evanston, then there's still, I still would want to see another area for Fine. If they're from elsewhere, though, she's having a.
It's a little unclear. I'll keep digging into it. We did get another Cook suburbs update, and I'm also taking a look at that.
In this race?
Overall.
Oh, okay.
Yes, a little bit spilled into this race while you were talking.
I see. What can you give me the current?
Oh my God! She's taking it. Oh my God! She's getting so close. It's 25 to 20. He just broke under 30%. Oh my God! This is so tight. This is so tight. Coming down to the very last votes on this one. Holy shit!
78% of the vote right here.
That's right.
And we're looking at a 4,100 vote difference. What do the suburbs look like right now?
34 Biss. 19 Abughazaleh, and 25.
Oh, is it still 50,000?
Yeah, it was only a few thousand in this particular congressional district.
Okay. So again, there's more to come here. One thing that we're seeing is there's more to come from the city of Chicago, we think, versus the suburbs. And if you're Abughazaleh, that is good news for you because you're outpacing Biss by about 10 points there in Chicago.
Yeah, and if you notice the gap between them keeps closing in. It's 4,000 now. At one point at one point it was way more. Now it's only 4,000 between them.
okay? You're losing by 15 points in the suburbs, but you've got an opportunity here. Again, we said we expect her to run much better in the city of Chicago than in the suburbs. So she has an opportunity, just given that we think there's probably more vote to come out of the city of Chicago than the suburbs. There's an opportunity for her to draw closer, although.
So in Chicago, Abughazaleh at 34, Biss 24, Fine 13, Cook suburbs, Biss 34, Abughazaleh 19, Fine 25.
Okay, so what's the rough number of total votes?
We have 91,000 across the district. There's 55 in the suburbs, 33 in Chicago, and we have them about both 90%.
Okay, so we are expecting our decision desk expects this is going to be more burbs than Chicago.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. In past primaries, it had been about even. Our decision desk is saying more burbs than Chicago. You can see that's clearly a big advantage for Biss here. So Biss getting an advantage just in sort of the relative weight of the suburbs, the margin that he's getting out of the suburbs. There is an opportunity here for Abughazaleh to get a little bit more out of the city of Chicago, but you just saw Biss here in the outlying, in Lake and McHenry. I think you're feeling a lot better if you're Biss than if you're Abughazaleh here. One thing I'm curious about, Adam, could you take a look? I see Mike Simmons, State Senator Mike Simmons, is running at 7%. What is he getting in the Chicago portion of the 9th?
In Chicago specifically, he's getting 14%.
Okay, so this might be complicating things a bit here for Abughazaleh too. In the Chicago portion of the district, that's also where his state Senate district is. I think Simmons and Abughazaleh were in competition for some of the same voters. And in that Chicago portion of the district where Abughazaleh needs to consolidate as much support as she can, 14% is going to Simmons right there. That might be taking a bit out of what Abughazaleh wanted to get out of the city of Chicago. So again, about 84% district-wide is in here. I was wondering, 84% is in district-wide, and that is now almost a 6-point lead for Biss. And again, we just took you through what was left there. I want to go here, just check in on the 2nd district, because we've got 2/3 of the vote here in the 2nd district. This is where Jesse Jackson Jr. is attempting a political comeback. He's running at 29%. Donna Miller, Cook County Commissioner, is well ahead of him right now. I just want to see where the vote is coming from. We've got about 3/4 of Cook. About 3/4 of Cook. Adam, can you just tell me in Illinois too, between the Cook suburbs and the city, where they are in terms of expected vote?
Yeah, this is much more in the.
Okay, I just want to take a quick moment. I'm not going to take a break right now.
Votes in.
Just because of how much we have to talk about tonight. I'm probably not going to do a whole lot of breaks. But I just want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the bell icon and the like button as well while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs on Twitch, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course Patreon, where you can get the most face benefits for your Earth dollars.
Potentially also Robert Peters, that's where his state Senate district is, so there could still be an opportunity for Jackson, but Miller's certainly getting what she wanted to out of there. Let's go back to the statewide race here, the Senate primary. About half the vote is in right now, and again, we just got another update here. Okay, so this is now an advantage here of about 32,000 votes, 5 points for Stratton over Krishnamurthy, and we now have one of the other collar counties reporting. Okay, Lake County here, and again, about half the vote in Lake County, and again, you're seeing, so Krishnamurthy, we see it in Lake County, we see it in Kane County, this is part of his congressional district, he's really doing well there. We see it in Will County, okay, although Will County, about an 8-point margin there for Krishnamurthy. In the collar counties, the suburbs here, Chicagoland area, Krishnamurthy is running ahead of Stratton, but Stratton is competitive, right? 35% in Will, okay? Yeah, here, not in her district, not so much, but Lake County, 35%. It's a solid enough share of the vote when this is happening in Cook County. When in Cook County, with now almost 3/4 of the vote in, you are getting 39% of the vote and lead by over 46,000 votes in Cook County. That's about what you need to be doing elsewhere. So, and I'm looking to see if we've got any other major population centers. One thing is, one significant place that is not lit up yet right now, would be right here. This is Champaign, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and I think just what we're seeing in this pattern here, if you're seeing...
I hate to get ahead of myself here, but she is coming away with it. It would seem.
McLean, the fact she was able to run, this is relatively speaking, when you get outside Chicago, fair number of votes right here. So that's a place where she might be able to do quite well. But let's get back in here to Cook County at 72% of the vote, and maybe we can run through it quickly here. This is the kind of is the ball game. City of Chicago versus burbs, and go ahead, Adam. What is it in Chicago?
Chicago, 43% for Stratton.
Yeah.
24 for Krishnamurthy.
Yeah.
And in the burbs, 36 for Stratton.
Yeah.
36 for Krishnamurthy.
36. And let me put it this way: what percent of the vote is in from the Chicago portion? What do
we have it at 58 currently.
We think
she was losing by 2 points in the burbs. Now it's been updated and she's tied it up. Oh, that's it. That's it. Although Kat is not making... She's not making up enough ground on Biss. I think this one might be over. However, the Senate race is technically more important because of the weighting, right? Having those extra votes in the Senate. Technically, a Senate vote's more important than a House vote. I'm coping. It's not over yet. I'm pre-coping. I have to stop that.
58% of the vote from the city of Chicago has been counted, and that's what it looks like. What percent from the burbs?
We have it at 90 currently.
Oh, wow. Look at that. We think the vast majority of the vote from the Cook County suburbs is in, and it's a tie. It's a tie between Stratton and Krishnamurthy. And we think not even 6 out of 10 votes have been counted from the city of Chicago, and Stratton is almost 20 points ahead of Krishnamurthy there. Let me ask it this way. How many votes do we think remain from the city of Chicago? If we think 58% are in, what are we talking about in terms of the number of votes we think are left to come in?
From the city of Chicago,
yes.
About 175,000, right around there.
Okay, so we think about 175,000 votes left. If Stratton keeps beating Krishnamurthy by a 20-point clip, right? That's about a 35,000 vote pad that she could get out of the remaining vote over Krishnamurthy.
You realize what this means, right? She's effectively the new senator from Illinois. And the new senator from Illinois, Juliana Stratton, has called for the abolishing of ICE.
Immediately, if not sooner.
In the city of Chicago. I see a little bit more just came in. Was that burbs or was that city?
Like, once this is over, there is no... there's no chance that a Republican's going to win this seat in Illinois. It's over. By next year, she'll be the new senator. I
believe that was
once Dick is out.
Uh-huh. And just tell me how it broke. It's a few thousand, but tell me how it broke.
Stratton gets about 4,000 votes.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So again, the opportunity here, we'll just reset statewide. She's leading by 37,000 votes statewide just from the city of Chicago. If she continues to win it at the clip she's winning it at, she could get that same margin almost just from the city of Chicago. And again, where's Krishnamurthy going to counter that? He's got to make, he's already 37,000 votes.
She is gaining fast on him. She was up by 12,000. I was saying she was up by 12,000 a little while ago. She is now up by 38,000. That lead is growing, and it is growing fast. I think Raja Krishnamurti, he'll call. I think he'll concede soon. I think when she hits 40%, he'll probably
the suburbs
concede.
Are almost all counted. He'll get a little bit. He might get a little more. He might fall behind with what's left in the suburbs. He's running even in the Cook suburbs with Stratton. So again, city of Chicago is going to give Stratton potentially at this rate, tens of thousands more votes in plurality. And when you get outside of Chicagoland, I mean, we've been taking you through this. There are certainly places where Krishnamurti is running in first. It's a 5,000 vote margin for him in Lake. Okay, if he runs at this same clip, he might net 5,000 more votes out of here. Okay, about half the vote in Kane. He might net 5,000 more votes. That's 10,000. Okay, about 2/3 of the vote to come here. Okay, he might net another 4,000 votes, 3,500. I've got him at 13,500. DuPage County. Okay, this is DuPage County.
Oh my God. Cat keeps making progress over here. She's at 25% now. But she's still behind by 4,700, so she actually hasn't made any progress on him. Which means Biz is picking up more of the vote and Fine is losing it. Or other candidates are losing it.
Is about 975,000 people, and DuPage County is part of Krishnamurthy's district. This is going to have to deliver big for him. He's going to need something. Now we see him next door in Kane County with a 20-point advantage over Stratton of 5,000 votes. Okay, DuPage County is bigger than Kane County. It is Krishnamurthy's district. We're talking to Krishnamurthy's backyard here. He's going to need something monster out of here. With what you're seeing Stratton do everywhere else right here, Cook County and everything, just look statewide. Yeah, Krishnamurthy needs something. I don't even know if that would be enough for him. But I'm looking here at this map, and I'm just trying to, as I tell you what I think Stratton can get out of the city of Chicago, and I look at the lead she has right now, I'm saying, where can Krishnamurthy find a big chunk of votes? Okay, yeah, DuPage County. What's the expected vote in DuPage, Adam?
DuPage, we're expecting 110,000 votes, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if he wins DuPage by 20 points, he could knock 20,000 votes off her. He could get 20, again, right here, DuPage County. I think, if you're Krishnamurthy, you're hoping a lot of these sort of rural, very small rural counties here add up. You win them and you add up, but he's not winning all of them either. I mean, some of these small counties here, this is scant few votes right here, but, again, you're seeing Stratton, you're seeing Stratton's turquoise here pop up. Again, I'm looking for one that's a little more sizable. We're not landing on it here. Take a look, like Livingston County, not many votes here. If you're Krishnamurthy, it's DuPage, it's the rest of these.
He's winning that county. Oh, he's winning by 4% here. With 8% in. What is that, 40 votes between the two of them? I mean, even with 92% to come in, that's not a lot of votes. Let me think. What is that? 360 votes or something left to come in.
If you're Krishnamurthy, it's DuPage, it's
not going to
the
change
rest of these
anything.
collar counties. Maybe if he could net 20,000 out of DuPage, if he could net 15,000 out of the remaining collar counties, that could potentially offset what Stratton does in Chicago. But that would offset it. He's currently operating at a deficit of nearly 40,000 votes.
So your question is when is Donald Trump going to make it illegal for women to run for public
Immediately,
office?
if not sooner.
And he just,
probably
where else could
immediately,
he,
if not sooner.
I look down to Metro East. We haven't heard from Madison County yet. Suburbs of St. Louis, Collinsville, Edwardsville, maybe something there, but it's not that big. Again, if he could pick up some of these rural counties. Peoria, I suspect he could do pretty well there. This is what Stratton's done here was I think we all looked at this race and saw the potential with the money that was coming in late, with the message that she was running on. Our own polling, we've been seeing this in our NBC polling now for some time. When you ask Democratic voters how they feel about their own party, they don't like their party's leadership. They want more aggressive confrontation with the Trump administration, more aggressive confrontation with those policies. That was, I think, just in terms of the thrust of Stratton's message, that's what she was trying to offer voters in the final weeks of this campaign. And it's hard to look at this map and say she didn't tap into something pretty significant there. So again, nothing new has changed really since we kind of reset. I think you got the lay of the land as I see it here. Let's see DuPage. Let's see more City of Chicago. I mean, maybe that's another hope for Krishnamurthy if you're looking at this. Maybe the rest of Chicago, he finds some stronger pockets here. We did just get a small update somewhere. It's small. Where was that, Adam? Can you see?
Will.
Yeah. Okay. So we got a little bit more. It's
about 1,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
As we've said, Joliet is here. Okay. Let me use the opportunity here to check in on the congressional races. You'll keep me honest, Adam, on the Senate race. I don't know if.
All right, I'm just going to pause this coverage from the Kornacki cam to the Vanguard cam. Let's see what the Vanguard boys are saying over here. They're covering the election right now in Illinois' 9th.
It's an interesting issue because obviously, we all have the right as Americans
see if they have any
run for office,
insights,
to serve our community. And you don't have to have spent every minute in your life living somewhere in order to run and to effectively serve the community.
Oh, totally. I think the big problem that maybe people had, if they had a problem with that, was that she announced that she was running for the district before she moved there at all, which I think is a little bit of a stretch. I think it's a little bit of a stretch. She'd never in her life lived in the district when she announced and said that she intended to move there. So I was just like, that's a tough one to start from.
100%. And I totally agree with that. Frankly, I don't even blame people for taking issue with it in the district. Just
now, what's interesting to me is I don't know what the disparity is between these numbers, because this is saying 78% of the votes are in right now. This is live. They're live streaming this right now. This has 78% of the vote. But over here, I've been watching the numbers over on, it's not up right now, but Illinois' 9th, it says over on the Kornacki cam that it's 87% of the vote in. So I would actually feel much more comfortable right now if in fact this number was correct, if it's only 78% rather than 87%.
$500. That's from a local coffee shop. It costs like $25.
Not only that.
What?
Let me reverse woke you guys. This was a gift from my trans homie who stopped wearing all of his clothes that didn't fit him when he started taking testosterone, and he was like, I know you love Blip coffee. Do you want this shirt? It was free. And when EJ bought it, it was probably $25.
Yeah, I've also bought merch from Blip, and none of it was like more than $30 or $40 at most. I don't know, where is this person getting that information? Like, bro, this is
okay. These guys are not focused at all over here. These guys are not even slightly focused. They're talking about merch. Come on. We got more important things to talk
a little bit
about.
There, and we're looking at Cook County here. Let me just ask you quickly, Adam, just the vote that's left. What percent is in burbs versus city here?
In the burbs, we have 90% in, is our estimate, and Chicago is 75.
75, which is up from where it was before, right? What's Chicago running at right now?
Chicago, we have about 37,000 votes in.
Right.
For BIS, we have 24%.
Yep.
Abughazaleh, 35%.
Yep.
We just got a call in Illinois, too, if you want to look at that.
Okay, Donna Miller has been declared the winner here. There you go. So it looks like we got, and I'm seeing we're up to 73. We must have got a little city of Chicago.
Yeah,
nothing dramatically. We said it would come down to the city of Chicago. Something dramatic would have to change. Nothing dramatic changed. Donna Miller, a member of the Cook County Board of Commissioners, with a solid lead here, solid victory over Jesse Jackson Jr. The political comeback of Jesse Jackson Jr. The attempt fails. Remember, he was elected to Congress in 1996. He served through 2012. He was under investigation at that time, faced a prosecution for fundraising irregularities. 14 years later, and
Illegal.
just after his father passed away, obviously a major event nationally, but a major event in the city of Chicago, which was his father's political base for all of those years, falling well short in this race. Miller was the best funded candidate in the 2nd District of Illinois. Again, one of the storylines in these Illinois primaries was a lot of the pro-Israel aligned money coming into these races. This is one of the races that money targeted on behalf of Miller. So certainly just in terms of funding, she had an advantage. Jackson did not raise much money on his own. The financial backing that he did get.
I didn't even know she was one of the people that was the recipients of that money. Like I said, we haven't been talking about these races enough. I take back the applause. Boo this woman.
Fucking bitch.
Came from else. Going back to the 9th District, we had 37,000 votes counted in Chicago. It was 34% for Biss. It was 34% for Abughazaleh. And what was it for Biss?
It was 35 for Abughazaleh and 24 for Biss.
That was okay, 35-24. And how many votes do we think are left in Chicago?
About 13,000 remaining votes.
13,000 remaining votes. If Abughazaleh continues to beat Biss by about a 10-point margin, she can eat into a 4,800 vote margin, but it does not look like there's enough there at the current rate for her to overtake Biss from Chicago. And meanwhile, like we said,
that's what I've been unfortunately coming to the conclusion of myself. I don't think the numbers add up. However, this number did go down. It started off at 87% in, so maybe there's more votes coming in than expected. So it could be good for Kat. But I'm losing a little bit of optimism about her ability to overtake Daniel Biss on this one.
That clinches it for Ford.
Because for a moment, he was sort of losing steam. It looked like he dropped under 30%.
9th District we just showed you. I did want to... This was a district that was drawn, again, by the Democrats for the 2022 cycle. They were targeting Republican Congressman Rodney Davis. They took this district that was a marginal district. They stretched it here from St. Clair County, just outside St. Louis, all the way to Urbana-Champaign, added the city of Springfield. They added Decatur in here as well, made it a very Democratic seat. Budzinski was elected that year. She was being challenged from the left by this candidate who had made, he was trying to run against as a critic of Israel, put it that way. But I was curious if there'd be any traction there. Clearly, in this case, there wasn't any traction there. Let's go back to the Senate race statewide, again, where I think we have a potentially significant story brewing. It was 52% of the vote the last time we checked in. It's now sitting at 54% of the vote. Adam, I keep asking Chicago and Cook, but maybe let me ask you this way. Is there anything else significant that's come in the last, say, 10 minutes in this race?
1,400 votes in McLean, 1,400 in Grundy. We're just getting scattered votes all around the state.
Did I just see DuPage?
Yep, that's right.
DuPage. Okay. So we got about a quarter of the vote just came in DuPage County. Remember what we said. Krishnamurthy's running from behind right now. This is his district, and this is a giant county here. It's not Cook, but this is a giant county by any other standard. That's a 10-point margin for Krishnamurthy, a quarter of the vote. That adds up to a little bit less than a 3,000 vote plurality for him. And again, in the context of a statewide
I'm just doing the math here. I'm just doing the math on that. That's only 12,000 votes, like in total. That he, like in terms of what do you call it? net positive on Juliana Stratton in this county, right? Because if it's 27% in, This is just how I'm doing the math. I'm multiplying these numbers by 4. You wind up with around 50,000 here, and around around 40,000 here. So it's like it's depending on how you do. Like, I'm trying to do the math like as we speak. I think it's like 10,000 difference. If all said and done, if it comes in at 43 to 33% straight through it, it's certainly not enough to make up the deficit that he has statewide right now.
In the context of a statewide primary where he is now trailing by in excess of 40,000 votes, he doesn't want 44-34 in DuPage County. He wants 54-24 in DuPage County. He wants something massive. This is something respectable for a suburban congressman who was supposed to do well here. The story here is not so much that Krishnamurthy is leading in DuPage County. The story in the context of tonight is that Stratton is doing as well as she's doing, that Stratton is only 10 points behind Krishnamurthy in his political backyard. 27% of the vote, a little bit more than a quarter of is in from DuPage County. Again, you're looking at this map and you're trying, the question you're asking.
Yeah, Kornacki's making a good point here. Stratton is beating him up in his own district. Although he is starting to gain some votes, you can see it must be partly due to that DuPage County. Because she was up by 46,000 a second
Where
ago.
could Krishnamurthy look to eat into that kind of a margin, especially when Stratton is still stands to pad this margin with the city of Chicago, which has a ton of vote left in it. This was the number one place we identified when we looked at this map about 15 minutes ago. Now, there's more vote to come in from DuPage County.
Okay, I think that's going to do it for our election coverage this evening. We still got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight, so I'm going to move us along to those other things. But suffice to say, I think we can at least be half pleased with the election results in Illinois. Juliana Stratton seemingly to take the Senate primary, which is possibly the most important race going on here. I mean, sure, governor's race would be important if Pritzker wasn't running unopposed as a Democrat, an incumbent governor. But suffice to say, we will try and keep you updated throughout the night. I'll keep looking in. I'm gonna open up the election results counter website, and I'll try and keep you all updated on that as this goes. But I think it's probably best for us to just keep talking about the other shit we got tonight, because honestly, at this point, it's just a waiting game. We have a general sense of where this is at. Stratton probably winning. Abughazaleh, we'll see. But she's behind right now by a significant number of votes, which are going to be tough to make up. All right. Let's move on from political elections to political appointments. Now, of course, Donald Trump appointed himself the chairman, the forever chairman of the new Trump Kennedy Center. They held a Kennedy Center board meeting, which is now filled up with Trump appointees and sycophants. However, at this Kennedy Center board meeting that Donald Trump held yesterday, a shocking revelation about Republicans in Congress was made by the president, revealing some very interesting health information.
And the Speaker of the House, he's got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1.
Easy job.
It varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we had it up to 4, and then we had a death. And death is very bad when you're the Speaker and you have a majority of 2 or 3. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things. And it's,
I love the way he talks about these people like as just like political pawns. He's like, a very unfortunate death. He's not unfortunate because people died, but unfortunate because they lost political power. Very unfortunate death, which resulted in the loss of power. Can't even remember their names, but they died. And it sucked.
We're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name?
I won't do it. Should I do it?
Maybe, do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
What was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay.
Dead by June.
It was grim. That's what I was going to say.
Oh, okay, that wasn't public. HIPAA violation. It's fine. Look at Mike Johnson's face. I've never seen Mike look less comfortable than this moment. He looks so incredibly uncomfortable. He's like, "Oh my god, that wasn't public, Mr. President." Oh, look at that little Keebler elf squirm. Well, there you go. Apparently, there's one of the members of Congress is a terminal diagnosis, dead in a few months. President Trump making that apparent to everybody, which fairly certain was probably a private health matter until the president said it. Well, while we're at this Kennedy Center meeting, we may as well talk about the Trump Kennedy Center, which is in fact the new name. A place more and more people just don't want
Over
to
the
go.
past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage, but it will over a period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been it's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you. It's been let go to hell. That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places.
Right to hell.
They built some theaters
All the wrong
underneath that
places.
nobody uses, little ones, tiny theaters that cost
Underneath
$300 million.
theaters. What is he talking about? They've been building theaters underneath that cost billions of dollars.
And
for this man to complain about millions of dollars while he spends $1 billion a day on the war in Iran is fascinating. While he gives billionaires tax cuts and spends $1 billion a day on wars, he's complaining about a few $1 million a year. Millions of dollars, very nasty. Very nasty on theaters underground. Under who wants
money was
theaters
spent
underground?
incorrectly, wrong. We're dealing with some networks on
Incorrectly,
the
also
of renting
wrong.
those little theaters.
Same idea, different word. Incorrectly,
Nobody's
wrong,
gonna use them.
whatever
They
you
want
want
the
to
big
call
halls. The halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad shape, but when they're completed, the bones are potentially something that could be unbelievable.
Support journalism.
A
you
what
trust.
now?
Support PBS News.
I love how PBS I love how PBS just like ended the clip there. They're like, where do we end the clip? He just keeps rambling. Where does the clip end? I guess just here in the middle of a word. Just end the clip in the middle of a word. It's fine. It's just the president rambling again. All right, more choice clips from the Kennedy Center meeting.
Everything's in bad shape. It's got to be redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works. It's better than you can't just go into something and try and figure it out. And we figured it out over the year. And you have to close it, putting new marbles in, beautiful, beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting.
Can't have that.
And, going to a play.
Have that. When you have beautiful marble and you putting it in, you can have people walking on it. And I don't know if you know about that. But you can't have people just walking all over the marble. Can't do that.
And beautiful,
Can't do that.
beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting.
Can't do it.
And going to a play. So we thought the best way, I mean, what I know best in the world is construction. The best way to do it is close it, do it properly.
And the very best at construction.
Reopen it, have a grand reopening. And when it's finished, it's going to
Have
be
you
far
heard
better
of
than
the
it was.
great... Have you heard of the great Trump Taj Mahal? Beautiful. Beautiful building. I'm the greatest builder
when it
that's
was
ever
originally
been
built.
seen.
When it was originally built, it was good. It has one thing that's very good. It has great sound. I think
Great
there's a lot
sound.
of luck in sound. You have some of the big opera houses. I don't want to
Luck.
get involved with saying which one, but in New York.
A lot of luck. They didn't even think it through. They just threw up a building and they just got lucky. Sounds good. Great job. Can't attribute that to any amount of forethought. Just got lucky. Good sound. Just a matter of happenstance. No one knows how it's done. No one knows how good sound is achieved.
As
It
an
just
example,
happens.
where the acoustics were never good, and they've ripped it apart 4 times and rebuilt it, and it was never good. The good thing about the Kennedy Center, the acoustics
Never been
are
good.
And they'll only be enhanced based on what we're doing. A lot of it has to do with the stones and the stones you use, the marbles you use, etc. Over the past year,
A lot of it has to do with the stones. People don't know that. It's got everything to do with the stones. Write that down. Such a fucking
demented,
idiot.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Now, you as the taxpayer might be asking yourself, where's all the money coming for these renovations at the Trump Kennedy Center? Am I paying for it?
we're achieving a very dramatic and quick turnaround. We got rid of all of the DEI. Some of the news media loves DEI.
All
but
gone.
We got rid of it. Maybe.
All gone. No more DEI. That's how we're paying for it, by getting rid of all the DEI.
Brought back patriotic and family-friendly programming, and last year we raised over $130 million to keep this place going. Otherwise, it would have been closed. The building
would have been all gone.
Let's call it
Nobody
the Kennedy
would have
Center.
ever gone to the Trump Kennedy Center. The Kennedy Center would have closed if I hadn't come in and renamed it the Trump Kennedy Center. Nobody wanted to go there.
That time was losing so much money it could not have stayed alive if we didn't come in as a group of people and a lot of wealthy people that made a lot of contributions.
We didn't come in.
So with the Trump
A lot of
Kennedy
rich
Center
guys.
honors alone, we raised this year a record $23 million, which was double what they had ever done before, $23 million.
A lot of rich guys came and gave us money for the Trump Kennedy Center. Some people call it a bribe, but I call it great patriotic generosity. Anyway, the Trump Kennedy Center is in fact closed, even though Donald Trump said the. What's weird about Trump saying that the Kennedy Center would be closed if they didn't come in and close it is that they came in and closed it. So it's if Trump hadn't come in and closed it, it would have just closed on its own. See, don't you understand? If Trump hadn't come in to close the Kennedy Center, rename it after himself, it would have just closed on its own. But now the Kennedy Center, well, the newly renamed Trump Kennedy Center is now closed. But the old Kennedy Center would have also been closed. So really, is it any difference? Is it? Come on. Come on. Now, of course, while Donald Trump is spending millions on renovating the Trump Kennedy Center, he has in fact been criticizing the Federal Reserve for their renovations. And those guys are making a interest rate decision, I believe, tomorrow on Wednesday. CNBC from 7 hours ago.
So the Federal Reserve came into this year a little nervous about the economic outlook, and everything that's happened since, particularly the war in Iran, is only going to heighten their sense of caution.
We've got to recognize that inflation has been, very sticky for a period of time. The basis for cutting into that is not 100% clear to me yet.
The Fed is not going to cut interest rates this week at its meeting, but it will give us some clues to how it's thinking about this big price shock and energy shock that's moving through the economy. The Fed is going to be thinking about the war in Iran from two perspectives. One is inflation and the other is unemployment. And because it's not clear how those things balance out, that's a great reason that the Fed is just going to kind of sit and watch. The Fed has its interest rates right now at 3.5 to 3.75%. That's not especially high in historical terms. The interest rate right now is in a relatively neutral stance. It's not really holding businesses back. So Americans who have been looking to the Fed for some relief from high mortgage rates, high credit card rates, and auto loans and other consumer rates are probably going to be disappointed.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely that the Federal Reserve will be lowering interest rates at this next meeting. Already there were inflationary concerns. Then you add in the oil supply shock that's happening currently, what is being called a historic, never before seen oil crisis. Is going to lead the Federal Reserve to err on the side of caution. It's almost a guarantee. They were already worried about inflation. That's going to add to it. Write that down. Also, let's not forget that technically, your banks choose what you pay for interest rates, okay? They could technically choose to charge you less. They don't. They're getting money from the Fed at 3%. That's what those numbers are. I just want to go back, for anybody who doesn't quite understand this. I just want to nail this. Just want to drive this home for everybody. This is the number that your bank is receiving money from the Federal Reserve, from between 3.5% to 3.75%. That's what they pay. Chase, Capital One, Express. American Express, Discovery, whoever your fucking credit card company, they're paying 3% while they charge you 25 or whatever. Where's the gulf? There's 22% gulf between those two numbers. What's going on there? It's greed. It's corporate greed. That's why we should have federal regulations on these banks. Keep them from charging you that much money. By way of regulation, say, hey, you can't charge that much. You can only charge, say, double what the Federal Reserve is charging you. That seems reasonable. But they don't. They do whatever the fuck they want. Well, like I said, price of oil is going to be affecting the Federal Reserve's interest rate decision tomorrow. Might as well talk about the price of oil with Al Jazeera from yesterday.
Hello from Al Jazeera. This is Washington, D.C. This is America. We're coming to you from our bureau right near Capitol Hill. And here right now on the Hill, Republican lawmakers are worried. They are concerned because many are up for re-election later this year. As the world listens to the words of President Trump, many of their constituents are telling them they are worried. Those levels of anxiety are through the roof, just like oil prices. And we're going to look at that in more detail shortly. But first, Anna Burns-Francis.
Thanks, Phil. That's right. It is all about affordability and anxiety. The war in Iran is hitting home in America. Rising gas prices fueling a crisis not just in the back pocket, but across the political spectrum. We're joined by a team of correspondents across the Capitol to discuss this big issue facing Americans as midterm elections loom. Kimberly Halkett joins us from the White House, and our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, joins us from Capitol Hill. The price of Brent crude oil is over $100 a barrel today, and that is bad news when it comes to filling up the tank. A month ago, regular gasoline cost $2.92 a gallon. That's 77 cents a litre. But since the start of the war, it has gone up and up and up. Now at $3.71 a gallon, or 98 cents a litre. Much like the cost of groceries and the level of unemployment, prices at the pump are one of those things forefront at the mind of voters, especially when midterm elections are now just 8 months away.
I feel like it's totally unfair.
It seems like a lot. It's very sad every time I have to pay for that.
It's not fair, you know what I'm saying? But nothing's fair at the end of the day.
I feel sorry for my fellow citizens who are living paycheck to paycheck.
That very real anxiety being felt by everyday Americans is rippling across the country and now all the way up to the corridors of power. Politicians are scrambling to find a way to explain away the high prices, but will it find sway with their constituents, anxious not just about the war, but about its cost to their lives and livelihoods? Let's go to Kimberly Halkett, who joins us from the White House. Kimberly, the president warned the price of oil would rise. Is he sticking to that message?
Yes, on Monday, the U.S. president continuing to stick to his message that oil prices as they...
I'm staying in the race.
He's pulling a Joe Biden. And granted, he doesn't have to get elected again, but he's pulling a Joe Biden. He's like, actually, it's fine. The economy is perfect. Prices are much lower, and you love it. Okay? And you love it.
I'm staying in the race. The climb and the political pressure grows, that this is merely something that Americans will have to deal with temporarily. He has also said and really promised that there will be light at the end of the tunnel, saying that once the war with Iran ends, in his words, prices will drop like a rock. And he also says that oil prices will go down just like inflation. But he says when asked how long it will take and how long the Iran war will go on for, he said, we don't believe it will be long, but justifies this, saying you can't let a most vicious country like Iran have a nuclear weapon. The Middle East would be gone and Israel would go first. So the U.S. president, once again, sticking to his message that this is something that will only be a short-term pain, even as he is aware that this will put political pressure on members of his own Republican Party.
All right, Alan, I'll bring you in here because Republican politicians find themselves in a bit of a
Short-term pain, long-term greatness. Short-term pain, greatness over the long term. Write that down. Such a fucking moron. Unfortunately for us all, the president
We have a
is an
demented,
idiot.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Gas prices aren't going to go down anytime soon because the war is going to keep on going.
Here in Southern California, we continue to see the impact of the war locally at the gas pump. Prices here in Southern California are the highest they have been in 2.5 years. NBC4's John Caddy's Klimak is live in San Gabriel with how much longer, John, will be seeing these increases.
Gosh, I wish I had an answer for that, guys, but there is some word coming from the Energy Secretary that maybe we'll see some relief right before the summer drive period. But look at where we are. $4.83 a gallon here at the Sinclair gas station. We're on Del Mar and Hellman. It is just south of the 10 freeway. This is the spot to swing by if you want to get your gas this morning. Even paying credit, it's still under $5 a gallon, if you can believe it. We are dealing with these high gas prices we've been dealing with now for weeks as a result of what's happening in Iran. We're looking at barrels, $100 a barrel now to get gas over here. Mind you, in California, we do get a lot of our crude from overseas, which is part of the reason why our prices are so high, is as compared to everywhere else around the country. But when you look at the...
It doesn't matter where we get our fucking gas from. This is the problem. Everybody talks about this stuff in this way, like this nationalistic way, like our oil companies, like our international oil companies give a fuck who's buying their oil. They don't. They don't give a shit what you're paying for oil. They give a shit what people are paying them for their oil, right? Like whatever you're paying for gas, they don't give a fuck. That is not even a thought. It's not even an afterthought. Like these oil and gas companies worry about one thing and one thing only: who will pay them the most for their barrels of oil that they're pulling out of the ground. It is a international global market. It's an international global market. It's a commodity sold and traded on the stock market. Okay, whatever that says is what they're selling it at. Doesn't matter if it's taken out of the ground in the United States. It's not your oil because of capitalism.
Average around the country, the Energy Secretary says that he believes that they're going to see numbers below $3 a gallon just in time for the summer, as he was explaining to Kristen Welker on Meet the Press.
There's a very good chance that'll be true. There's no guarantees in war. The time frame's still not entirely clear, but I think that's certainly a goal of the administration and very possible.
So here are the prices right now. Today, according to AAA in LA County, $5.61. That's up from $5.25 1 week ago. $5.57 in Orange County, up from $5.23. Riverside.
Well, there you have it. People getting hammered by high gas prices across the nation. Big municipalities getting hit the worst. I mean, if people object, if MAGAs and Republicans and right-wingers alike have a problem with this, maybe we should nationalize the oil. Maybe we should, have the government seize the assets of ExxonMobil and Shell and Chevron and make, BP, any of these oil drillers in the United States and say, this is our oil. Pull a Venezuela, do an Iran. Say, that's ours, actually. And we sell that only to Americans, if that's what you want. If you got a real problem with the existence of it's just with the reality, because that is the reality. It's a global market. They don't give a shit. They sell it to the market. But it's not just going to be oil prices that go up. It's going to be everything, because we have an economy that's very much dependent on fossil fuels to transport goods. Cost of everything, beginning with groceries, will likely rise as diesel nears $5 a gallon. The price of diesel has spiked more than 36% in the last month to nearly $5 a gallon Monday. The rising cost of the fuel essential to farmers, shipping companies, construction workers, and the retail sectors could soon mean a spike in prices of other goods for the everyday consumer. The price of a gallon of diesel rose to $4.99 on Monday, according to AAA, up 7% from $4.66 1 week ago, and up 36% from $3.65 1 month ago before the U.S. and Israel began its attacks on Iran. The rising cost of diesel, the primary fuel used in shipping, construction, agriculture, and other industries, means higher operating expenses for major companies that could soon be passed on to consumers in the form of price hikes on retail goods, groceries, building costs, and others. Pat McLean, petroleum analyst with Gas Buddy, called the change in the price of diesel an extraordinary sharp increase in a very short amount of time, and warned the trickle-down effect could be seen, impacting the price of everything. Both FedEx and UPS, the largest trucking companies in the U.S., have already bumped up fuel surcharge rates and implemented temporary fees for shipments to the Middle East, warning of more price volatility and targeted lane fees tied to the conflict in Iran. Yep, absolutely everything. Too much winning. No, not too much winning. No, we're gonna continue winning, everyone. People are coming to me and saying, too much winning. I say no. We want more winning. We want more winning immediately. So much winning. You know who else is winning? Facebook. Old Meta. Old Meta is making money the old-fashioned way, through its share price. That's right, Meta shares jumped yesterday after a Reuters report on Facebook's plans for mass layoffs.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Zuckerbucks.
Meta Platforms shares rose 3% in Monday morning trade. That was following a Reuters report that the social media giant plans to lay off 20% or more of its workforce to offset heavy spending on AI and bet on productivity gains from the technology. If Meta settles on the 20% figure, the cuts will be the biggest since a late 2022 and early 2023 restructuring. That eliminated around 21,000 employees. After falling behind in the AI race, Meta has spent heavily in recent years to catch up by building data centers. It expects a capital outlay of up to $135 billion this year.
There we go. Meta is doing a great deal of winning by replacing humans with AI. Getting rewarded with a higher share price, while society continues to collapse. Thanks, tech oligarchs. All right, people, just a reminder, we still have to complete the galactic content goal tonight, and we've actually made zero progress on it, from what I can see. Only an hour and a half left on the goal timer. A lot of great ways for you to show your support, but of course right now you could contribute to two different goals, the financing of the galactic content goal and the galactic content goal and the galactic deficit. Places like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Great way to get the most for your money. That is if your intention is to help with the producing of this stream. All right, a few extreme weather and climate change related stories here. Starting in Hawaii, where a massive flood hit as a result of a storm. I wonder how Zuckerberg's whole island is doing.
Our Chelsea Davis has the details.
All the tech oligarchs own Hawaiian Islands. Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg.
Hit the hardest by the storm today. Our Chelsea Davis has the details from Kihei.
Yeah, I'm along South Kihei Road where it has turned into a river. I'm actually going to step out of the way so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. For those of you not familiar with this area is usually bustling with locals and visitors, both vehicle and foot traffic. But as you can see, there is no one in sight, and for good reason. It is not safe out here, guys. So please, we're asking everyone to stay off of the roads and to stay at home. We also want to show you video that our friends and neighbors captured from all over the county. Take a look at this video captured by Tiana Lucas of South Kihei Road and Kulani Hakoi Street, which is not too far away from here. You can see brown water gushing that damaged multiple cars. And we actually saw some tow truck companies working hard, towing several cars from the road just a few hours ago. And check out this video from the owners of Ululani's Hawaiian Shevice, where he was forced to shut down his business because of major flooding on South Kihei Road near his business on Uapo Street. And this is video from Kendra Fisher of the floodwater so powerful in the parking lot at Kihei Bay Vistas. You can see cars literally floating away. And big mahalo to Wayne Bastion for capturing this video of South Kihei Road washed away near Kionikai.
I have a low car and I barely even made it out. I was like kind of scared, but then I was like, you know what? I remember the roads from memory and, you know, I made it home.
Yeesh. Extreme flooding in Hawaii causing chaos across the island. We're seeing some pretty serious storm activity already this year. Very, very early for that. Number of tornadoes in the Midwest. Also, before we go on to more of these stories, Frizzla with a sweet super chat. Getting us started. Mammals, stop being so stingy. It's a good reminder. Thank you, Frizzla. And Sean L. Kearns with another super chat. Cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. I don't know what that is. What is this? What does this mean? Is this some sort of a song? A reference to something I'm unfamiliar with? Boku donating $527 in heart bucks. What are heart bucks? I'm unfamiliar with what heart bucks are. Is that real money? Can I spend that somewhere, or is that just sort of theoretical?
On Hawaii Island, all emergency shelters were closed this afternoon. Hawaii County officials say they're continuing to monitor the widespread damage. Our Jonathan Masaki spoke with the island's mayor.
The current storm hit Hawaii County hard.
It's one of the worst floods I've seen in my lifetime, especially on the west side.
Mayor Kima Alameda has been on the job nonstop even before strong winds and rains began pounding Moku Okeawe. On Sunday afternoon, he hit the road to see the extent of the damage island-wide.
Right now, we're doing kind of our assessments. I mean, we're not out of the woods as far as the weather is concerned as well. So, you know, we're still monitoring that. But, you know, we're crossing our fingers, hoping that the worst is over, and now it's just a matter of getting out there and making sure that people are safe.
In Naalehu, Laura Diaz and family called 911 as the rains and flooding took a turn for the worse. She says first responders got to their home just in the nick of time.
They came inside the house and said, don't worry about too many things, just get your medication, we gotta go now. And by the time I came out, I mean, the water was already like up from my knee within like 20 minutes. It was rising so quickly. And it was really, really scary. And then they helped me up that really humongous, big, tall truck. And so I made it.
It was coming in really fast, and from ankle height to knee height in under 30 minutes. We barely had enough time to get the mattresses out. And we left all our clothes. So the clothes I'm wearing now, kind donations from Parks and Recreation and Red Cross.
Our first responders went out last night. They had 25 contacts and 18 rescues. Now these are rescues from people's cars, from their homes. And so, again, hats off to our first responders.
The family who lives in this home in Hawaiian Paradise Park narrowly escaped injury after this huge tree came crashing down. The strong winds had already knocked down the power lines.
Of course, we're sitting in the dark, and a few minutes later, this huge bang. All the little kitties levitated, and everybody scurrying around trying to figure out what it was. And I thought something got hit by lightning or something. And then the neighbor came over and said, the tree fell on the house. And it did. Mayor
Alameda and his staff are working on the massive cleanup efforts that will need to take place in the storm's aftermath.
How would you rank this system when you compare it to other systems in the past?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you.
Okay, by the way, here's an update on the Illinois primaries right now. You can see Juliana Stratton is nearly at 40% of the vote now. You can see here, this is updated at 10:01 p.m. She's now really handing it to Raja Krishnamurti. Donna Miller winning in the Illinois 2nd. LaShawn Ford is currently ahead of Melissa Conyers-Irvin in Illinois 7th. Why is this not working now? Okay, there we go. Kat Abughazaleh, still trailing Daniel Biss here in Illinois' 9th district. However, Daniel's now once again under 30% with 82% of votes counted. It's going to be tough for Kat to overtake him, but I will try and keep you all updated, as I've been saying throughout the night. But like that old guy is that in the Mayor Alameda's office said, worst storms he's seen in his life. Sort of shocking considering it's not even close to storm season really right now. Well, I mean, I guess it's getting there, but it's still early. Now, let's go to the middle of the country, Minnesota, before we go to there, California, almost forgot. It is springtime, or at least approaching springtime. And California looks like it's going to be heating up very quickly. NBC Bay Area from 4 hours ago.
Bob Riddell live in Livermore, where we will set a new record high today of 88 degrees. How are they preparing there?
Well, typically when it gets hot out here, which is not abnormal for the summertime, Carrie, but certainly not usual for the wintertime. Here we are at the end of the winter. It is St. Patrick's Day. You'll see a lot of parents out here with their little kids here in the downtown main intersection of First Street and Livermore, with them running in these fountains trying to stay cool. So as you mentioned, yes, Livermore expected to hit 88 degrees today. The average temp for a day like today is 66. So today's forecast is expected to be 23 degrees hotter than normal as this heat advisory continues for the Bay Area until Friday night.
One after another, after another, after another, and here comes the season.
That's Mike Kenny with Absolute Air Conditioning out of Walnut Creek, who tells us calls for service have doubled since last week. We caught up with this company as they repaired the air conditioning out of Walnut Creek.
There we go, Bay Area heat advisory and possibly breaking records for mid-March. Now to the middle of the country, where in Minnesota a March blizzard was unleashed. Some late season wintry weather.
Welcome back, friends. This is a shot of Bayfield, Wisconsin. Kind of hard to see.
Kind of hard to make it out.
It's a beautiful area, a
Oh my
different
God,
kind
it's
of beauty
gorgeous.
today. But I mean, that just shows how big this storm is right now.
And we know that people in Wisconsin are getting walloped.
Yes, absolutely. So this is just a huge storm. Somebody else who got hit pretty seriously was the Maple Grove area, and that's where John Lauritsen is reporting from this morning.
Good morning, everyone. John Lauritsen here in Maple Grove. The snow continues to fall, as you can see. Quite a few inches came down last night. In fact,
so hot right now.
I got the obligatory tape measure out. Of course, this is completely unscientific, but this.
I'm in New York City and it's hot? Where in the hell in New York City? Where in the hell in New York City are you? What are you talking about? Hot? How are we defining the word hot?
Had no snow on it 24 hours ago, and now when you look at it, see if I can get in nice and close, we are looking at, as it goes down, about 6 inches of snow, 5.5 or so. Of course, that's not scientific at all. Meteorologists know a lot more than I do. But here in Maple Grove, streets pretty quiet. It's always kind of a cool, kind of almost eerie feeling when you wake up in the morning after a big snowfall like this, and nothing's been plowed yet, nothing's been shoveled yet, and it's completely quiet. I always find that kind of interesting. So continuing to monitor things here in Maple Grove, where the snow, as you can see, is just piled up all around my back deck. Nice day to sit on the patio, right, and have a...
We're having some crazy fucking weather. On one side of the weather system, we have record hot March temperatures, and on the other side of it, we have insane wintry fucking weather.
Drink or
wow.
something cool to sip on, but probably not going to happen today. So anyway, that's an update here in Maple Grove. Again, as snowfall continues to accumulate, and we.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's freezing cold, and you're saying it's hot right now. Something wrong with you. You need help.
You have a mental health problem.
Communities from the Midwest to the South and the East Coast in recovery mode after powerful storms tore through multiple states. The severe weather included tornadoes, like the one that ripped the roof off this warehouse in Charlotte, North Carolina.
I jumped up to kind of see what was going on, and that's when I saw the pallets from the pallet company, and it was literally blowing those up into the air.
The storm spawned clusters of tornadoes across other states as well. According to the National Weather Service, multiple twisters hit southern Missouri, impacting trees and structures, including a donkey barn that was lifted off the ground. The storms also knocked out power to hundreds of thousands of people, while leaving others with destroyed homes.
I'm just kind of in shock, but my family's all right, and we're fortunate. Lord blessed us, you know.
As those communities cope with massive damage, people in the north-central U.S. are digging out from massive, crippling snowfall. Some areas in the upper Midwest and northern Great Lakes got hit with as much as 3 feet. Parts of the Great Lakes still facing blizzard warnings going into Tuesday morning.
Okay. Let's keep going through these weather stories here. Now, all of that extreme weather is affecting travel throughout the United States. The heat only has 2 settings. You're lucky you have on heat that's on right now. My apartment down on Earth, I don't have heat on. It's off. It's freezing cold out there. Let's go down to Peru. As they recently saw serious storm which caused a great deal of devastation in the country.
The river has overflowed. We are providing adequate protection for homes and also working with machinery to redirect the river. And we are working on this non-stop to ensure the river can recover its course. The rains continue.
All right. Now, let's do some space news before we move it along to the geopolitical portion of this stream. SpaceX launch Tuesday. Live on the Associated Press. Brought to you now.
Falcon 9 is in startup. LD, go for launch. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink. Vehicles pitching downrange. MOD chamber pressure is nominal.
Well, there you have it. Another SpaceX launch. Falcon 9. Putting a bunch of more space junk into low Earth orbit.
Stage 1 transonic.
Thanks, Elon. Thanks.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
All right, let's move it along to the geopolitical news, which is going to be mostly Iran. Not gonna lie to you, I wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do that, Space Fams, but we get a few non-Iran news pieces, I guess, in here. Like 3. Like a 3. Aren't we lucky, Space Sam? Say you're lucky. Come on! God damn it. No, it's true. It's true. It's sad, but true. Sorry to report, it's mostly Iran. But before we do that, I figure might as well talk a little bit about the tiny island nation in the Caribbean. You may be familiar with it. Cuba. That's right. Cuba is in the news again as a result of a number of things being said by the Trump administration. I'm sure that bodes well. I'm sure that's not at all gonna be bad. Hold on. Let me make sure. Is this the right order I want to do these in? Oh my god, I have so many Iran stories. It's insane. We did a stream Sunday night. We covered Iran Sunday. Even though I tried not to. We did it. And now, let me just do the math here. 20. Wait, I just lost it. 20. 40. 90 of 134 clips that I have tonight are on the Middle East. Cool. All right, let's start here. Majority Report. Talk about a man from Cuba.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
And telling me to do this. So involved. We should call it Marco's War.
I mean, here's the thing. You know, there is a lot of reports that Trump is spending his days doing 2 to 3 different things. One is asking people, should it be Marco or Vance?
Oh my God.
And then the other thing, according to reports, is that he can't stop asking whether Corey Lewandowski got part of that $220 million. He can't. I mean,
that illegal.
Did you see?
This is NBC News. Trump has questioned aides about Corey Lewandowski's role in DHS ad.
I swear, if he got his beak wet and didn't tell me about it.
First off, I let this jerk off.
Right to jail, right
the
away.
hottest piece of ass he's had since the last term I had.
One thing playing grab ass.
And now he's keeping money from me.
My beak's so dry that chapstick.
This is ridiculous.
I mean, Trump told NBC News he wasn't thrilled when Noam testified. Behind the scenes, he's grown suspicious about Lewandowski's role in doling out government contracts. Now, do you think this suspicion is a function of, like, my sense of good government feels like the radar's going off? Are we not doing things above the board? He's pissed because he sees somebody else making cash. Come on! Listen, if there's a buck on the table... 25% go. 25 cents better be in my pocket before we even think about taking that table.
I don't like that. I don't like thinking about
Tony
that.
Soprano with what's that guy that gets out of prison and then
That disturbs me, thinking about somebody else making money before me. Does anybody not know how this works? Okay, it's like the mafia. Okay, you have to kick it up to the boss, to the Don. Okay, look, perfect. It's the perfect word. Already, it's perfect. Give it to the Don. You gotta give a vig to the Don, all right? It's like a tithing. You know, it's like, I am protecting you as your great supreme leader, and as a result, I deserve like 25%. You know, like 15, 25% seems reasonable. I'm a very reasonable guy. But you don't cut me in, and all of a sudden I got a real problem with that. Frizla with a sweet super chat. Ma'ams, I said stop being stingy. 1 hour left. Get your checkbooks out. Yep. Frizla makes a good point. Strong point. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, memberships, bits, power-ups, subs on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon. Do like Perf XL just did, donating over here on YouTube. Funds for the gunship, greens for the Streamlord. Thank you, Perf. I feel like you've typed that exact message before. I'm not mad at it. In a way, it's like a familiar hug. It's like a warm hug. Thank you. All right, back to this situation.
Cifaretto?
Oh yeah, like come on. Yeah. You know how it works.
It's unbelievable.
I'm not gonna lie, I was getting a little bit worried about our progress on the galactic content goal, but now we're rounding the corner. We're 4.5 of 10. We're nearly halfway through. We can do this, people. I believe in us.
Another thing he's apparently involved in is the footwear of his advisors.
You guys are not wearing shoes that I like, and nobody wears nicer shoes than me. So we need uniformity. That's what we need. And here's a picture, apparently, of
heterogeneity.
Is this
homogeneity?
The New York Times? No.
I think it's the Times of England.
Okay.
Marco Rubio wearing oversized shoes. He's been buying $145 Florsheim dress shoes for allies. And this is one pic of Marco. You can see a giant amount of space there. But that's not it. There's another one here of a bunch of different guys in these same shoes. And you can see they're all ill-fitting. There's
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
I like to think that you all have huge penises. And so therefore,
I
trade you all size 13
huge
shoes.
ding dongs.
The muscular classic.
Look at these guys. Look at these fucking jokers. Now, of course, little Marco Rubio might get his shoes from Florsheim's, which is, of course, suing the Trump administration right now for the tariffs. I'm not sure if he knows that, but maybe he just really loves the shoes. Who knows? I don't care. It's fine. Sue me. Sue me. It's fine. Literally, sue me. It's fine. I just love the shoes. Okay? I think they're really snazzy shoes, and I just want the guys to look good. I just want the boys to be matching, and I want us to go out there, on the right foot, Wouldn't want our Secretary of State going out in the wrong foot. He's the top diplomat of the country. Now, it seems like the neocons are getting their way more and more. Middle East war started, Venezuelan president in jail. And now, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio ramping up their rhetoric on Cuba.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba.
U.S. President Donald Trump told reporters on Monday that he had plans for Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I
in some form.
Free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation, right?
He is a fucking lunatic, dude. This guy is a fucking deranged. He's a mad king. He's the mad king. Trump the mad king. I will take it, or free it, or whatever I want. Maybe I'll have it. I don't know. however I'm feeling on the day, I can really do whatever I want. It's a sovereign nation state that I can do whatever I want with. He's insane. He's insane. How is this guy president? Yeah, our country is filled with idiots. Who voted for this? How did millions of people vote for this guy? This fucking moron. I'll have it. I will take Cuba. I'll free it or whatever I want. Whatever I want, doesn't matter. Just an island filled with millions of people. No big deal. Now, as a result of the U.S. blockade on Cuba right now, they are experiencing severe power crisis.
These people are banging on pots and pans in Havana to protest the widespread blackout that has left 10 million without power. In the context of the energy crisis and the 3-month U.S. oil blockade, the Cuban government has announced that it will open itself to foreign investment from Cubans in diaspora.
We are talking about the possibility of allowing Cubans who reside abroad, even if they do not hold actual residency in Cuba, to participate in or own private companies in Cuba.
One of the sectors available to backing would be the country's energy infrastructure, which is in dire need of updating. The move is a source of hope for some residents.
If it is an opening to North
The reason the energy infrastructure in Cuba, like, this is such fucking, like, propaganda from France 24. Like, the reason why Cuba is having issues with its infrastructure is because they've been under blockade and sanctions and embargoes from the United States for, like, decades. So everything in Cuba is, like, from 1950. Like, everything in fucking Cuba is like 75 years old. And it's ridiculous. Everybody pretends like this is like some failing of its government. It's like, dude, like, they're doing as best they can with the world's largest economy on the planet, doing everything it can to suppress that government. That's the main issue with Cuba's name a thing.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Cuba plunged into an island-wide blackout, leaving millions of people without power after the national electricity grid completely collapsed Monday. This was at least the third and the largest blackout to hit Cuba in just about 4 months, as the U.S. energy blockade has cut off the island from accessing desperately needed fuel. No oil shipments have reached Cuba in more than 3 months, according to the Cuban government, compounding a humanitarian crisis caused by decades of U.S. sanctions. Meanwhile, the New York Times reported Monday, Trump's negotiators told their Cuban counterparts during recent talks that Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel must be removed from power. President Trump spoke to reporters at the White House Monday.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be a good honor. It's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth?
Whether I free it, take it, or can do anything I want with it, President Trump says. For more, we're joined by two guests. In Havana, we go to Danielle Montero, Cuban journalist and producer with Belly of the Beast, an independent media outlet covering the impact of U.S. sanctions on Cuba. And in San Diego, California, we go to Sarah Kozame, assistant professor in history at University of California, San Diego, who's just returned from Cuba. Her recent piece for The Guardian headlined, "In the other U.S. target of regime change, Cuba, I saw real hardship and resilience." But Danielle, let's turn to you right now in Cuba. Talk about this largest blackout that we have seen, what it means for the people, what it means for Cuba, and what's happening.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I mean, what's really heartbreaking about these latest blackouts that we have is that at this point,
for our daily lives, it doesn't feel any, that much different from normal days. What I'm trying to say is because now fuel is coming in, I mean, blackouts have extended significantly over the past few months. Right now in Havana, which usually fares a lot better than the rest of the country, we're talking about, at least 12 hours a day. You go to the provinces, like, outside of the city where my family lives, they're getting by with 3, 4, 5 hours a day. So, of course, a national blackout has tremendous impact throughout. But what I'm trying to convey is that because blackouts have extended so much due to the oil blockade, it doesn't feel that different. Right now, the power grid is coming back on. It usually takes them about a whole day to bring it entirely throughout the country. And authorities have said that precisely because there's less fuel, it takes them longer to bring back the grid. And of course, the consequences of this, not just the national blackout, but the oil blockade as a whole, it's tremendous. I think for the first time in my life, the sanctions feel completely unavoidable. I think you cannot find someone in Cuba that's not being affected by the current state of affairs.
And Daniel, what about the fact that even Latin American countries that have had long relations with Cuba and have progressive governments like Brazil and Mexico and are also oil exporters, that they have not stepped forward more strongly to assist Cuba with oil?
I mean, I think that just speaks to the world we're living in, right? I mean, Trump has exerted all of the pressure he can on other countries, and sadly, it has worked so far.
He's absolutely right. The reason why other countries have not stepped up to, cross the U.S. embargo line, if you will, is because of Donald Trump threatening everybody all the goddamn time. I think people worry if they get on the wrong side of him, there'll be the next regime change on his list. Although some countries have, I'm trying to think of who has actually, because one country, I'm trying to remember, I think like 2 different countries did send some oil to Cuba. I can't remember who though. Might have been Colombia. No. No. Whatever. I can't remember. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. All right. Let's go here now. This was from 4 hours ago. Little Marco calls for new leadership in Cuba.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
The bottom line is their economy doesn't work. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
In our world lead, that was Secretary of State Marco Rubio calling for new leadership in Cuba as that island scrambles to restore power. Crews reconnected many electrical grids across Cuba, according to the island's Energy and Mines Ministry. Yesterday, a total collapse of the system left some 10 million people there without power. CNN's Patrick Ottman shows us now life in Cuba after that collapse, the first since the U.S. effectively shut off Cuba's oil supply from Venezuela.
A countrywide blackout, Cuba's entire electrical grid collapsing, plunging millions into darkness. Officials say there were no immediate faults detected at the time the grid collapsed, as the investigation and repair works continue. The outage comes after weeks of mounting pressure, with the United States cutting off oil supplies to the island. Cuba depends heavily on that fuel to generate electricity, and without it, the system is buckling. The crisis is taking a hit on daily life.
When it comes to cooking, you have to cook earlier, because once night falls, well, you can imagine. The water. You can't use the pump to get water up to the roof. There are so many things. It generally affects everything, almost 100% of life.
There is no electricity, no food, no oil, no fuel, and private businesses have high prices because everything is going up now. since they have to move their goods by truck and transport. All of this is really very bad.
Frustration is spilling into the streets, with protests over food shortages and constant outages. And into this crisis,
all of this unrest across the globe right now is like basically being created by the United States. The United States is just like a net exporter of terrible. Yeah. This is like totally unnecessary. This does nothing. All it does is just cause people problems. You know, this is going to affect things like hospitals, especially, you know, people with
controversial
medical
comments
needs.
from Donald Trump.
You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be the honor.
And will they do it?
Having the honor of.
Who in the hell has been saying that? When will they do it? When will we invade Cuba? I've been asking the exact opposite question. When will the United States stop blockading Cuba from having like a normal economy? When will we stop taking a political stance on the existence of a particular country? It's ridiculous. Nothing that Cuba does is at all detrimental to the United States. It's a ridiculous, like, Cold War era, like, framing we're just heading back to. Going back to the Cold War, going back to the Red Scare, just going back. We're turning back the clock to a worse time in American history. But we're updating it, so in a way, we're doing our own worst time. Which is exciting. All right, well, that's it. Great job, everybody. We've made it to the Middle East. We got 3.5 hours of not the Middle East in. Now that's basically all I've got. It's like all I've got left for, like, I mean, what can I say? I tried. I've got 135 videos in this list. But nearly 100 of them are about the fucking war in Iran. Which I really don't think is my fault. When you think about it, it's really not my fault. It's all anybody's talking about. And we have got a real cornucopia of Middle East related videos here for us to get through today. Let's start here with France 24 English, decades of deployment. America's extensive military presence in the Middle East.
The latest generation fighter jets, refueling tankers in their dozens, a massive naval deployment including 2 aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, seen here, and the Gerald Ford, both along with a fleet of destroyers and frigates. These are the US forces deployed to the Middle East and taking part in the strikes on Iran, offensive reinforcements for the ongoing war. They're for defense, too, of the major US military presence in and around the region and all its infrastructure. That's been a priority target for Iranian attacks since the beginning of the conflict. But the US has had a footprint in the Middle East since long before shots were fired in the latest war, in allied nations like Qatar, which has stood by its commitments despite coming under repeated Iranian bombardment.
The strategic partnership, not only with the US, but all of our defense partners in the world, is not up for question. We have taken the decision to strategically ally ourselves in this way as part of a wider regional security framework.
Built in 1996, Qatar hosts the Al Udeid Air Base, the home of CENTCOM, US Central Command of its Middle Eastern forces since 2006. It's a major hub for refueling aircraft, bombers and troop transports, not to mention airborne reconnaissance and surveillance, and around 10,000 personnel. There's a similar contingent in nearby Bahrain, but this one for naval forces, present since 1948. The US Fifth Fleet's headquarters is at one of the archipelago's ports, where deep water allows all kinds of vessels to dock. The US Air Force and Navy are also allowed access to bases in Oman. And in the United Arab Emirates, the Al Dhafra base supports aerial operations, including combat Reaper drones. Kuwait also has its share of Reapers, with barracks hosting different US Army Corps. 13,000 troops make it the largest contingent in the region. It's also where the first 6 US service members died in the conflict on March 1st. Saudi Arabia only hosts 2,300 personnel, mostly at Prince Sultan Base. It's home to both Patriot interceptor missiles and the THAAD high-altitude defense system, both tied into Saudi air defense. It's a partnership with the Gulf monarchies that goes hand in hand with trade relations, as Donald Trump's visit last year demonstrated.
This is a record tour. There's never been a tour that will raise, it could be a total of $3.5–4 trillion. This, just in this 4 or 5 days.
Iraqis remember all too keenly US forces' occupation of their nation from 2003 to 2011, and just one base remains now. In the north, close to Erbil, the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. Tehran's drones and pro-Iranian Shia factions have repeatedly targeted it since the beginning of the war. The US military pulled out of the Ain al-Assad base in the western Al-Anbar province earlier this year. It played a key role in the struggle against the Islamic State group over the border in Syria, itself hosting US units in the same fight, along with the use of Jordan's Muwafaq Salti airbase. Other sites retain an air of secrecy, such as a surveillance facility in Israel, an observation post in the Egyptian Sinai, or Incirlik Air Base in Turkey that can handle nuclear-capable bombers. Finally, the United States can also field a projection force from the Horn of Africa, which is based in Djibouti's Camp Lemonnier. The US has left a sizable footprint across the Middle East, one that links the destiny of each hosting nation to geopolitical choices made in Washington and to the anger of Tehran and its regional proxies.
Yes, indeed, the United States has a long storied history of the Middle East, and that really was only a small slice of it when you think about it. A very small slice of it. All right. What's next? Yeah, let's go here to Al Jazeera. Marwan Bashara, 2 days ago, in an interview with them.
Political analyst. Good to see you, Marwan. We're talking already in this conflict about people making extraordinary compensations for the things that are happening in this region, in shipping, in industry, economically. Does that help the Americans and Israelis, or does that help the Iranians?
Well, it should help in the war, no matter who that helps or does not help. The most important goal for the international community at this point in time, for those with stakes in the region, whether security-wise, well-being, human rights, or a financial and economic interest, needs to be to end the war. Otherwise, what any global power getting involved in the shipping or the freedom of shipping and trade in the Gulf could only just facilitate more war, more American-Israeli aggression in Iran, leading to more Iranian aggression against the Gulf countries, leading to a further escalation and a cycle of violence and instability in the region, and perhaps widening the war towards more the likes of Yemen and the Red Sea, and that would be even more disastrous.
Do you think that countries recognize that, and do you think perhaps that's why we haven't seen anybody enthusiastically join this coalition of warships that the president is asking for?
You know, one of the things I've noticed is that, you know, with the exception of Israel, no one really supports this war. Not too many countries condemned the war. A lot of them opposed it, but for fear of American they decided not to condemn. But as you said, there is no appetite for another imperial war like the 2003 war, for example. There is no appetite even in the United States for another 20 years entanglement like in Afghanistan, for regime change like in Libya, for regime change like in Iraq. Because each and every one of those disasters led to huge repercussions in the region and beyond. You know, people forget, but attempts at regime change, attempts at those wars of choice, those forever wars, led to not only disasters during the wars, but after the wars. Those who complain about Al-Qaeda, those who complain about the Houthis, those who complain about Hezbollah and Hamas, those who complain about ISIS, don't realize that most of these, if not all of them, are the
Yeah, and let's not forget about the Taliban. Afghanistan is the Taliban being in charge is basically a result of U.S.
product of wars and invasions and the likes. So this war is going to have also its own byproducts moving forward if it doesn't end quickly. Already the disaster that Iran has become, already the displacements of millions of people, the crippling of trade, the crippling of the distribution of energy sources, all of that is really leading to further instability and violence, in addition to the international law violations, this law of jungle that we are living through today.
Marwan, I want to ask you about this statement, this most recent statement from the GCC countries, and now with the addition of Jordan and the United Kingdom. We've obviously heard the Gulf countries condemn this from the first day. Now we're seeing these statements put out with more countries putting their name to them. At what point does the pressure get so much that you might be able to actually get these three countries realistically to the table to end this?
I think that was the idea of certainly the Iran when it tries to widen the war, because let's just go back to the basics of this war, right? It's three-dimensional. It has to do with length, width, and height, right? The United States wanted a short war, 4 days, if possible, a week. They wanted it to be limited to Iran, and they wanted to be at low cost. Well, the Iranians are doing exactly the opposite. They're trying to make sure that this does not end well and in a short time for the United States, that it is not limited to Iran, but will expand and expand and expand to the region and beyond, and that it will be costly to the United States, its allies, and to the global economy, until and unless those partners within the region and globally interfere, not to just allow for trade, but to bring an end to the war.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Iran, at least from what I can tell, is going to try and make this a very costly war and remind everybody, or make it clear to everybody, that this is not a good idea to attack Iran. What that entails is not entirely clear. I mean, they want oil to go to $200 a barrel. And as Marwan Bashara has said, They hope to drag this out for the United States and have it cost us billions and billions of dollars. And of course, our entire fleet, the planes, the boats, the Humvees, they all run on oil. That's right. They all run on oil. So the higher the oil goes up, the higher the cost is for the U.S. government just to run the war itself, let alone what it costs consumers in the global economy. Now, for the last couple of days, Donald Trump has been trying to convince other countries to join the war and to help with the... what do you call it? The escorting of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. However, that call to arms has not gone quite the way the president, I think, was hoping for it to. So far, no one really jumping at
a
this.
vital passageway for the world, all but shut down. U.S. President Donald Trump put out a call for other countries to come help open up the Strait of Hormuz. But according to Iran's foreign minister, it's his country getting the phone calls.
The Financial Times is reporting that European diplomats from France and Italy are talking to your government about trying to get safe passage for their ships. Are you open to restarting oil and gas vessels going through there?
Well, we are open to countries who want to talk to us about the safe passage of their vessels.
You are negotiating with France and Italy?
Well, I cannot mention any country in particular, but we have been approached by a number of countries who want to have a safe passage for their vessels.
And there are reports that Iran will allow oil tankers to pass if they pay using the yuan, the Chinese currency, signaling that they will keep pressure on the U.S., Israel, and its allies. But as oil prices climb, U.S. officials are urging calm.
And we're still being briefed that it would be 4 to 6 weeks from the beginning.
I think that this conflict will certainly come to the end in the next few weeks. Could be sooner than that, but the conflict will come to the end in the next few weeks.
If not
and we'll
sooner.
see a rebound in supplies and a pushing down of prices.
It genuinely sounds like the Iraq War. Just a few, we can be in and out real quick. But yep, Iran has been telling everybody that the Strait of Hormuz is open if your name is in the United States or Israel. So long as you pay to get through. But you have to pay in Chinese yuan to get through.
China!
Not US dollars.
We are demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory because it is their territory. It's a place from which they get their energy. And they should come and they should help us protect it. We are talking to other countries about working with us on the policing of the strait. And I think we're getting good response. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's right too. Remember, like as an example, in many cases, the NATO countries, we're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. And many, it's got a notion that between us doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor.
I love how he says it could be good or not. He's such an idiot. Oh my god, this guy is just such a dumbass. It's fine. It's good if they help. It's fine if they don't. Okay. It's a great negotiating position. Can you imagine being like if you were like another country and you hear that, you're like, okay, wait, so it's fine if we don't come help? He's pre-coping. It's like he knows no one's gonna come help, and so he's just getting ahead of it. He's like, look, it's fine. Look, if you don't want to come help, that's fine too. It would be great if you could, but look, I get it. You're a busy guy. No reason to overexert yourselves. No reason for that. Wow, Nightbot thinks we're doomed. That's not good. It's called copeception. Oh, it's a copeception. I see. Yes, copeception. That makes perfect sense. No further questions. Now, what's fascinating is Donald Trump has even asked his literal trade
Now let's cross to
enemy,
Katrina Yu,
China,
who's joining us live from Beijing.
Can you imagine what's going through like Xi Jinping's head right now? Like Donald Trump has been railing against China for the last year, waging a trade war against them. He raised tariffs against China to like 150% last year. And I was like, hey, China, why don't you come help me out with this thing? Why are you being so selfish? It's not like you don't need this oil. Come on. Why don't you help us with this war with Iran, your literal trade partner? Like, China and Iran have a literal trade partnership. It's called BRICS. And it's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and Iran. And wait, there's in Saudi Arabia. Wait, is Saudi? No. Is Saudi Arabia? No. Who is it? The S. My brain just broke. Point is China and Iran tend to work together with a lot of stuff, you know, and I think it's hilarious that Donald Trump wants China to come help. It's like, look, I know that you guys are good friends, but we're friends too, right? I know I've said some nasty stuff, but we go back.
I have to have my China. Katrina, Trump is expected to be in China at the end of the month, but in that article, he's making possibly a veiled threat, at least pressure on Beijing to try and help him. I mean, how's that going to go down?
I don't think it's going to go down well. In the article, Trump mentioned China is one of the beneficiaries of oil being shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. That is correct. He also said that China gets about 90% of its oil through the Strait. That's not correct. It gets more like 40%, but it is still a substantial amount. Now, as far as we know, that visit by Trump to China is still going ahead. In fact, over the last 2 days, today and yesterday, Chinese
I knew it wasn't Saudi Arabia. When I said it, I was like, no, that's not right. Who is it? I had to look it up. South Africa. Also with initials SA is probably why I got confused.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Look, I talk about a lot of stuff around here every single day. It's hard to keep every single thing straight in my head all the time. But this, I mean, it's just, actually, wait, is Iran not in BRICS? I could have sworn Iran was in BRICS. Oh, they are in BRICS. They are in BRICS. It's right. It's Brazil, China, South Africa, Egypt now. There's multiple countries that have joined since its original founding. Because the original members were Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, and Iran, as well as the UAE have joined over the years. So yeah, China and Iran have a literal economic partnership. Meanwhile, for the last year, Donald Trump has waged an unmitigated trade war against China, really just a stepping up of an already existing trade war between the United States and China. I just think it's laughable to think that they would want to help us out with a war that we just started with one of their friends. It just doesn't make any logical
US officials
sense.
have been meeting in Paris to discuss potential outcomes for that visit that Trump is expected to make. And the Chinese side and the US side said that was constructive and positive. So we're yet to hear any official response to this Financial Times interview. But if that meeting or that summit were to be cancelled, it would indeed be a blow. This has been months in the making. And the whole point of this visit is to stabilize the relationship between the two biggest superpowers, to prevent a long list of disagreements from spiraling out of control into a wider conflict. And there's a lot at stake for both the US and Chinese economies. On the agenda were a few trade agreements, the discussion about the export of rare earths from China to the US, and technology exports from the US to China. So if this were to be delayed or postponed indefinitely, that would be bad news for the companies operating in both countries. And it does show how volatile this relationship between Washington and Beijing is. China has made no promises that this meeting is going ahead, and actually there have been reports that China has been a bit frustrated about the lack of forward planning from Washington. But
Lack of forward planning. We had a concept of a plan, okay? And it's worked very bigly to a point. Now, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping have a scheduled meeting later this month. Although it's not clear that's actually going to be happening still. Saucy Seawitch with a sweet, sweet super chat over on YouTube. Helping us make progress on this galactic content goal of ours. Good evening. Hope all is well in the Twilight Zone. Thank you, Saucy. Much appreciated. All is well with you. That gets us to 6.5 of 10, chat. We're 65% of the way there. We're so incredibly close. Just as a reminder to everybody, a lot of great ways for you to contribute to the galactic content goal. Super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Haven't seen a lot of gifted memberships or new memberships started lately on YouTube. It's just a reminder. As what you get with a YouTube membership, $3 a month for that YouTube membership. You get 17 emotes, galactic emotes you can use, as well as access to exclusive content and a feeling of galacticness. Might want to get into that if I were you. We got Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, as well as Patreon memberships and upgrades all count to the galactic content goal. Whoa, Frizzla gifting 5. Count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Galactic memberships to the community. Sisney Lunar. Grey Knight, quadruple 7. Silent Damsel. Jen Person. And Caleb Octopath Fan. All receiving a sweet, sweet galactic membership from Frizzla. Getting us to 9.5 of 10. That's how ridiculously close we are right now. We're on the cusp. Practically any donation of any size, anywhere, would get it done.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. Who are they? I don't know. I've never seen them. Maybe they'll pop up as a result of your generosity. It's stuff like that, though. Seeing all these new faces when I see memberships gifted gives me great pleasure. I'm pleased. I'm greatly pleased by that, because it means that at some point we could certainly, I think we will see new emotes added to the YouTube. Because right now there's a bunch of Twitch emotes YouTube doesn't have because we don't have any new slots on YouTube. We could be having new emotes. Just a reminder, the more memberships, more members that we have, cumulatively, determines how many emotes we get. Now, we are going to keep this discussion about the Middle East and Iran moving. But before we do that, we need to have a little confetti party. You have a little confetti party because Frizla and Icy Zine. I don't know how to say your name.
Omega Star just shared 100 bits. I had to step away. Did you see my throne, Dono?
Did I see your throne, Dono? I did not. I did not. I'll take a look. But thank you for the bits, Omega Star. Using your bits to tell me about another donation. Incredible generosity. Wait, why don't we have confetti? Where's my confetti? There we go, confetti. That's better. That's much better. Quack. Give us content, says Frizla. I will give you content. How do you say your name, by the way? That one's throwing me off. Icy Exene? Zine? I don't know. Again, throwing me off. Either way, thank you, Icy. The DAP. With the DAP. I haven't seen that. Super sticker yet. I like that one. Little DAP up. And PerfXL with the super chat. Another stream saved by guess who? The Space Fams, that's right. Saved by the Space Fams, all of you. Your incredible generosity getting us over the finish line. Thanks to Space Fams like you, we can continue to have nice things at the Galactic Spacecast. All right, everybody. Wait, before I do anything, I'm going to take a look at Throne. Oh, wow. Incredibly generous. Thank you, Omega Star. The first donation of hopefully many. We started a new crowdfunding project on Throne. If you're not familiar with Throne, Throne is where you can help buy physical items that eventually arrive at my door down on Earth.
Said just subscribed for 5 months.
Ricky said with the resub on Twitch. 5 months. Very nice. Much appreciated. Oh my god, that's so loud. Why is this? Oh. That's why it was so loud. I see. Wait, why isn't this opening? Oh, that's why. I see what the hell is going on. Incredibly generous Omega. First donation over here on Throne. As you can see here, this is the Throne, where you can help us crowdfund this metal loft bed right now. Help me with space down in my Earth apartment in New York. It's tiny coffin-sized 150 square foot apartment. A loft bed would really help me out. My current bed is taking up literally half the space in my one room. But you could also help me with drinks and snacks, other stuff like that. Things to make the space station smell good, like candles. I just was adding different items in there that would genuinely help me out in real life. Taking them off when I don't need them or whatever else. Ekio is becoming a galactic individual on YouTube. New members. Is that your first month? Heck yeah, alright. New member. Well, much appreciated all of you for the incredible generosity. Really, really do appreciate each and every one of you keeping the Galactic News Network alive. Okay. All right, everybody. Let's get back to the stream. Bask in the glory. Last moment. Confetti is going away. Back to the stream. To Zateo, where Mehdi Hassan and Prem Taker talked Iran and Israel and Israel's goals in the Middle East. Yesterday. Wait, I have no sound. No, wait, don't do that. Sound. I want sound. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, friends. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a lovely weekend.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Weekly Ask the Editor. Let's get another location check. Wherever you're listening from, we always love to hear it. We're always getting amazing answers. I think every week we've gotten more and more diverse locations. So please, in the chat, whether you're on Substack, YouTube, let us know where you're listening from. Mehdi, how are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm in Washington, D.C., where we're waiting for a tornado to hit us today at some point. So good luck. If we lose power in the middle of this live, it's because of the tornado, not because of anything Zateo did to the internet.
I'm curious, Mehdi. I don't know if you've had this experience. I feel like I've heard from people, not that credible sources, but enough sources that, like, with the sort of dojification of the government, including NOAA, the weather app feels way out of whack lately. Not to be like, you know, a weather conspiracy theorist.
No, we're all conspiracy theorists now. We're all conspiracy theorists now, and not just Epstein conspiracy theorists. We're weather conspiracy theorists. I think you've hit the nail on its head. I've been wondering why all the weather sites and the weather apps on the phone, Apple, Google, BBC, the rest, all of them. And look, there's definitely been an assault on the data behind the scenes. You mentioned NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric, whatever it stands for, administration, which handles a lot of this stuff. They are gutting all of the institutions that deal with climate and weather. They don't like facts, even though they go on about facts, not caring about your feelings.
Climate and everything are the same word.
And I will note, this is not anti-weather person. I love all you weather men and women, and I'm sorry that your job is probably a little harder because of all this too. We're already getting a bunch of locations in the chat. Thank you, everyone. We're getting Sweden, Mumbai, Mauritius, Abu Dhabi, West Sussex, Canada, Poland, Kentucky, Ohio, Vermont, Michigan, Argentina, Turkey, Kuala Lumpur, Philadelphia.
It's beautiful.
Love it.
This warms my heart that Zateo audience members, Zateo subscribers are all over the.
Zateo subscribers are almost as diverse as Galactic News Network subscribers. We got people all over the planet up in here, too. All right. I know. Zateo probably has a more diverse audience than we do. Look, we're trying, okay? We're trying our very best. For a stream of this size, I do feel we have a very diverse audience.
World. Thank you for watching. If you're just watching on YouTube, make sure you actually become a subscriber, not just to the YouTube channel, but to Zateo.com. Become a subscriber to our media outlet. Support independent journalism. And for the person who's in Abu Dhabi, I never thought I'd say this, but I hope you're safe in a war zone now. I hope you're watching from a safe location.
So let's talk about it. Great transition. We are now beyond week 2 into this war. We're beyond the 12-day war mark of wars past, so to speak. And Trump right now is somehow still pretending things are going okay. In fact, he's pretending that he's winning and that things are going exactly according to plan. What the plan is, we're not quite sure.
So much winning. People are saying, I'm sick of winning, and I say, no, you're not. No, you're not. We're going to keep winning. You're going to keep winning until you literally die of winning.
Iran is holding strong, as we saw from Swin's reporting the first draft this morning. Despite Trump's calls for help for the Strait of Hormuz, allies are not responding and picking up that call. Mehdi, what's going on?
Yeah, it's a good question. I did an interview with the BBC today, which is airing later today, and the host, Evan Davis, said, well, you know, Trump's a canny man. He knows when he's losing and he'll pull back like he did in Minneapolis. I'm not sure that's always the case. I'm old enough to remember the pandemic, where He just kept lying about we've beaten the virus, we've defeated it, the numbers are gone, it's disappeared, we'll open at Easter. He's doing the same kind of nonsensical rhetoric now with the war. We've beaten Iran, they're decimated, they're gone, the military's gone. This is the one time, I think, in modern Trump history, if we can call it that, where the gaslighting and the bullying of people into accepting an alternative reality, the lying, it's not working. It's clearly not working because the entire world is watching. And the entire world can see that Iran is firing rockets and drones and missiles. Iran is keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. So when Donald Trump says, as he said at the weekend, I've destroyed 100% of Iran's military, that's an insane thing to say in general. We've all become numb to Trump insane statements. But the rest of the world is saying, what? I mean, the American credibility is at an all-time low, not just because militarily we haven't been able to defeat Iran within.
Maddie's absolutely right. I've been watching it. We've all been watching it. The world slowly waking up to just how crazy like Donald Trump is. Because we have to hear him talk about everything. I feel like the world like tends to pay attention when Trump talks about them more than you know. Because if you didn't have to, in theory, why would you listen to Donald Trump, right? Like, but for people in the United States, everything he says is relevant. And to be real, let's be real, everyone. It is, in fact, somewhat relevant to the world since the United States is, once again, the largest economy on the planet. And we have the largest military on the planet. A military which Donald Trump seems to be very, very prepared to use. And these guys seem to be all about regime change now. Now that some of their efforts at home seem to be so unpopular, they're moving to projects abroad. It's only going to get worse, I think.
A few days, as was the plan, but also because Trump is just flailing. He goes from telling the British, you know what, we don't need your help anymore. You're too late, we've already won, which is what he said to Keir Starmer last week. Now, apparently, they're reaching out to the Brits and all the Europeans saying, you must help us. He put out a post on Truth Social saying, we need international countries.
It's exactly right, Mehdi. That's exactly right. And that's where I'm going to switch to exactly that. Where is it? Hey, didn't I add this in here? I put it in the wrong spot. Let's just go back in time, long, long ago. Nine whole days ago. Reuters. With the clip. Air Force One.
US President Donald Trump has dismissed Britain's consideration of sending aircraft carriers to the Middle East, saying the United States does not need them to win the war with Iran.
We don't need them. It's not the right time. It would have been nice to have had them 2 weeks ago.
Trump was speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One.
Would have been nice to have
them
them 2 weeks ago. Would have been nice to have him 2 weeks ago. We don't need him.
Ministry
Thanks,
said
but
on
no
Saturday
thanks.
it was preparing the Prince of Wales aircraft carrier for possible deployment, but no final decision had been taken about
that.
whether to send it to the.
I love that. So there was Donald Trump less than 2 weeks ago, 9 days, more like 1 week ago, basically, saying, hey, look, I love the thought, but actually we don't need him. Screw it. It would have been great 2 weeks ago, but you don't need the United Kingdom or any of these other guys, okay? Okay, we're fine. Everything's going great. Can't imagine a scenario where we would need our allies. Now, what's weird is the Trump administration is now, of course, asking for everyone to help. Let's see what the Ministress of Truth, Caroline Leavitt, had to say.
Trump says that other countries should now step up to safeguard ships in the Straits of Hormuz. Why should other countries that weren't consulted about this war, that aren't involved in this war, now put their troops in harm's way in the Strait of Hormuz?
Because these other countries are benefiting greatly from the United States military taking out the threat of Iran. The rogue Iranian regime has long not just posed a threat to the United States of America, but of course to our Gulf and Arab partners in the region. As you see, I believe Iran.
I love, like, we're making, it's like we're making the sale after the fact. Like, we're trying to make the sale after the fact. We've already invaded Iran. Now we're like, look, we're doing this for everybody else. We're America World Police. We're like a martyr, don't you see? It's like we're a superhero. We're sweeping in to save the day. Everybody should be incredibly grateful for what we're doing. Sure, is oil up 50, 60, 75% or whatever from last year? Yeah. But don't you see that's actually helping? Everybody doesn't see how that's not this. It's in their interest. It's in their own interest that we do this right now. And they're actually shooting themselves in the foot by not helping America kick Iran in the bud.
Please, Susie. No place like the White House. Do we agree?
Squeaky ass
Right,
chairs.
Mr. Kraft? No place like the White House. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll maybe discuss a couple of general topics. This is a board meeting for the Trump Kennedy Center, but we'll go into a couple of other things that we have the media present. It's always present, unfortunately, constantly. And I'll say a few words about what's happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented patriots at this table. Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many, many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated. Their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years, and now I guess the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel.
And there you go. There's Donald Trump droning on and on about the Iran war, which is seemingly turning into a quagmire more and more. He went on to say that, hold on, I'm going to skip ahead. Where does he say this? He's like, I can't listen to all 10 minutes of this. I'm skipping ahead.
All of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even.
Okay, hold on, wait. Let me go back.
Sure,
actually, hold on.
We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. And we're hammering their capacity to
Near
threaten
zero.
commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide.
Keeping clear.
But we don't know that they have dropped any in. But we've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them.
We got the boats anyway. We don't even know if they're doing it, but we decided to might as well. May as well while we're here, we'll get all the boats. Now, Iran's fleet is not so much a fleet as it is like a bunch of small power boats. It's really not, they don't really have a navy the same way the United States does. So I'm sure it's not that big of a loss to Iran if, in fact, as Donald Trump said here, that we've taken it all out. Fairly certain they could probably replace it pretty easily. Most of their attacks on the ships going through the Strait of Hormuz have been by drones. Probably because they've been letting in ships through the strait. And if they mined the strait, it would completely close the strait. Right? But for now, they're letting in some ships. They're letting in some ships that they have deals with. Making side deals with some of the Gulf countries, China supposedly, among others, while blocking U.S. and Israeli ships and or other, I can't remember the exact details, but basically U.S. and Israeli-backed ships. All right, let's go here. I got another clip from this Kennedy Center meeting where Donald Trump was talking about
We strongly
Iran.
encourage other nations whose economies depend on the strait for blood. I mean, these people literally need it. 95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. And it's incredible. We have such great, we're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation. And it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out. And it's been a great help. And it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well.
Really good job.
Out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places for to the refineries. We have refineries set up specifically for that, and it's been a great relationship.
It's been a great relationship. Donald Trump has the mind of a child. I'm fairly certain he does not understand how any of the things he talks about actually work. Like, it doesn't even matter. It does not matter that Venezuela is selling its oil to U.S. oil companies. They refine that oil into gas and then they sell it on the open market. It doesn't make it cheaper for America. Anybody who thinks that has a child's mind.
You're a little baby.
And more is happening. It's a tremendous oil source, and we're getting we're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in, and they will actually numbers in a pretty short period of time. Numbers that they've never been able to do. We'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations.
Susie Wiles does kind of look like Paula Deen. She does kind of give me Paula Deen vibes. Oh, the Ice Queen. Oh, the Ice Queen. She's got cancer, by the way.
To get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted.
But I say, wouldn't matter if you target it or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now.
Wouldn't even matter. Hear that, countries that are very cowardly, not helping us with the strait? Doesn't even matter if Iran targets you because they're a paper tiger. How does that work? If they're a paper tiger, but what are they targeting them with, bubbles? Oh God! Does it even matter? I love that claim. It doesn't even matter if they target you, they're a paper tiger. Fake missiles and fake drones. Fake missiles and drones are coming. Don't let them fool you, they're a paper tiger. Not real. Just like the fake news.
All right, we're going to dip
real
out of
missiles.
that. A live speech by Donald Trump at the White House there. He'd moved on to talk about the Kennedy Center, renamed the Trump Kennedy Center. But before that, he did talk about the conflict in the Middle East. He said that the Iranian regime had been, in his words, decimated. He said that the US has targeted 7,000 sites in Iran. And then he went on to criticize European allies who have not stepped up to protect the Strait of Hormuz from Iranian attack. With me, Ketavan Gorjestani, to talk a little bit about this. And Ketavan, it did seem Donald Trump, I don't know whether angry is the word, but certainly frustrated that European NATO countries have not said, yes, okay, we'll do it. We'll go keep the Strait of Hormuz safe.
Yes, and it was interesting because there were two things that I noted in what he said about this question of whether or not allies are going to come in and help. The first thing was that he insisted multiple times that basically Iran was obliterated, that all their military capabilities were basically destroyed, that the Strait of Hormuz was, in quote, very good shape. We have it in very good shape. But yet again, asked for these allies to chip in. He also said, numerous countries have told me that they are on the way. From what we've heard, at least publicly, that is not true. The closest we have gotten is countries saying that they are either reviewing the possibility that they are talking to the Americans, like the UK Prime Minister, who said that, yes, they had discussions about it, but there was absolutely no decision made right now.
Yeah, all of our allies are saying, we're thinking about it. We'll think about it. We'll get back to you. Let me call you back. Let us think about it, and we will totally get back to you on that. Don't worry. We will CC you on the email with our decision any minute. Don't worry, we're just formulating a response. I do get the sense that our allies and non-allies are, in fact, not interested in joining in and would rather watch us sort of punch ourselves in the face.
The president is very dismayed with American allies. He's putting a lot of pressure on them. He wants help from them when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran essentially has at a standstill to oil traffic going through there, oil traffic that doesn't really pertain to the U.S., but it does because that's how oil is priced. It's a global pricing system, obviously, and it's affecting the U.S. But he's frustrated with American allies.
Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that was
they
said
weren't that
because,
enthusiastic.
I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries, because I know that we'll.
There's something about Donald Trump saying they weren't that enthusiastic, which is hilarious to me. They weren't that enthusiastic. Kind of rude when you think about it. They didn't jump on I said, hey, we need help. Nobody jumped on it. It's really weird. It's really weird that nobody would jump on that. I had a great plan. And they're like, they're like shuffling around, acting like it's not the best offer they've had all year.
How
it's incredibly rude. It's like they spit in my face.
Protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us.
All right. Our
Looking
reporters
a
are
gift
at the White
horse in
House,
the
Tel
mouth.
Aviv, and New York. They've been listening to the president's remarks. They're covering all different angles of this. I want to bring in CNN's Elena Treen first at the White House. Elena, what stood out to you based on what we heard there?
Yeah, I think really touching on exactly what you just played from the president was really the most notable to me, this idea of his disappointment. And he used that word specifically, Omar and Brianna, to describe the countries, and particularly the NATO allies, that he says are not coming to the United States aid here and trying to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I thought, what we heard of him actually yesterday is very much the same kind of threat we're hearing today. It's almost this ominous warning to countries who do not get involved here to send warships to escort these tankers, which is very dangerous, I should point out. We've heard that now from many top military,
No
commanders
kidding.
and whatnot. But this.
No kidding. Escorting tankers explicitly against the will of a combatant in a literal war is a dangerous operation? What? What are you talking about? That's crazy. You're saying crazy things. Dangerous. Who knew military operations in a war zone were dangerous? That's crazy. That is a wild concept.
It is the 17th day of the US-Iran-Israel war. And yesterday, President Donald Trump had said that he'd asked several allies to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz to keep the vital waterway open in the face of Iranian threats. But today, few tangible commitments from allies to do so. In fact, Germany pushing back very strongly against that request that European armies get involved.
Very strongly. Is it just us, or like, is everybody talking more like Donald Trump? I feel like we're all being incepted by the way he speaks. Very, very strongly. The very best. Everyone's saying it.
What does the world expect? What does Donald Trump expect from, let's say, a handful or two handful of European frigates in the Strait of Hormuz that the powerful American Navy cannot accomplish there alone? We didn't start this war. We want diplomatic solutions and a swift end.
Well, it's not just Germany, the United Kingdom as well, not volunteering itself to defend the strait. Here's Keir Starmer speaking to.
By 2028, we're going to be tuning into the news, and journalists are going to be like, Donald Trump bigly defeated the entire Middle East, costing the United States negative $30 trillion, winning by 5,000%.
The Strait of Hormuz is then a separate discussion. And it is a discussion. We're not at a point of decisions yet, and I want to really stress that. It is obviously a difficult question. That goes without saying in relation to how you safeguard maritime traffic through the straits. Let me be clear, that won't be, and it's never been envisaged to be, a NATO mission. That'll have to be an alliance of partners, which is why we're working with partners both in Europe, in the Gulf, and with the US.
And with me now is Ketavan Gorjestani. Now, Ketavan, we are expecting Donald Trump to speak relatively shortly at the White House. He may well touch on this tension with European allies over the Strait of Hormuz.
I still think Ketavan's got to have one of the best names out there. Gorjestani. What a name.
We'll cross to him when he starts to speak. But your reflections, first of all, then, on this rather lukewarm response from allies to his call to defend the strait.
Well, look, a lot of the allies now know how to deal with Donald Trump, and a lot of them have chosen the path of no official resistance, i.e. you don't say completely no to Donald Trump. You say that you're considering the matter, that you're discussing.
Exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying. They're just trying to drag him down the road, like hoping that he forgets that he wanted them to help. They just if we tell him we're thinking about it long enough, maybe he'll forget. Maybe he'll forget that he asked us in the first place. It's a fascinating plan. It's a fascinating concept of a plan. Whether or not it will be successful is to be seen.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, it.
America, world police, coming to save the motherfucking day, yeah. I love that, though. The United States shouldn't be involved. What are you talking about? The United States shouldn't even be involved, he says. What does he mean by that? It's so baffling trying to unpack the words of the president on a daily basis. And yet somehow I find that to be my job now, is to somehow understand what he means when he says words. Oh, God, what does that mean? Why should like the United States shouldn't even be involved? It's our war. Why wouldn't we be involved in it? I don't understand. Why wouldn't we be involved in our own war? We shouldn't even be involved in it. Should be everybody else's problem. I don't know why this war is our problem all of a sudden. I don't understand why this war is even our problem. We're only the ones who started it. Everybody else should be picking up our mess. All right?
Adult baby. Adult baby.
You're a little baby.
I mean, those are the words of an adult baby, right? I'm not the only person who sees that, right? Please, somebody help me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Someone please help me, because am I wrong? Is that not the behavior of an adult baby? You start a literal war as the president of the United States, and then you say, look, this isn't even our responsibility. This is everybody else's responsibility to deal with the repercussions of the war that we started, okay? What a fucking idiot. You hope that by 2028 you're watching from Canada. Good luck on that, Shade Dragon. Good luck on that. Godspeed.
Yes, please. CNN.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
President. I'm not CNN, I'm Daily Wire, but thank you
Go
for
ahead.
the question. Numerous countries have told me they are on their way. Can you give us a hint what they are, what that...
Oh, God, it's CNN. Actually, it's Daily Wire. This guy, I love how dementia grandpa over here, you can't even tell the difference between Daily Wire and CNN reporters now. Has he taken a cognitive test recently? I know in the past he's done them with the aplomb never seen, a great proficiency never witnessed in history, but I think we might need to do another cognitive test on Grandpa.
I'm staying in the race.
Details, how soon they might be there.
You mean who are the countries?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather not say yet, but we'll be announcing Marco Rubio and the various people that are doing that will be announcing. And I have to tell you, we have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. You know, it takes
Everybody's
a little while to
coming.
get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean.
Phrasing?
Takes a little while to get there, but eventually everybody's coming. Look, sometimes some people take a little longer than others, but eventually everybody's coming.
We've had everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times.
The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
So
Numerous
doesn't go that
times.
fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that are doing it. But we'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have one or two that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years at, tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So I'll be reporting that to you in the House and the Senate. And I'll say, why are we protecting countries that don't protect us? And I've always felt that was a weakness
Why
of
are we
NATO.
protecting countries that don't protect us? Now, the thing about the NATO, Article 5 is not about people coming to your, of course, we have done that in the past. NATO members have come to the aid of other members who have started wars, specifically the United States, on multiple occasions. But really, Article 5 is about getting invaded, right? Like, when's the last time we protected another one of our NATO allies from actually being invaded? What is he talking about? We've been protecting everybody, now they're not protecting us in our war of choice. And this is not protection. He's just basically asking for people to join our third war of choice in the Middle East. Actually, I think that's actually wrong. I think fourth war of choice in the Middle East in the last 25 years. Is there a fifth one in there? Am I forgetting one? Pakistan, Iraq, Syria, Iran. What am I missing? I'm missing one right now. Am I missing one? We've had too many. You see, the forever wars, they just start blending together. It's not my fault. You can't blame me for this.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. It fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
Oil prices have climbed again amid mounting supply fears after the US struck Iran's Karg Island oil hub. Here in the UK, the Prime Minister has announced a £53 million package to support people affected by the rising price of heating oil, which has soared in response to the conflict in the Middle East. The Prime Minister says the UK will not be drawn into a wider war over Iran and says he is working with allies on a viable plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman, has more.
The conflict in Iran and across the Middle East is now entering its third week. So I want to take a moment to set out how we're responding to this crisis.
A crisis which looms in so many different forms, global and domestic. And for those who use heating oil, it's a crisis apparent when they fill up their tanks.
I'm announcing immediate support for vulnerable heating oil customers if not today, sooner. Providing £53 million for those households that are most exposed.
That will be administered by local councils to those in most need. But there is a growing recognition, perhaps a fear, that before long the government might have to find a lot more money for those who use other heating sources too.
We're not ruling anything out, but it is very difficult to say at this juncture what the position.
Thanks, Keith. Keith Starmer, everybody. Well, I gotta say, at least for now, Keith not fully dragging the UK into this war, even though they have allowed the United States to use some UK air bases in the Mediterranean. He has sort of shuffled back and forth, sort of U-turned on his take on this. From what I can tell, he started off more gung-ho about supporting the United States and then realized just how unpopular it was and sort of walked it back. It was like, actually, we're not going to get into a new forever war. I think Keir's sort of knee-jerk reaction to anything Donald Trump does is to fillet him voraciously.
European allies are responding to Donald Trump's calls to help secure the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying it is too early for his government to decide.
We're not at a point of decisions yet, and I want to really stress that.
Starmer affirmed that the UK will not become part of a wider war and ruled out any NATO involvement in the mission to reopen the strait. Spain, Germany, and Italy have already rejected using military means to solve the crisis.
We are talking to other countries about working with us for the policing of the strait. And I think we're getting good response. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's great too. And China is about 90% of its oil from the Hormuz Strait. And nice to have other countries police that with us. And we'll help. We'll work militarily with, as far as I'm concerned, we've
We'll help more with our own war. Don't worry. It's like you're not going to be the only ones. We'll be here too. Like, he really did go into this thinking that it was going to be a quick one. I don't know who lied to him about this, but somebody was telling Donald Trump this was going to be done lickety split. I don't know who we have to blame for that. Who deluded the president into thinking that? I assume it was a joint effort. Great if we do, great if we don't. Exactly. Exactly, Mozart. Great if we do, great if we don't. It's like I was saying before, if you're one of the countries Donald Trump is asking for help, you hear that and you got to think to yourself, well, wait. Great if we do, great if we don't. Okay. I guess we won't then. It'd be a lot more convenient for us to not be dragged into this conflict. If that's an option, we'll take door number 2. Thanks. If we don't, I guess we won't do that. Thanks. See ya.
Call a crackhead.
Let's keep talking about this reversal in Trump's desire for
Marianne
help in the
Mashiri,
Strait.
live from the Qatari capital Doha. It's day 17 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Over the next 10 minutes or so, we'll bring you our special program looking at the key developments from today. Well, after a wave of attacks on shipping in the Gulf, President Trump warns NATO faces a very bad future if allies do not help secure the Strait of Hormuz, complaining that some were not that enthusiastic about getting involved. Keir Starmer says he and his allies are working on a plan to secure the vital waterway, but insists the UK will not be drawn into a wider war over Iran. The Israeli military says it's begun a wide-scale wave of strikes in parts of Iran and has detailed plans for at least 3 more weeks of...
I gotta say, it's a fascinating turn of events this week. Donald Trump finally realizing the importance of allies. Like real time, we're all watching Donald Trump realize maybe having friends is better than having like 200 enemies. Like he's been literally waging a war against the entire planet for the last year, including our allies. I mean, regardless of dropping bombs, the trade war was a war, right? It was hurting all of our friends and our enemies. But he was just treating everyone as an enemy, and has been now, threatening everybody, Canada, Greenland, Denmark vicariously through Greenland, Mexico, Panama. I mean, he's just been doing it over and over again. And now he's all of a sudden like, look, where are you guys when a guy needs help? I've been out here waging a war against you, and now you're like not being helpful, and it's really weird.
war. Iran continues with retaliatory strikes across the region. The UAE's biggest port and oil storage facility, Fujairah, has been hit, and a drone sparked a fuel tank fire near Dubai airport. Several explosions were heard also across Doha. After fresh strikes on Beirut, the IDF said it's begun limited and targeted ground operations, in its words, against Iranian-backed Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Well, President Trump has criticized his allies for their reluctance to help break the Iranian blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, saying countries protected by American troops did not want to get involved. He added that the US military campaign against Iran has continued in full force in recent days. Take a listen.
Numerous countries have told me they're...
All right, I think we get this. I'm going to move us on from the Strait for now, because I think we get what's happened here at this point. Donald Trump has had a serious reversal of opinion on the importance of having allies, at least in this moment, whether or not he's making it like he's not. I don't think his intention is to do that, but making it quite clear that he has in fact realized the necessity of that. Whether or not that will change any of his foreign policy in the future is to be seen, but it is a development. Although one might say it's a bit late, since we've already started the war, and like we just saw a little while ago, 9 days ago he was literally telling our allies he didn't need them, like to their to their face, at least on Truth Social. You know, he was going out and saying, actually, we don't need gear. You know, sorry. Actually, no. It was on. No, it was actually in person. It was on the Air Force One that he was saying, and he's like, actually, would have been nice 2 weeks ago, but we actually don't need any help. We've already won the war. Already won. So, thanks, but no thanks. All right, somebody just fed the puppy over here. Why is she? She is jumping quite a lot over here. A lot of jumping. There we go. I've somehow lost my place on what the next video is. All right. Let's go here. Now, this is Reuters from yesterday. At that same conference, Donald Trump had this to say about Iran's weapons
Since the beginning
supplies.
of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran, and these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles left. As you know, we attacked Carg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes notice. It'll be over. And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it.
Yeah. Then Donald Trump saying that basically all of their capabilities, their missiles, are all gone. All gone. No more. That's it. Iran has no more missile capabilities. No more missiles. Rest assured.
Smoke rises from an area housing oil infrastructure in the United Arab Emirates, Fujairah, after an Iranian drone attack. There's more smoke about 100 kilometers west, in the vicinity of Dubai International Airport, the result of another drone attack that disrupted flights. Iran's Revolutionary Guards said Monday they targeted military bases in the UAE, as well as in Bahrain, that had been used in attacks by US forces.
I think our
What are they talking about? Well, there you go. That's not all, though. While Donald Trump is claiming that Iran has no more missiles, we're seeing missiles all over the Gulf, including in Tel Aviv, where shrapnel from an Iranian missile struck a home. Man, and this thing is built out of fucking cement. This home is, the interior walls are built out of cement. Tells you what they're building for in Israel. Interior walls built with cement and all of that still coming down. There's another Iranian missile in Safed, Israel, being dragged off the side of a road. Doesn't seem... It's weird. It's really weird. The president's telling us that Iran has no more missiles, while missiles are literally falling from the sky all over the Gulf. Missiles and drones, I guess, so it's a real variety of weapons, as Iran seems to have still. It's weird.
It's weird.
That's really weird.
We were sitting in the safe room after having an alarm. After around 4 minutes, we heard a loud boom. We were really scared, like still shaking, still trying to figure out what happened. Slowly, people started coming here, the police, the army. We saw a really big hole in the ground. There was a lot of damages from really tiny rockets.
There you go. Israelis recounting the another Iranian missile striking their neighborhood. Now, Donald Trump made a lot of comments at this Trump Kennedy Center meeting that was held yesterday, including this regarding
One of
Israel's
your advisors,
potential
David
use
Sachs,
of
said the
nuclear
other week
weapons.
that the U.S. should, quote, declare victory and get out of the Iran war. He also warned that if the conflict escalates, Israel may contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon. Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, yes. And Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that. And yeah, there's a theory. You pounded them to hell, and you could just leave now, and it'll take 10 years for them to build back not nearly what they have right now. And I guess that's another theory. But we want to have it ended so that another president doesn't have. Look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. There's no president that wanted to do it. And yet every president knew. I've spoken to a certain president, who I like, actually.
If they did it earlier, it would have been easier. But now I'm doing it, and it's going to be much more difficult. Mostly because we don't have a full concept of a plan. Oh, for the love of God. There you go. Donald Trump saying, no, Israel would never use a nuclear weapon. Oh, I feel much assured. All right, I'll be.
So some extraordinary comments here made by David Sachs, who of course is the White House crypto czar. So he is in the Trump administration, even as he continues to host his All In podcast, which is like sort of the hub of tech bro discussion. And he made some pretty extraordinary comments about his concerns regarding the Iran war, including the possibility that he could see Israel launching a nuclear weapon, which is, extraordinary. Even just the admission that Israel has nuclear weapons coming from an administration official. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
You also have to, I think, consider the impacts on Israel. I mean, it's hard to know exactly how much damage Israel is taking right now. There's a social media blackout. But what you're starting to hear trickle out is that Israel is getting hit harder than they've ever been hit before in their history. And we're only 2 weeks into this. If this war continues for weeks or months, then Israel could just be destroyed, or very large parts of it. Now, I think Israel is a harder target than the Gulf states. Their infrastructure is more hardened. Also, they're further away. The Gulf states are vulnerable to drones and short-range missiles, whereas Israel is mainly vulnerable to long-range missiles. Nonetheless, at some point, their air defenses could become exhausted if it hasn't happened already, and Israel could get seriously destroyed. And then you have to worry about Israel escalating the war by contemplating using a nuclear weapon, which would truly be catastrophic. So there's a lot of scenarios here, a lot of really frightening scenarios about where escalation could lead. And even though the United States is a much more powerful country than Iran, they essentially have a dead man's switch over the economic fate of the Gulf states and even potentially beyond that.
Oh my God, I'm back. It is freezing on the space station right now. Good God.
The economic fate of the Gulf states and even potentially beyond that, the habitability of some of these countries. So I do tend to think that this is a good time to declare victory. I think, Brad, you're right that the president has never said that democracy promotion is one of his objectives. Yes, Cal, obviously everyone would welcome if the people rose up and chose a new regime, but that's not something that we've said we have to accomplish.
Pretty unvarnished comments there, at least coming from a Trump administration official, but unfortunately didn't last long. We can put this next piece up on the screen. Trump put out this Truth Social that says the U.S. has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily, economically, and in every other way. But the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot. The U.S. will also coordinate with those countries so everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, really. And now it will bring the world together toward harmony, security, and everlasting peace. To which Sachs replies, this is a smart strategy. Thanks to President Trump, the U.S. is energy independent. The countries that actually depend on Gulf oil should apply pressure to reopen the strait. So clearly, he got some kind of phone call and is trying to get back in the good graces here of Trump.
Yeah, he made the mistake of thinking that you actually get to say what you want when you work for the government. I mean, look, every word that he said is correct. Literally every word. That's the David Sachs I remember. I interviewed him here at the desk during the war in Ukraine. He was always a voice of restraint, a fan of John Mearsheimer. Remember, heroically stood up against the war, against a lot of the neocon agenda for the war in Ukraine and war with Iran, by the way, many years ago. And so this is part of the problem, though, with this entire, I mean, it actually relates a lot to the conversation that we just had about criticism and your ability to voice when you're within the government, and when the government, and especially this administration, demands absolute and total loyalty from everybody who it works for. I mean, right now, as you and I are doing this segment about David Sachs, the White House press secretary, this happened moments ago, is tweeting out Ben Shapiro fan essays, being like, Ben Shapiro, the White House press secretary, saying, Ben Shapiro says this is the most courageous decision of my entire lifetime to go and to strike Iran. That's the tone coming from the White House press secretary and the president talking about Mark Levin. So when you have people like this who are more independent-minded or have a different view, who actually work inside the administration, if you go out on your skis and, let's say, tell the truth, especially a philosophy which was used to great political effect, I think, during the 2024 campaign, and then they rein it in, what does that tell you about the power? What does that tell you about the information environment, too, that they want to put out there in terms of who they want to boost? They don't want really anybody to acknowledge not even previously held beliefs, but even the truth as it actually stands in front of us. So it's really crazy. And as I said at the top of the show, I believe David Sachs is now the first U.S. administration official ever to publicly acknowledge Israel's nuclear weapons program, even though it has been done by Colin Powell, I think, in the WikiLeaks emails when he talked about Israel's nuclear weapons. But the first time it's ever been publicly acknowledged, I believe, by an administration official, which is incredibly ironic considering that we all know that it's the case. But I mean, every word he said was true, but the fact that, you have to be reined in immediately just shows you what we're dealing with.
I mean, the comments themselves are just worth lingering on for one more minute. The fact that someone in the Trump administration thinks the Israelis are crazy enough that if this thing starts going sideways for them, which in some ways it already has, I mean, I think they're, in a sense, they're definitely achieving more of their aims than the U.S. is. Mm-hmm. This is going better for the Israelis than it is for the U.S. Mm-hmm. But they're still dealing with a toll. There's a huge economic toll there. A significant part of their population is in and out of bomb shelters. I'm sure there are plenty of people who continue to just leave the country because they're like, you know what, this whole safe haven for Jews is not so safe for me and my family. So they're, they've already had an out migration problem. So in any case, that you have this official who's like, these people are crazy enough that they would actually use a nuke. That's a wild, wild admission.
Yeah, wild, disturbing, really unsettling. It really is unsettling to think about. I mean, nuclear war must be avoided at all costs, and Donald Trump is the reason why we're closer than ever, for multiple reasons. Not just the starting of this war, but the ripping up of the JCPOA, and among other things, right? Like, we are just heading faster and faster towards just utter chaos on this planet. I mean, we're basically there. Hey, I must say, we are making progress on this list. I'm not mad about it. We still got like 55 videos at least left. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to get through all this. Although I skipped a few, mostly because they were kind of repetitive. Although things I feel like are going to slow down quite a bit now. Oh, I haven't checked on the primary elections. I got to look at that again. Let's go to Owen Jones. Nope, sorry, Novara Media next. Talk.
That should be
continue
terrifying
this discussion. It is terrifying. It is terrifying, Crystal.
The idea that Israel might imminently nuke Iran would once have sounded far-fetched. People who put forward that idea might also have just been seen as anti-Zionist agitators, exaggerating the extremity of Israeli politics. Now, though, that warning is coming directly from a Trump advisor, the billionaire tech investor David Sachs.
It's hard to know exactly how much damage Israel is taking right now. There's a social media blackout. But what you're starting to hear trickle out is that Israel is getting hit harder than they've ever been hit before in their history. And we're only 2 weeks into this. If this war continues for weeks or months, then there are very large parts of it. Now, I think Israel is a harder target, exhausted, catastrophic.
In response, missile defenses, so they're sort of getting hit to a degree they find unacceptable. And in response, Israel might resort to hitting Iran with a nuclear weapon. I mean, it's not totally clear what that would achieve. I suppose the idea is it would be like when the Americans bombed Japan and they said, okay, we're gonna give up because we can't have another city destroyed. Obviously, there would be big, I hope there would be big pushback from that. If we take the scenario seriously, though, it does seem like, part of what David Sachs was putting forward there is already happening.
Okay, quick update on the Illinois primary elections. Juliana Stratton has, in fact, been declared the winner, it would seem, of the Senate race, which effectively makes her the next senator of Illinois, taking over for Dick Durbin. Unfortunately, though, Daniel Biss has been declared the winner, it would seem, in Congressional District 9, beating out Kat Abughazaleh.
Happening. So this is from Semaphore on the weekend. The outlet has been told by US officials that Israel is running critically low on interceptors. And the article says this: Israel had reportedly entered the current war already low on interceptors that were fired during last summer's conflict with Iran. Israel's long-range defense system has strained under Iran's attacks. CNN reported that Iran was adding cluster munitions to its missiles, which may exacerbate the depletion of the stock. The US has been aware of Israel's low capacity for months. One US official said, "It's something we expected and anticipated." This official emphasized to Semaphore that the US is not running similarly low on interceptors of its own. That comment comes amid broader concerns about interceptor depletion from a longer military engagement in Iran, leaving the US in a poor position. Ash, I mean, it's kind of deja vu, sort of when we were talking about Russia and Ukraine, because there was the moment where it looked like Russia were really losing the war. And everyone's saying, well, if Russia's losing the war and they're a nuclear power, are they going to nuke Ukraine to avoid defeat? And now it looks like, maybe, I don't know if we can say Iran are winning the war, but Iran are imposing higher costs than Israel probably imagined they would. Israel a nuclear power. So people are saying, well, maybe Israel are going to nuke Iran.
I mean, so there's quite a striking thing, which is that Russia didn't break the nuclear taboo. So that's still a very powerful deterrent to breaking with the status quo regarding the normalization of the use of nuclear weapons, right? They haven't been used since 1945. I think that what David Sachs was referring to is what's known as the Samson option. So that was a term that was popularized by Seymour Hersh, who wrote a book in 1991 called the Samson option. And what he said is that it's part of Israel's military doctrine that if Israel were facing a credible threat to its very existence, it would, even if it meant the total annihilation of the state of Israel and its people, use nuclear weapons. Making reference to the biblical story of Samson, who brought down the temple, even though it meant he was killed as well. And so I think David Sachs is sort of applying that idea of the Samson doctrine and saying, well, even if you're not looking at something like total annihilation of Israel, but Israel losing a conventional war, that might be a circumstance under which Israel decides to use nuclear weapons. Now, I don't want to jinx this, so I'm going to do some like knocking on wood and saying inshallah first, all right? Hopefully I'm right. I still think that the probability of Israel using nuclear weapons if losing a conventional war is relatively low.
Yeah, I think I agree with Ash here on this one myself. I like to err on the side of caution on that as well. I don't want to rush to any sort of wild assumptions on that. I would like to think, considering they have not been used since 1948, that nuclear weapons won't be used again, ever again, honestly. That would be nice. I think, you know, considering everything, I mean, Israel's already a pariah state. Doing that would cement that forever. I'm fairly certain. I don't think Israel could ever come back from that. I think they know that. I think, honestly, they shouldn't be able to come back from what they've already done. But I think in terms of political estimations on the part of Israel, that's got to be something that they're thinking about to some degree. One would assume that sort of thing would come into calculation. Maybe they don't care about laundering their reputation, which, I mean, at this point, considering the genocide. Anyway, let's keep this discussion moving. Not get bogged down too much in the hypotheticals on such a thing. Let's talk about the real world. The real world in which the United States is losing this fucking war.
Iran is winning this war. That's what experts who, unlike Donald Trump, know what they're talking about are saying. Now, it's increasingly apparent as well in the desperation of Trump, reduced to begging his allies and indeed China, identified by Trump as the main strategic foe, to bail him out of the catastrophe he has unleashed. And that's not working. Now, before we get on to the damning evidence of this total catastrophe and what the experts are saying, I was on the Jeremy Vine show earlier today, taking on those who want to embroil us in this quagmire.
Tankers won't go down it, will they?
No, they're sitting ducks for asymmetric warfare. Drones, inexpensively made, as well as missiles.
And mines.
And mines. And Britain should absolutely not bog itself down in yet another US-led quagmire in a illegal war, which has plunged the world into chaos.
But we need the oil now.
Because of the US. Yeah, and that's the point. What we should do is focus on the root cause of why it's closed, which is to stop the US and Israel from waging an illegal war against Iran. And I'd ask this, look, can I just ask this? Because this is so insane on every level. When will they ever learn? We had the killing fields of Afghanistan, where a 2-decade-long occupation ended with the Taliban stronger than ever. We had the killing fields of Iraq, hundreds of thousands of slaughtered, blood and chaos. We had the killing fields of Libya, which is still a failed state, 2 rival governments, 15 years after the war began. We had Israel's genocide of Gaza, wiped from the face of the earth, much of the world rightly and understandably detesting what the West did to those people. And now we have a war which makes the crime of Iraq look like a supremely well executed acts of
but
genius.
that's why
in
Keir Starmer
comparison.
stayed out of it, right? He in a way
He hasn't. It's not true, Jeremy. Our British military bases are being used by the Americans to wage their illegal war in Iran. We've got to stop. It isn't. We've got to stop claiming we're not involved in it. We already are. If you send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, which then become targets for Iran, you are engaging in that.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are. Oh, my word.
I should say that there are striking differences between the Iran war and the wars in Iraq, in Afghanistan and in Libya. In those wars, the regimes began to swiftly collapse when the wars began. They did not.
Yeah, I gotta say though, Owens was cooking during that freaking appearance on live television. I mean, I don't know if it was live. I think it was live. Yeah, it was a call-in show. Yeah. He's absolutely right about all that, and it's no better. It's no better for the United Kingdom to allow the United States to wage this war, this illegal war, from UK air bases than to just get into it themselves. Both are a complicity in what is going on. Now, Keir Starmer, while we're talking United Kingdom, was asked to rank the special relationship which he claimed the United States and the United Kingdom had. He and President Trump had supposedly garnered over the last year.
Thank you, Andy. I've got Chris Hope from GB News. Chris.
Thank you, Prime Minister. GB News viewers are very, very worried about petrol prices, as you might understand. They don't understand why you won't open up oil and gas fields to try and bring down the cost, mitigate that against, of course, the dash to net zero. Why not open up those oil and gas fields? And just on the special relationship, if 1 is bad and 10 is good, how would you rank your special relationship right now with Donald Trump?
Well, in relation to, I do know how anxious your viewers and everybody else will be in relation to their energy bills, because there's a conflict going on. They will have their own views and worries about the extent of that conflict. And many are worried that it escalates rather than de-escalates. I'm clear we need to de-escalate. In relation to their bills in the here and now, we are taking measures to protect them. And I want to just make that clear for all your viewers, because for the next 3 months, their bills will come down and be held down. And they need that reassurance, because some are worried that they're going to go up next week or next month. That won't happen. Obviously, we'll have to keep under review what happens elsewhere. If they're oil-based, and some of your viewers will be, the announcement I've made today is to give them help with that, because already their bills are going up and they're not within, or they wouldn't otherwise be within the scheme. On oil and gas in the North Sea, obviously that's going to be part of the mix for many years to come, so there's no difference of position there. We did make progress on what's called tiebacks. Your viewers may have seen that or not, but that basically allows further access into oil and gas in the North Sea, so that's already in place. But
climate and
the question I'm answering or trying to address at all times is what are the measures that are actually going to take money off bills now or in the foreseeable future, and that is by ensuring that we've got a better mix of renewables and that we go to renewables. And there's no denying, because we've seen this firsthand now. We saw it in Ukraine. We saw it in the 12 Days War. We're seeing it again now. If you're on the international market for oil and gas, you're vulnerable to the price going up on the international market, because we, the UK, have little control over that. And our North Sea oil doesn't give us control over that, because we sell onto the market. What gives us control is renewables, our own homegrown energy, which is then more secure and more independent, which is why I think that we should go further and faster in relation to renewables. Let's get control of our own energy, so that whatever's happening on the world, we control what's happening in this country. And I think for many people, they'd say, by whatever means you do it, get control of energy, so I don't have to keep worrying that my bills are going to go up and down. I want to get to that place as quickly as possible, Chris. Thank you very much. Oh, look, I mean, it's a good relationship. We had a good discussion yesterday about the Straits, as you would expect. We're strong allies, have been for decades. But it is for me to act in what I consider to be the best interests of Britain. And I have to keep that uppermost in my mind. And it is Interesting, for want of a better word, that those that 2 weeks ago were urging us to go headlong into the full-blown war are beginning to have second thoughts about that, and there's reason for that. The problem, as I pointed out to the Leader of the Opposition last Wednesday, is if you're Prime Minister, you don't get to come back a week later and say, oops, I made a mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Yes, that's a good point. Fascinating from Keir Starmer there, not giving a number on the special relationship between the US and the UK. Not really nailing that down. I was hoping for a 1 to 10, as was that reporter. Now, while we're talking about Donald Trump was asked at that meeting the other day about the possibility of a U.S. expansion into Lebanon in order to help out Israel.
Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did, and I know look, Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now, and it's a certain area, because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living...
Really?
Oh, yeah, they live there. And...
Really? There's rich people in Lebanon? That's crazy. I had no idea. I assumed it was all the
they've gotten
poors.
used to the fact that it's being bombed, but they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's the section where Hezbollah is.
Really different.
And they get used to it, I guess.
It's a different
I don't
part.
know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and
It's crazy. People live in countries where there's conflicts. I don't understand it. If I were them, I would just leave. If America was invaded, I'd move back to Germany. Okay? I don't get it. But people, they keep living there, and well, whatever. It's weird. I can barely conceive of it. But you know what he can conceive of, apparently, is invading Lebanon, which he's apparently talked to Israel about in recent days, whatever the hell that means. A disturbing thought, no doubt. For the United States to get involved in the invasion of another country. Look, a problem. The Lebanese are already having a hard enough time as it is. The United States invading, helping Israel wage this illegal war against them, doesn't seem like a necessary thing, considering what Beirut looks like. That's what you're looking at right now. This is Beirut. Doesn't seem like Israel needs help. They're creating a massive refugee crisis, murdering many civilians.
Is this acceptable? Here we are, sitting in humiliation, under the shelling and everything, sitting here under the rain and the heat. And we won't give up our land. This is an honor. Would you give your daughter's honor to someone else? It's the same for us. Either we die or let us win.
Yep, things are bad in Lebanon because of Israel's illegal
raining
war
down once
there.
again on 3 neighborhoods of Beirut. That as Lebanon says that more than 1 million people have now been displaced in 2 weeks of fighting there. Israel confirming it's carried out those attacks, saying it was targeting Hezbollah. It comes as the leaders of 5 Western countries, France, Germany, Italy, the UK and Canada, say in a joint statement the
Hezbollah's in the walls, they're under the buildings, the hospitals, the babies. Oh, no.
Large-scale Israeli ground operation in Lebanon must be averted. They're calling for a meaningful engagement by Israeli and Lebanese representatives to negotiate a sustainable political solution. At the same time, the Israeli President Isaac Herzog saying that an unofficial French offer made by President Emmanuel Macron at the weekend to mediate is very positive. A little while ago, I spoke to our reporter Claire Paquelin, who's in Beirut for us. She gave us the latest on the strikes.
Israel's ground operation expanding in the south of Lebanon. The aim, we understand from the army, is to create an additional layer of security for Israelis living in the north of Israel. So basically a buffer zone. Their aim is to eliminate terror threats, they say. That's the Israeli army speaking there. The Israeli army spokesperson in Arabic has also reissued an order for residents in the south of Lebanon, those south of the Zahrani River, to evacuate. That order was already given some days ago, but he has reissued it, saying that they are seriously in danger and that continuing intensity of airstrikes will continue in that area. So anyone living south of the Zahrani River should evacuate. Some people, of course, as we know, are staying on who don't want to leave their homes. Now, Hezbollah, of course, sending rockets into the north of Israel, and some do get through Israeli air defenses. We saw in Nahriya, a town in the north of Israel, a fire broke out after a rocket hit the town there.
Yeah, and as Israel continues to expand the fronts of this war, the more ill-equipped it is to defend itself against the responses of the people it's attacking. You know, like... if you'd asked me, I would have said it was ill-advised. I mean, the whole thing's ill-advised, but, you know, like, restarting the war with Hezbollah while they're under, not unprecedented, I mean, quite a, I mean, kind of, I mean, this is modern history. It's probably one of the biggest attacks Iran has ever waged on Israel. The amount of missiles and drones being launched probably exceeds what Israel has seen from Iran in decades. Fact is, the drones are a new addition to all of this, something they're completely unprepared for. You add in Hezbollah all of a sudden. The Iron Dome has been failing, as we've seen. Missiles, drones are overwhelming those systems paid for by the United States. Then you add in rocket fire from Hezbollah. And the fact is Israel has violated the ceasefire with Hezbollah like over 10,000 times since signing it. This is all their fault. They could have actually respected the ceasefire with Hezbollah, tried to make the situation better, but they didn't.
Hello, I'm Riley Carlson. It's 22 GMT, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, live from Doha. Here are the latest developments.
For 40 years, we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor.
Hold on, I'm going to skip past this because we already talked about this one extensively. But where to go? Yeah, Tamara Jantz. This is absolutely something I've been saying is probably going to happen. I was saying that this was going to happen before the Iran war. Right? Like, you listen to this show. I've been saying it since we started doing all this shit with ICE and the trade war. Like, Donald Trump has done everything to make it clear that nobody is welcome here. Or that nobody should even want to come here and support this country. At this point, I do fear that the 2026 FIFA World Cup here in the United States is going to go very badly.
Frustrated over lack of progress on an armada to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, U.S. President Donald Trump scolds allies and urges others to do more. U.S. allies in Europe and Asia reject Trump's demands to send warships to the strait and be drawn into the conflict. U.S. and Israeli forces continue to pound parts of Iran, hitting major cities, including the capital, Tehran. In Lebanon, Israel begins its ground offensive in the south. The conflict with Hezbollah has already killed at least 850 people and displaced more than 1 million. And Baghdad's renowned Al Rashid Hotel comes under a drone attack. Thank you for joining us. The U.S. is facing growing isolation over its plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran effectively blocked the key shipping route after the U.S. and Israel attacked it on February 28th. 1/5 of the world's crude oil and liquefied natural gas normally pass through that channel. President Donald Trump has now called on countries to send warships and minesweepers to ensure that the tankers can transit safely. But he's been
The United States already spent millions of dollars in the bidding process trying to acquire the 2026 World Cup. Made a lot of promises. Whole bunch of money will be spent on security at the venues. Venues that I have the sense will be fairly empty. Unless Trump starts giving away tickets or something.
frustrated at the lack of support.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. That Japan definitely asked for. It's hilarious. This man does not understand world history in the slightest. Look at us. We're being very nice, occupying Japan for the last 75 years. Very generously occupying them and their territory since we invaded it 80 years ago.
We defend all these countries, and then do you have any mind
Defending them.
sweepers?
Look at us defending everybody.
Would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
This guy is a fucking moron. Like he doesn't realize that the United States having bases in all these countries are somehow strategically strategically advantageous to the United States, right? Like he's such a fucking moron. Even though he went to military schools, he's seemingly incapable of understanding that those bases actually benefit the United States more than anybody else in almost all cases. And in many cases, nobody asked for them, right? Like Iraq didn't ask for us to build a military base in their country, right? Afghanistan didn't ask us to build one in their country, although that one's not ours anymore. Japan didn't ask for us to build a military base in their country. Like all these, sure, in some of our allies' countries, they allowed us to build a military base in their country. But in most of these cases, we were the ones going around asking. People weren't asking us to come build military bases in their countries. We were like, hey, mind if we build a military base in your country?
Iran's foreign minister insists that the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed for an.
And then, cases like Japan, it was like, hey, we're building in the cases like Iraq and all these other places we've occupied, we were just like, hey, we're building a base. We don't care what you think.
Role in safeguarding the freedom of navigation. There was, in our discussions, a clear wish to strengthen this operation, but for the time being, there was no appetite in changing the mandate of the Operation Aspides for now.
Der NATO It was therefore clear at the moment that this war is not a matter for NATO. Secretary General Mark Rutte has already emphasized this. I wish to expressly endorse that view. Nor did the United States of America and Israel consult us prior to this war. As for Iran, there has never been a joint decision on whether to take action. That is why the question of how Germany might contribute militarily does not arise. We will not be doing so.
Iran's foreign minister insists that the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed for enemies, including Washington and its allies. Disruption of the vital shipping route has wreaked havoc on energy markets.
On the first day, they carried out a massive wave of attacks and demanded unconditional surrender. And now, after roughly 15 days since the war began, they are turning to others for help regarding the security of the Strait of Hormuz, to those whom until yesterday they considered enemies. Of course, from our perspective, it's open. It's only closed to our enemies, to those who carried out unjust aggression against our country and to their allies.
On the ground in Iran, the unrelenting U.S. and Israeli attacks continue. These were the scenes in Tehran, where emergency crews scrambled to rescue people trapped under the rubble. Airstrikes hit once again in several parts of the city. The Iranian Red Crescent says at least one of those strikes destroyed a residential area. Iran's health ministry says nearly 19,000 civilians have been injured since the first attacks on February 28th, and almost 1,500 people have been killed. We are covering developments from Tehran, Beirut, Amman, Doha.
Donald Trump was claiming that we were going there to save Iranian civilians from an oppressive regime that was killing them. Now we're killing and injuring them by the thousands. Enjoy that freedom, everybody. Enjoy the freedom, Iran.
And from Washington, D.C. But first, this report from our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett.
With oil prices spiking, U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday publicly pressured foreign leaders, expressing frustration. None has been enthusiastic about helping to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz.
Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them.
Trump argues countries like Japan and China, who rely on most of their oil traveling through the strait, have an obligation to help secure it after it was effectively shut down by Iran. Since the U.S. and Israel launched war on Iran, gas prices have gone up by almost $1 in many U.S. states. That's 30% more than many Americans were paying just a month ago. As U.S. allies balk at sending warships, Trump had this response.
Maybe they don't want to be targeted, but I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago.
Trump told reporters the U.S. military has struck more than 7,000 Iranian targets, destroying Iranian missile and drone manufacturing plants. Asked whether the conflict could end soon and whether he'd be willing to talk to the Iranians.
Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know, but they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with.
The Israeli military has projected strikes on Iran could continue for several more weeks, but Trump.
Everyone's dead. No one to talk to.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Using a nuclear weapon should the war escalate.
Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that.
Donald Trump is expected to continue his pressure campaign on foreign leaders. On Thursday, Japan's Prime Minister.
Here's my question. Is that Donald Trump admitting that he knows that Israel has nuclear weapons? Like, is that an admission from the U.S. president that we are aware of Israel's nuclear program existing? Am I the only one that read it like
his
that?
pressure campaign on foreign leaders. On Thursday, Japan's prime minister will meet here at the White House with the U.S. president, where it's expected they'll discuss Trump's call to dispatch warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
John Holman joins us now live from Washington, D.C. John, the president is obviously very frustrated that he's not getting the support that he wants from allies to help open up the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, he is. He signalled out for particular anger, actually, the United Kingdom, saying that it was before it was known as a Rolls-Royce style ally, and now that it isn't so much. He said that it sent or said that it would send aircraft carriers.
It's not a
too
Rolls-Royce
late.
anymore.
But he's also talked about countries like China, South Korea, especially China. He said, well, they get a lot of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz, so they should, or we would expect perhaps them to help us more in protecting it.
It's not a Rolls-Royce anymore. Now it's a Reliant. Much shittier. Much shittier car, everyone's saying it. That's how we measure greatness. Used to be a Range Rover, now it's a Suzuki. I love how he's simultaneously asking for help and also insulting all of our allies. Art of the deal. It's called negging, okay? It's called negging. You say one thing, very mean, but really you want them to be nice. You say they're very shitty when you really... You're trying to beat them down, okay? It's like you want to beat them down psychically. Psychologically beaten. That way they're more likely to go along with your insane plans. Now, another drone strike hit another target in Iraq, in Baghdad's green zone near the U.S. Embassy. Here's Al Jazeera from yesterday.
Explosions have been heard near the U.S. Embassy in the Iraqi capital of Baghdad. Yeah, you can see there a fire had just broken out on the roof of the Al Rashid Hotel. That's in central Baghdad, and it was caused by a drone. Security forces have now cordoned off the area and closed the roads. The Iraqi Interior Ministry says there have been no casualties. Let's cross live to Baghdad now. Mahmoud Abdul-Wahid standing by for us there. What more have you seen about what's been going on?
Nick, a drone attack hit the Al Rashid Hotel or Royal Tulip Hotel in the green zone, not far from the U.S. Embassy. The Al Rashid Hotel is home to foreign diplomatic missions, including the European Union mission, a Saudi diplomatic mission, and also other foreign employees at oil companies here in Iraq. The Al Rashid Hotel or Royal Tulip Hotel, according to security sources, the drone hit the last 2 floors, causing only material damage with no casualties. I will step out of the frame so that you can take, if you can, a closer look at the damage at the last floor, if you can. So security forces have been deployed. Security forces have been deployed in the area following the attack. This also, I have to mention that this comes after a counter-attack that targeted locations belonging to the...
Yeah, and just in case anybody doesn't know what the green zone is in Baghdad, it is an area of Baghdad that has literally been created by U.S. military and U.S. contractors, right? In fact, I'm fairly certain that old Halliburton had a fair amount of work here in the green zone in the past. But it's literally a U.S. compound. It's just like it's like a city created by the U.S. military infrastructure, by the military-industrial complex, essentially, for U.S. military and what do you call it, like embassy operations, I guess. Can't think of words right now. Now, Iraq wasn't the only one to see strikes in the last 24 hours. Qatar also dealing with strikes, including a fire started by an intercepted missile.
We can go to Victoria Gatenby.
It's interesting how much damage we've seen. It's interesting how much damage we've seen from the missiles that have been intercepted. Missiles and drones that have been intercepted have actually created a great deal of damage that we've witnessed over the last 3 weeks.
We can go to Victoria Gatenby. She's live for us in Doha. And Victoria, we've been seeing Iranian firing into the Gulf, including Doha just a few hours ago, right?
Yeah, that's right. The Ministry of Defence here confirming that they successfully intercepted a missile attack a few hours ago over the skies of Doha. They do say, though, that debris that fell as a result of that interception has caused a small fire in an area known as the industrial area of the city. So the authorities are dealing with that at the moment. No one was injured, but more disruption across the region really in the last 24 hours. In the UAE, their entire airspace had to be closed in the early hours of this morning for several hours because of warnings of missile attacks from Iran. It has now opened, but of course, major transit hubs like Dubai International Airport have had to cancel or reschedule flights, causing a massive disruption for passengers. And staying in the UAE, authorities in Abu Dhabi say a man has been killed there as a result of...
Seems like every single nation in the Middle East is seeing consequences as a result of this U.S.-Israeli war. Because that's really what this is. I mean, that was the genesis of all this. Iran didn't strike Israel, didn't strike the United States, didn't strike anybody. Israel and the United States are the ones who started all of this. All of this, one would think, would have been somewhat foreseeable. But it would seem the Trump administration has completely miscalculated this military adventure.
US President Donald Trump, well, he's expressing frustration over a lack of support for his plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, when Iran has effectively blocked the key passage since the war started.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
Well, joining us here in the studio in Doha is Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Al Jazeera's Rasul Sardar, who's reported extensively from Iran. Good to have you with us. So what kind of message, Mohammed, does it send when we see Donald Trump there complaining that his allies don't want to help him on this point of the war, compared to the statements of how great American power is that we were hearing on the first days of the war?
Yeah, I think someone's going to write a really interesting book about the Donald Trump war discourse. It's been a series of contradictions. I mean, just yesterday, he made multiple statements that contradicted contradicted themselves. At one point, he also said that maybe we shouldn't even be there, which is a remark that has gotten a lot of negative reaction, particularly online, on social media sites, even people sympathetic to the U.S. Service people who died, who were killed, 13 of them. They're saying, well, if we didn't need to be there, then why are our people dead? What is the purpose of this war? And this comes in the context, Sammy, of 2 weeks now of contradictions and really a kind of a series of, you could say, miscommunication on the part of not just Donald Trump, but also Pete Hegseth and other officials. So it's really becoming a crisis now for the Trump administration.
A messaging crisis. On the other hand, Rasul, the messaging coming from the Iranian side is looking more confident, would you say? They're even mocking Donald Trump's statements and calls for help.
Look, for Iranians, so now they believe that the time is on their side, and they believe that when the war is over, Iran is not going to be taken out of the regional security order, but rather it's going to be a dominant factor in the regional security order when it comes to the Gulf, when it comes to Strait of Hormuz, but even they are now talking about beyond that. So Iran's proxies or allies are also going to be at the table, and Americans and Israelis are going to come to the Iranian terms and accept not only to attack Iran again, but also to make sure that Iran's allies are also not being attacked, particularly Hezbollah, in the future. So the level of the confidence is that, but they're extremely cautious as well. A couple of reasons. First, they know that their military capacity have been significantly degraded, and also the internal strife is still possible. Just yesterday, Sami, in Sistan, Balochistan area, there has been a group attacking a police center and killing several police officers. And then in Khuzestan, in the Arab region, they have been a group of people arrested, being accused of preparing for armed attacks. And then days and nights, we know that IRGC is conducting the military operation in Western Iran, where the where Kurds mostly live. So Iran is having its own vulnerabilities
Issues
and definitely the internal fragility here.
One interesting point was, Professor Al-Masri, when Donald Trump was talking about the response from allies, he said some are on the way, they're on the way. Do we know who he's talking about? And on the way to do what?
Yeah, I mean, overwhelmingly, there's been rejection from the international community.
Do we know who he's talking about? No. Nobody, even Donald Trump doesn't know who he's talking about. Nobody is on their way. It is a laughable claim. I mean, I feel it's honestly funny that I even have to say it, but nobody is coming. He's just speaking in vagaries as usual. There's nobody is coming. Everybody's on their way. Everybody's coming.
We've had everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming. I haven't had anybody saying anything bad about me.
He's coming. All right, back to Iraq. France 24 English. 16 hours ago, U.S. Embassy in Baghdad attacked as Iraq pulled deeper into the Middle East war.
Sounds of explosions echoed in the night sky early Tuesday morning as air defenses intercepted rockets targeting the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. The offensive came hours after drones heading toward the same location were downed, with one starting a fire on the roof of a luxury hotel in the city's heavily fortified green zone. Another strike in the city killed 4 after a house was hit that was reportedly hosting Iranian advisors to Tehran-backed groups Monday. And funerals were held for 8 fighters of the Shiite Popular Mobilization Forces, which are part of the country's regular army, who were killed in western Iraq near the border with Syria. Earlier in the day, residents expressed worry for their future.
Iraqis are concerned about security and economic crises that might occur, which is what we have seen. Security was targeted and there were attacks on military bases and the headquarters of Hashd al-Shabi, and now there are concerns about the economic situation. That salaries might not be provided in the coming months due to the inability to export oil.
2 drones also targeted an oil field in the south of the country, including offices of a U.S. firm operating on the site. A spokesperson for the Iraqi prime minister condemned what he called threats to the country's security and stability.
Our security services will hunt down the perpetrators of these acts and bring them to justice immediately. These criminal acts have serious repercussions for our country and undermine the government's efforts toward
Okay. Let's go back to Owen Jones, who had on ex-Israeli negotiator Daniel Levy to discuss further this conflict that is going on.
Just how much is the Iran war a catastrophic moment, I guess, in the history of, I would argue, the fall of Western power? Donald Trump flits between saying that Iran has been 100% defeated and begging his allies to try and police the Strait of Hormuz, where obviously 20% of the world's oil supplies go through. Looking a little bit desperate, despite his attempt to put a bullish spin on everything. I'm really delighted to speak to Daniel Levy, as always. Many of you will know the interviews I did with him during Israel's, obviously, ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people. He is a brilliant analyst at USMEP. Have I got it right, USMEP? Yeah,
USMEP. Let's go with USMEP. Yeah.
Yeah, USMEP. I don't know why I just invented a word for you. Also a former advisor to, well, on the Israeli negotiating team a long time ago. And you'll probably hear from his perspective to think if you had, I don't know, ideas about what that might entail in practice now, I think will be quickly driven away. How you doing, buddy? How are you?
I mean, the same as us all, trying to put the pieces of this madness together and come out with some kind of reasoned assessment, but impossible to do. Each time one has to tune into the rantings and flailing of the US commander-in-chief. You're like, yeah, okay. How are you doing?
It is. I'm doing okay, notwithstanding the world collapsing into ever more violent chaos. That has been the story of the last 10 years. But it certainly is, yeah, it's taking a particular dive, I would say. There's this, lots of people talking about what this actually means strategically for the West, I guess. I'm invested in this. A lot of people know I'm writing a book called The Fall of the West. So, I declare my interest. There's this interesting academic, you may not have come across him, Robert A. Pape. He's professor of political science at the University of Chicago. I mean, he just says Iran is winning, which is quite astonishing because if you think of Iraq, Libya, and Afghanistan, they have their moments of triumphalism where it was a case of the regimes involved were destroyed. That's what happened to them. And then you had, in two of them, an insurgency which sort of ground down the US and the West, and in Libya you have a failed state. None of those you have a situation where the regime actually gets a whip hand. So this is quite unique, I suppose, isn't it? That's quite unique given all of those.
Yeah, and I know Robert Pape, and I think you just tried to co-opt him into Ilan Pape's family there, which is
oh, yeah, how do I call
it?
How do I pronounce it? That's embarrassing. I said Pape originally the other week, and then I thought...
Mr. Pape.
Precision of language, please.
Come on, Owen.
Come on!
Okay. We're going to go back to that in a second here, but I just want to remind everybody, if you're currently watching the stream and enjoying it, please follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and hit that like button, too. Really helps us out. Plus, how are you ever going to find the stream if you don't do that? While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. We'd cease to exist without your support. Thankfully, we got a lot of ways for you to show your support to contribute to the production of this stream. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course, Patreon.
University of Chicago. How he has defined this is, of course, and this isn't just him, in an asymmetrical war, you don't vertically escalate with your more militarily powerful adversary. So it's not like Iran is going toe to toe, missile to missile, Air Force to Air Force, Navy to Navy with the Americans and the Israelis. They have taken a strategy of horizontal escalation. You expand the theater of warfare, and of course, you attack the vulnerability of the other side, just as the Americans and Israelis are doing to them. And you do that in a way that you told everyone you were going to beforehand, right? Iran told us what was going to happen under this scenario. The fact that we chose to get high on our own supply in the West and not believe a word of it is another systemic failure heaped on so many others. The fact that we believed perhaps that Reza Shah Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah, that even this lie that continues to go around, and I'm not here suggesting that the Iranian governing structures have acted in an exemplary fashion towards their citizenry. Of course not. Of course, there are huge human rights violations. But this idea of 30,000 plus were massacred, well, there's nothing to back that at all. I mean, I know how long you, I, and many others had to keep pushing to get acceptance that the IDF bloody accepted at the end of the day in terms of what was done in Gaza. But here, with no basis of an evidentiary nature, this gets bandied around.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's incredible how quickly the West was willing to accept these claims of tens of thousands of people being murdered in Iran without really much of any evidence at all. There's a couple of videos of a few body bags in the street, but certainly nothing that amounted to tens of thousands or or even thousands. But no one's here to say that Iran isn't an oppressive regime, but that claim has been used as justification to some degree for this war. But there's been almost zero evidence for that. Meanwhile, like, every single casualty in Gaza has been questioned by so many people.
So, Iran responded by playing into what it understood to be the West's weaknesses. That meant bringing into play countries with whom it had been improving its relations. That's not a simple thing, in the Gulf states especially. Those Gulf states are...
Like, just to finish that point, because, like, while we have just an incredible amount of footage, right, of Gaza and of the devastation there and of the starvation and like the deep deprivation and everything else, you still have people constantly saying, oh, that's Hollywood, that's fake, that's not real, there's not really as many dead as you're saying there is. You can't trust the Gaza Health Ministry on these numbers. They're Hamas. None of that with Iran. None of that skepticism seems to exist when it comes to Iran. It's strange.
Extremely irked, to put it mildly. We'll come back to that, though, because it's one thing being irked, it's another thing saying, and therefore we double down on America or America-Israel relationship, which is not what I see happening. Like I said, we can come back to that. So that's what Iran has done by way of an effective counter-escalation. And it's one that the Israeli-American side does not really have a good answer for. And now we're getting the increasing reports of depletion of interceptor missiles, depletion of other stocks. The race that was apparently playing out at the beginning was, could the US and Israel remove Iran's launching capacity before Iran seriously degraded the West's, the Israeli-US interceptor capacity? That doesn't seem to have worked out so well. And what you also see in the rest of the world is, I think, again, and in the global south, I mean, you speak to people in Asia and Vietnam, for instance, where they've said, listen, work from home as much as possible. We need to conserve fuel. We see this rise in food and fertilizer as well as fuel prices. And so you have the rest of the world saying, why the hell has America and Israel again launched a war, not thinking it through, not thinking about the consequences for everyone else? It's an illegal war. It's an unnecessary war. No one outside of that little echo chamber.
Exactly. This is exactly what I've been saying this whole time. The United States has launched this war without any consideration for the consequences to anybody, and then is asking for their help after saying we didn't need it. It's incredible. It's just incredibly depraved lack of, like, what is the word for it? I'm actually struggling with that word. Like, what is the word? I'm not even like, it's not like I'm thinking of a word. I literally cannot think of what the word is. Not that there's like some word that I'm like on the cusp of. I actually am struggling to come up with what an adequate word is to describe that behavior. Because it's just so depraved and so lacking any sort of critical thinking or insight or like it just is lacking all of the adjectives, okay? All the adjectives, all the nouns. Raver baby Kiki, thank you for the follow.
Buys the idea that Iran was imminently crossing
petulance. That's a pretty good word.
Some kind of threshold or launching some kind of strike or posing some kind of threat. It's, you know, we've probably all had a little chortle at the videos of Netanyahu from 20, 30 plus years ago. He looks a lot younger then, saying Iran's about to. And so here we are with what it seems is no good exit strategy for the US. I slightly see that differently on the Israeli side. Maybe we can come on to why that's the case. And in the meantime, America striking out at why aren't our own allies doing more? You've got the removal of oil sanctions, at least for a period of time, against Russia. So any kind of sense that this was thought through is just collapsing in front of our very eyes. And then you tune into whether it's Trump himself, whether it's Hegseth, the uncomfortable position of the chief of the Joint the chair of the Joint Chiefs, Kane, in those press conferences, and you realize that this is not the B team. This is the reserves of the reserves team running this.
Yeah, but we have a bunch of incompetent but incredibly ideological morons running the U.S. government. Most powerful country on the planet. Fuck yeah! Entitlement. Certainly a great deal of that. Reckless entitlement. Yeah. All right, since we're like 6 hours into the stream, I think I'm going to take an actual break here because we still got quite a fair amount to get through tonight. And I want to take a look at my feed, see what else has been happening while this has been going on. So, quick galactic intermission. Everybody will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you and would cease to exist without your donations. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal. Got Throne, if you'd like to help. Crowdfunding of actual physical items that would eventually arrive on my doorstep on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you could get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. By the way, if you're looking for any of the links, any of the things just mentioned, they exist on my bio in YouTube and Twitch. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the show is about to begin once again, so you'd better get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it.
Which is something that I didn't expect to see. In this
Whoa. There, okay. All right, everybody. It's time for the show to get going here. Once again. Hopefully you've all made it back to your seats wherever you need to be to enjoy the show at maximum capacity. Still got a hell of a lot for us to discuss here tonight. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, that includes the assassination of Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, which was announced by Israel around this time yesterday.
In the past hour, Israel has announced that Iran's security chief Ali Larijani has been killed in an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military says Ghulam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, has also been killed in a strike. Ali Larijani has been a central figure in Iranian politics for decades. He was Iran's security chief, appointed as Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in August last year. Now, he came from a family that has been influential in Iranian politics for decades, and he joined the Iranian Revolutionary Guards in the early 1980s and later held several roles, including Speaker of Parliament. In 2005, Larijani actually ran for president, but he was unsuccessful. He was seen as a balancing figure, but issued a strongly worded message after the US-Israeli airstrikes killed Iran's supreme leader, saying the attacks had set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze and that Iran would burn its enemies' hearts.
I have just been updated by the Chief of Staff that the Secretary of the Supreme...
This is a fairly big story. Ali, struggling with this fucking guy's name. Larijani or Larijani? Larijani, I think is how you say that. It's fairly big in Iran. In terms of the government, his family, I think before him was also involved. He's fairly big name in the security state, a top official, and partly that's why Israel's so excited over it. There's also why it's an important story.
I have just been updated by the Chief of Staff that the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Larijani, and the head of the Basiji, Iran's central repression apparatus, who was responsible for the massacre of the protesters, were eliminated last night and have joined the head of the annihilation program.
You know, I wonder to myself, like, when these guys are out here, like, doing these sorts of press briefings, if they're thinking to themselves that they, too, are on the list of targets, right? Like, if they're willing to do assassinations of leaders of other states, they're, you know, you would think that you would also be aware of the fact that that puts you on the list of potentially dying suddenly and unexpectedly. Just a thought that enters the mind. One wonders things from time to time.
Hello
I'd be
and
lying if I
welcome to
said I
Doha in
hadn't.
Qatar. I'm Marianne Mashiri. Well, let's begin now with breaking news, and that is that Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz says the Secretary of Iran's National Security Council, Ali Larijani, was assassinated in overnight strikes on Iran. Ali Larijani was a former nuclear negotiator for Iran and a close ally of the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed on the first day of this war. Israeli media are reporting that Larijani was attacked with his son in a hideout apartment. Straight now to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Knell in Jerusalem. What more have we been hearing from Israel Katz, Yolande?
So this was just a short statement that Israel Katz put out, basically confirming that Ali Larijani had been eliminated and saying that he and the Israeli Prime Minister had instructed the Israeli military to, in his words, continue hunting down the Iranian leadership. And already we had it said by an Iranian military official that Ali Larijani had been targeted overnight. He was the secretary of the National Security Council, so a very powerful figure in Iran, and also somebody who was internationally well known. So if this is completely confirmed, it would be the most senior figure in Iran to confirm to have been killed since the supreme leader on the first day of the war. He is somebody who was a close ally of the late supreme leader and is believed to have become more powerful in the past 2 weeks, of course, in the late supreme leader's absence, with his son chosen to take over from him. He was seen in public just last Friday at the Quds Day rallies that were taking place in Tehran, going around talking to people in the crowd, supporters of the regime. He was somebody who had been a negotiator on the nuclear issues for Iran, so he was well known on the international stage for really that reason. And Iranian state media had interestingly said that they were going to publish a message from Ali Larijani, but all that has come out on the state news agency is a handwritten note from him about the funeral of some Iranian naval soldiers. So we certainly haven't had any confirmation coming from that direction that he is still alive.
We've also been hearing, haven't we, from the Israelis, the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz, saying that Israel will continue hunting down Iran's leaders. That's been something we've heard before as well, isn't it, Yolande?
Indeed, and it's also been announced today by the Israeli military that they have killed the commander of the besieged paramilitary force, part of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, Gholam Reza Soleimani. It's been said that he was attacked while in a tent that he was using with other commanders of that force, which was very prominent recently, putting down the protests in Iran, and that they had been using that sort of temporary base because of the destruction by Israel and the US of their other bases in Tehran and around the country.
Yolande, thank you very much indeed for that. Yolande Knell there, who is bringing us the very latest from Jerusalem. Well, let's just take you now to speak to Ali Wiles. Ali Wiles is from International Crisis Group. He is an Iran expert and joins me now. Ali, can I just ask you first of all to give me an update, if you can, on what more we know about Ali Larijani? How significant is this if he has indeed been assassinated?
It is a very significant development, Mariam, because he was basically running the country under the current circumstances. He was a former Speaker of Parliament, former National Security Advisor, and was returned to this position as a National Security Advisor after the 12-day war last year. He comes from a clerical family and has deep connections to the Revolutionary Guards. And was indeed running the war effort along with Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Parliament. So if indeed he has been eliminated, it's another major setback for the Iranian leadership, but it doesn't mean that it would create a political vacuum I think Ghalibaf will probably gain more power, and the more.
Okay, all right, we're gonna keep moving this discussion along. I'm gonna skip ahead because I have so many clips on this one. We don't need all of them. So let's see. Let's go to. Let's go to Democracy Now. Democracy Now! From 14 hours ago.
He's seen as one of the pillars of the Islam.
Whoops, that's not the one.
We're going to bring in now France 24's Reza
That's
Sayed.
not the one. Actually, I'll let France 24 go first. Screw it.
We're going to bring in now France 24's Reza Sayed, who joins me live from Tehran. Reza, what are you hearing on your end? Has there been any confirmation or denial from Iran about the fate of Ali Larijani?
No, absolutely not. No statements, no comments from Iranian government officials, military officials. It reports that Mr. Larijani has been killed. We should remind our viewers that in conjunction with this military war, there's also an information war where both sides throughout the past couple of weeks have made claims, have given out reports that have been false. Of course, over the past 24 hours, there's been increasing reports here in Tehran that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been killed. So if indeed those reports are true that Mr. Larijani has been killed, obviously it will be a significant blow. But the past 2 weeks, this war has shown that even with senior military and government officials being killed, it has not deterred Tehran, and their position is that they'll continue to fight.
Now, Israel has said it will continue to go down the line, so to speak, killing all of Iran's leadership one by one, no matter who is put in that position. How long can Iran last like that if that is the case?
Well, their position is that they're not going to be deterred and they're ready for this fight. And this is what's deeply concerning to a lot of observers, especially innocent civilians here in Iran and throughout the region that are caught up in these hostilities. And that concern is this seemingly endless cycle of violence. I think from Tehran's point of view, increasingly they view Washington and Tel Aviv as having made a miscalculation and believing that this military attack started by Israel in the United States would decapitate the Iranian leadership and lead to an uprising in the streets. We've now been 18 days into this war and no such thing has happened. And we should point out that as the days go on, the senior leadership here, government officials and military officials, seemingly they're growing in confidence that their message is we've faced the toughest hits from Israel and the United States, and they're not going to be deterred. But what's deeply concerning is this cycle of violence where civilians are paying the price over the
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We begin today's show in Iran as Israel's military says this assassinated Iran's security chief, Ali Larijani, one of the most powerful figures in the Islamic Republic. Larijani was seen as the de facto leader of Iran following Israel's assassination of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, on the first day of the war on February 28th. Israel claims it's also assassinated Gholam Reza Soleimani, the head of the besieged military. We begin the show with Trita Parsi, an Iranian-American, executive vice president of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Trita, if you can explain the significance of this moment. Iran has not confirmed this, but Israel says it has killed the security chief, Ali Larijani. Who is he? And also the head of the Barej militia. Talk about both of them.
Also,
Trita, if you could start again, we just didn't have your audio up.
His audio was fucked up, and so was mine. I was saying something too that I totally muted myself. What I was going to say is that just to update you on that particular detail, Iran, after this was filmed, Iran did in fact confirm the death of Ali Larijani.
I was just saying that it is confirmed that Larijani's son was killed in this attack, but it's not clear at this point whether Larijani himself was killed. It appears likely, but we don't know yet for certain. And it would be a very significant development, almost on par with the killing of the supreme leader. In the past couple of months, he had emerged as a critical person within the Iranian theocracy. He was not so much a decision maker as he was the person who was creating consensus, the consensus maker within that system, but also someone that was seen as much more open to the idea of reaching a diplomatic solution. In fact, there had been some diplomatic outreach between him and a very key person in the White House prior to this war, back in December. So he was definitely seen as someone who the United States potentially at some point could deal with. Whether the Israelis deliberately targeted him because they just had the opportunity, because it was an effort to kill any potential off-ramp for Trump by eliminating those who could engage in diplomacy with him, or whether this is something that has more to do with the fact that perhaps the strategy now is shifting back towards regime decapitation after it's become clear that reopening the straits militarily is going to be extremely difficult. And as a result, the U.S. and Israel are shifting back towards what they started off this war with, was by trying to see if they could decapitate the regime and cause regime implosion. I don't find that very likely. This is definitely a huge tactical blow to the Iranians, but the system already has preparedness for eventualities of this kind. We saw that.
There you go, Trita Parsi on Democracy Now! Saying that this is an assassination on par with that of the supreme leader. Okay. I'm going to move on from this assassination to other discussions here. I'm going to keep adding things to my list over here. We started off with 130 videos. Now I'm all the way up to 145. I don't know why I do this to myself. It's like I hate making money or something. Fact is I care about this stuff. That's why I do it. It's not for the money. No. I think I'd probably be doing something else if it was my goal to make a boatload of money all of a sudden. Now, Iranian attacks continued throughout the last 24 hours. As well as Israeli attacks. And there's one place that we can't forget about, that the entire world seems to not be talking about. But Israel has continued its genocide on its own territory, or the territory which it occupies at least, that being the West Bank and Gaza. Settler attacks have increased in the West Bank since Israel and the United States started their war against Iran. Here's France 24 with the
West
story.
Bank, which Israel has occupied since 1967, has risen dramatically in the last 2 to 3 years, and even more so since the war with Iran. There are now nearly daily violent, often deadly attacks by Israeli settlers and the Israeli army there. Entire communities being wiped out. In one of the more shocking killings, a family of 4 shot in the head by Israeli troops at the weekend. To get more insight, we can speak now with a former Israeli Air Force pilot turned peace activist, a member of the Mr. Klim organization, or the Occupation in the Eye organization, which campaigns against violence by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. Guy Poran, thanks so much for your time and joining us once again here on France 24. Can I start by asking you, this family that we saw shot in the head as they were in their car in the West Bank at the weekend, particularly shocking for those of us on the outside. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, unfortunately, the incidents that are now happening on a daily basis is keeping the Israeli public, puzzled about. There is no real explanation and investigation into such tragic events because of the general strikes in Iran and Lebanon and everything. But what we do know is that the soldiers claim to have been that the vehicle of this family was approaching them in.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the details of it are, what the claims of the Israeli military are. Every minute that the Israeli military is in the West Bank, it's an international crime. Every minute that there's an Israeli settlement in the West Bank, it's an international crime. They're all crimes, and the murders are just further crimes on top of other crimes. It's a crime onion. It's a crime onion. It's a bunch of crimes all being done on top of each other. It all just needs to come to an end. But it's not just the West Bank and Gaza that are being attacked by the Israeli military. Of course, Lebanon is seeing its fair share of more than its fair share of Israeli aggression and airstrikes, as well as troops, which Israel has sent in the last week or so into the territory to step up the war. To further devolve the Middle East into conflict. Might as well do a ground invasion.
Well, France 24's Claire Pakalan joins me now from the southern Lebanese city of Sidon. Claire, what's the latest on the fighting around there now?
The Israel Defense Forces say they are continuing their expanded ground operation in the southern area of Lebanon, that their goal is to create what they call an additional layer of security for Israelis living in the north of Israel. So basically a buffer zone. The plan is to eliminate terror infrastructure. That's the words of Israel Katz, Israel's defense minister, him saying very clearly yesterday that none of the hundreds of thousands of Lebanese residents who have been displaced from their homes, we're looking at more than 1 million displaced Lebanese now, none of them will be able to return to their homes in the south of the country until the security of Israelis in the north of Israel is guaranteed. What exactly the guarantee is, of course, remains an open question. Hezbollah continuing to send rockets across the border, and some do get through Israel's air defenses. I'm here in Sidon, and I can tell you this is a city where many people from the south have been displaced. You can see behind me, tents have been put up. People who have not managed to find shelter in the various shelters that have been put up here, the makeshift shelters, are living in the streets.
Claire, as you're saying, this is 1 million people who have been displaced. If I'm not wrong, that's something like 1 in 6 of everyone in Lebanon over the past 2.5 weeks. Tell us a bit more about the humanitarian situation like there in Sidon and what's being done to help.
1 in 6 people in Lebanon are displaced. That's like 20% of the fucking country. It's ridiculous. It's fucking unacceptable. It's unacceptable that Israel's just creating mass refugee crisis across the Middle East. Millions of people are now displaced from their homes, whether in Palestine, the West Bank, Lebanon, Iran, or any of the other countries in the surrounding area that Israel has been waging war against, seizing territory from. Syria is, of course, on that list as well. Now, I've been saying this whole time, since the beginning of this war, that this is the beginning of World War III. Donald Trump has certainly been trying to turn it into that, trying to pull in allies and enemies alike into this conflict. However, he had some interesting things to say here earlier on Tuesday. Make me question everything. Are we in World War III, or did Donald Trump stop World War III from happening?
Simple thing. I have, some people. I don't want wars. I want wars less than almost anybody. Peace through strength. But you know what? I've watched Iran for a long time. I've called them
Peace
out
through
20
war.
years ago when I was a civilian that liked watching the world. And they're violent, vicious people. The leadership, violent, vicious people. They killed 32,000 protesters over the last 3 weeks. They put out a memo.
300,000 protesters
saying,
dead.
If you protest, we will shoot you and kill you in the streets. And
30 million
somebody
protesters
said,
all dead.
Oh, there's not that many protests. Well, first of all, there are bombs going off all over the place. But even if there weren't, who's going to do that? Who's going to do it? They don't have any guns, and the other ones have latest in line machine gun, right? And every form of gun you can have. They shoot them right through the middle of the head. They're violent people. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. And sometimes I'll have some of the people that, feel very strongly, like I do about wars. And I say, do you think Iran is violent, and do you think their people are violent? Yes, leadership. Do you think they should have a nuclear weapon, which is massive power? I don't even want to discuss how powerful, because it's depressing. And they said, no, they shouldn't have. Definitely they shouldn't have. I said, and you don't want to fight war? No, we don't want to fight war. So these are naive people that frankly are stupid. If you believe that Iran should have a nuclear weapon, there's something wrong with you, because they would use it the only question is within 1 hour if they get it, or 1 day. They will use it, and they will blow up the entire Middle East, not just Israel. They'll start with Israel, but they will blow up. And you got to see that when they unexpectedly started sending missiles to every country within 1,000 miles of them. I mean, they're blowing up countries that were neighbors, not necessarily some friends. They
What is he talking
some
about?
friends. They were blowing up the people that handle their accounts. They're sending thousands of missiles into countries that didn't expect to be in the war. because they wanted to take over the Middle East. And if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama's horrible
I say when Donald Trump says "were," he actually mean is, not before but now. So the justification for the war is that Iran is currently fighting back. I see, that makes
nuclear
sense.
deal, which I did in my first term. One of the dumbest deals, perhaps the dumbest deal, because the danger.
I ruined the nuclear deal.
You would have had them have a nuclear weapon
One of my
3 years
greatest
ago, maybe 4 years ago. They would have used.
One of my greatest accomplishments was ruining the nuclear deal that prevented Iran from having a nuclear weapon in the first place.
It blown up the Middle East, and they would have then come after us. And if these gorgeous B-2 bombers, give me that bomber, Andrews. Let me just hug that little sucker. Give me that bomber over there.
Let me hug it.
Thank you. Knew immediately which one.
Give me the bomber.
This looks small,
Let me,
but in person
I want
it's
to
very
kiss
big.
it.
Because it's the only plane capable of carrying a 200,000-pound bomb. So I don't know how they do it, because it's very sleek and nice, but it carries a lot of weapons and there's a lot of bombs. But had I not sent this incredible machine times numerous others to hit Iran at midnight with no moon, dead dark, every single bomb was dropped right down the chute that it was supposed to.
If I hadn't done it, he just starts rambling. You're just going down the fucking, the path here. No moon, dark as night. Handsome, sexy, young soldiers flying through the air, strapped to literal rockets, flying around. Listening to, I assume, Lee Greenwood. America.
Every single bomb was dropped right down the chute that it was supposed to hit. How they do it, who knows? Nobody else can figure. No other country can do it. No other country has our military or even close. And I think we've probably proven that with Venezuela and now with because we have done a number in Iran. But if I didn't do that, if I didn't decimate, I call it their nuclear dust, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after that bombing took place. And they would have used it on first Israel and then the Middle East. And you know that because all of those missiles that were launched against their neighbors were set long ago, long before they knew they would be using them this quickly. Had we not done this, you would have had a nuclear war that would have evolved into World War III. And more important, this is a war that there would have been.
Well, there you go, everyone. See, this is what I haven't understood this whole time, is that Donald Trump started World War III to prevent it. Don't you get it? We're doing World War III because we would have had it, okay? Iran would have started World War III, instead we did it. And it's much better, actually, when you think about it. There's Donald Trump making a lot of very bold claims, none of which I don't think are at all backed up by evidence. Iran didn't have a nuclear bomb, wasn't building one, wasn't bombing its neighbors or sending missiles all over the place. I don't know what he's talking about when he said that.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
All right, good morning. I'm Ryan Grimm, a reporter with Dropsite News. Welcome to our Tuesday morning live stream. In a moment, I'll be joined by my colleague, Jeremy Scahill. I will also be joined by Professor Abughazaleh from Tehran in a pre-taped interview that Jeremy gave. We'll discuss. We'll discuss a little bit ahead of time what he and Jeremy spoke about. We'll run that, and then we'll come back again to talk about I guess we're at day 18 of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. I wanted to briefly mention that overnight, Pakistan struck a hospital, a rehab hospital in Kabul, and has killed, according to Taliban officials, at least.
Okay, actually, we're going to talk about that one, I think, tomorrow. And honestly, I can't do this today. I can't do drop site. It's a 2-hour long stream. Honestly, just go subscribe to drop site and watch this at your own discretion. I can't right now. We're already 7 hours in. As all you know, I've been trying to keep the streams to like 8-ish hours. Although this one's going to take longer than that. I already know that. And that's why I'm moving on. Because I think we're going to be pushing closer towards 10 hours tonight. Just on my own calculations. Let's go here to the Humanist Report. Actually, this video got taken down. How is that possible? What? Why is this? Oh, wait. No, there it is. No, it's up. Humanist Report. Mike Figueredo.
You could make the case that maybe we shouldn't even be there at all because we don't need it. We have a lot of oil. Maybe the #1 producer anywhere in the world times 2.
No, your ears are not deceiving you. Trump actually had the audacity to say that about the Strait of Hormuz after he decided to invade Iran. Not anyone else, him.
I'm sorry, I didn't even notice you talking on the vertical chat. It's funny, we have, like, we get a ton of views on the vertical chat, but, like, nobody talks, so I rarely watch the chat. Rebel with cause, the more he talks, the more worried you are about his mental status. Yeah. And since he talks constantly, those of us, like yourself, have a great deal of opportunity to get more and more worried about things.
And his comments were a tacit warning to U.S. allies that they better get involved with his war with Iran too, because they're going to be more hurt by the Strait of Hormuz being closed than us if we choose to stop trying to defend it. And I guess he felt compelled to say that after other world leaders basically told him to fuck off because, as the German defense minister put it, this is not our war. We have not started it. But Trump's asking them to bail him out because he very clearly didn't expect this to happen. The New York Times reports, at a meeting in the Oval Office last week, a frustrated Mr. Trump pressed General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, about why the United States could not immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and it had to be explained to him that it doesn't work that way. Even one Iranian soldier or militia member zipping across the narrow neck of the strait in a speedboat could fire a mobile missile right into a slow-moving supertanker or plant a limpet mine on its hull. Yeah, but you see, they were totally prepared for this despite how it looks, and Trump's energy secretary, Chris Wright, gave an answer that just screamed confidence when he was asked about this in an NBC News interview.
There's a big debate over whether you all were prepared for what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. If you were prepared, why is the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed right now?
Because it's right near the Iranian shoreline.
Yeah, I mean, that might have been a good reason to not invade them in the first place, but rest assured, everything's going according to plan.
This mission was carefully planned out. It's been superbly executed. On the other side, we'll be in a much better place.
Whew. So I am really relieved to hear him say that, because I was starting to think, admittedly, that this was a complete and utter shit show. But thankfully, he says it's being superbly executed, and it only looks like Iran is clapping our cheeks because the fake news media wants us to think that Iran is clapping our cheeks. And that's basically what Trump said in a March 14th post on Truth Social. And a day later, in an unnecessarily long screed, he even accused the U.S. media of colluding with the Iranian government to make it seem like Iran is doing better than they are. And complaints by Trump about media bias led to FCC Chair Brendan Carr threatening to revoke the licenses of broadcasters if they don't, quote, correct course, meaning that if they report the truth about Iran's war and give viewers an accurate assessment of how poorly it's going, then they're going to be penalized by the federal government. And I don't know about everybody else, but that also really screams confidence to me. The fact that they're threatening the media to cover this positively, that's...
Yes, that's always a sign of great confidence. Hey, you don't say... No. You
right
don't say
to
that,
jail,
or
right
right to
away.
jail. Yes, great confidence. Great confidence in the perfect concept of a plan. The very best concept of a plan anyone's ever heard of. Everyone's saying it. Everyone is saying it to me, sir.
This is
the very best
Now,
concept.
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue our look at the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran, numerous nations have rejected a request from President Trump to send warships to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has largely shut down the critical waterway. About 20% of the world's oil exports flows through the strait. On Monday, Germany's defense minister said this is not our war. President Trump criticized allies who are refusing to help.
I don't do a hard sell on them because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react.
Meanwhile, Trump continues to give mixed messages on his war plans. On Friday, he was...
He's a fucking lunatic. Oh my god. Every single day tests my goddamn sanity. Jesus
interviewed by
Christ.
Brian Kilmeade on Fox News.
When are you going to know when it's over?
When I feel it.
Okay.
I feel it in my bones.
When I feel it in my bones. This all comes as the U.S. is sending 2,500 Marines and an amphibious assault ship to the Middle East. We go now to Harrison Mann, former U.S. Army major who resigned in 2024 from the DIA, that's the Defense Intelligence Agency, over the Biden administration's policy in Gaza. He's now a senior fellow at Win Without War, a network of activists and groups working for a more peaceful, progressive U.S. foreign policy. His most recent piece for Zeteo is headlined, "I was a U.S. intelligence analyst. Here's what a ground invasion of Iran could look like." Harrison Mann, welcome to Democracy Now! Tell us what that ground invasion can look like as the U.S. is bringing thousands more U.S. troops to the Gulf region.
Thank you. So for context here, I think really from day two of this war, the Trump administration has not known what to do and how to get out of this. So there's really little left to try other than a ground invasion. The other context I want to add is that from the Israeli side, as your last guest, Trita, mentioned, a long war that aims to collapse the Iranian state is good for them. So with that in mind, there's a couple options that Trump administration officials themselves have floated in the press. One is doing a landing on something called Kharg Island, which handles 90% of Iran's oil exports and is located deep in the Persian Gulf past the Strait of Hormuz. Another option also floated by Trump officials themselves is some kind of raid on Iranian nuclear sites to try and secure or sabotage Iran's highly enriched uranium. To talk about the Marines you mentioned, I think it's really important to note we've seen this Marine Expeditionary Unit described as 5,000 troops, or you said 2,500 Marines. There's 5,000 sailors and Marines aboard these ships altogether. There's only about 1,200 actual ground troops, which is a relatively small number if you're talking about invading a country, even if it's just seizing a small island. So I want us to keep that in mind. I think the target that seems to have risen to the top of Trump's list, we saw him and Lindsey Graham tweeting about it over the weekend, is Kharg Island. Again, it's a piece of critical oil infrastructure. The idea is that if you can capture it, you will basically get to hold 90% of Iran's oil exports hostage. The issue with this is that you have to sail, if you're going by ship.
I just want to point out that the president, just moments ago, we saw a clip of him saying that there's 45,000 troops in the area. So it's not clear where he's getting that number from. I suppose the president's probably just combining all of the different U.S. personnel in the entire Middle East, I guess.
We saw him and Lindsey Graham tweeting about it over the weekend, is Khorg Island. Again, it's a piece of critical oil infrastructure. The idea is that if you can capture it, you will basically get to hold 90% of Iran's oil exports hostage. The issue with this is that you have to sail, if you're going by ship, you have to make it through the Strait of Hormuz, which the U.S. Navy currently determines is too dangerous for it to go through. Or if you fly in, you're still landing on an island that's just about 15 miles off the coast of Iran. So frankly, I think any attempt to seize this island would be close to a suicide mission. I hate to say it, with U.S. troops within range, not just of the drones and missiles that Iran has targeted the whole Gulf and Israel with, but also shorter range weapons that they haven't had the opportunity to use yet. Artillery, rockets, short range drones. And it's really easy to imagine how if you drop troops on that island, they could really end up being trapped there. Which would really play into the hands of the Iranian government. And I think a U.S. mass casualty event or even a de facto hostage situation would be much more valuable to Iran's surviving leaders than the oil terminal that the operation would purportedly capture.
And Harrison, man, what about the logistics nightmare? Even if they were able to land troops, which I'm sure they would be able to, the logistics nightmare of protecting and supplying any force like that so deep into the Persian Gulf and so close to Iran.
Yeah, again, I think resupply or even insertion or evacuation by sea is extremely dangerous for all the weapons I mentioned. Plus, Iran, as has been discussed in the news, can mine these waters, both around the island and in the Strait of Hormuz. They have drone boats in addition to aerial drones. If you want to try and do resupply or reinforcement by air, that might be possible, but it's possible to ambush aircraft as well. We saw the Houthis do it in the campaigns in the Red Sea over the past 2 years.
Absolutely. The Houthis have remained relatively uninvolved in all of this for the last few weeks, something that I don't think is necessarily going to hold out for much longer. Because they already vowed, to some degrees, to fight the U.S. Well, it was rather general. But there's Harrison Mann on Democracy Now!, a former Army intelligence officer, discussing what a quagmire it would be for the United States to attempt to invade any aspect of Iran, whether it be Khorg Island or otherwise. It would require a great deal I think a great deal more than the American people want to.
This is the very definition
to have happen, to give up, to get, whether in human cost, human lives, and in actual money. I mean, who knows how many months an actual ground invasion would take of even just a Khorg Island, and to hold it to how long? I mean, how long would we? I mean, would we hold it until Iran, it just gives up and says, oh, we're going to do democracy now? I mean, what exactly? We don't have an end game. That's one of the huge problems with trying to understand with what it is to even expect from day to day throughout this. Because we don't have a clear goal, just sort of a word cloud. Just a word cloud of things the Trump administration is interested in. What is the reason?
This is really, I think, going to be
this?
one of those things when you read back on this, whenever the history is written on this, it's going to be amazing. The sheer insanity involved in this. And I mean that almost literally. I mean, I think the absolute madness of Donald Trump that is inspiring this. And again, we have talked many times over the past 3 or 4 weeks as to what could be possibly influencing him. And I do think that obviously a big part of that is Netanyahu, but I don't think it's all that. And I don't know I do not, it could be, you know, people say the sugar high he was on after Venezuela. I just find it hard to believe at the end of the day that there isn't something, that it isn't tied to his pocket in some fashion. Now, there's been further reports. Washington Post a week or two ago had said that he'd been getting pressure from Gulf states to do this. And people are suspect of that.
I'm skeptical, yeah.
And the New York Times writes that he's been talking to Mohammed bin Salman, the leader of the Saudi Arabia, on a regular basis. And MBS has been encouraging him to hit everything they got on Iran. Now, Saudi Arabia has certainly for years was in a sort of almost proxy war with Iran, but over the past couple of years, supposedly had made some rapprochement or had eased off that.
Via
so
China. China brokered those talks.
So, you know, it's unclear. And, you know, some could be suggesting that, you know, maybe Israel doesn't want full credit for this because it's turning into a disaster. I mean, who knows?
But, I mean, these stories coming up in the Washington Post and New York Times around the time where everyone is blaming Israel for dragging us into a war seems quite convenient to me. And Rachel Maddow doing a monologue about it, and then like, oh, actually, Russian intelligence is the real story of the Epstein files. Like, what are we doing here except acting defensively on behalf of Israel with like this framing?
It really is unclear to me because I anticipated Donald Trump essentially giving Netanyahu free reign over the West Bank because that was the deal that he made with Miriam Adelson. But the attacking of Iran, who knows? To me, frankly, it makes more sense that maybe MBS said, like, look, you remember that $1 billion hotel deal or whatever it is that we have? But now it's like a $3 billion deal if you go. I mean, who knows? But nevertheless, it's quite clear they didn't know what they were doing. Here is CNBC's Joe Kernan asking Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about the administration's plan to open the Strait of Hormuz. And Bessent doesn't seem to answer the question directly.
And I don't want to say that the Strait is
This isn't Joe Kernan, is it?
I don't like.
No, this is a different guy.
Okay, sorry.
That term. But the reality is shipping traffic has fallen off.
I want to say Steve Leisman? No, that's not it either. I can't remember this guy's name.
A cliff. It's critical for oil, for gas, for fertilizers, helium for semiconductors. Is there a plan to get that fully?
The Epstein files are global, are they, Diane?
About Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Operation Epstein Fury.
I don't want to say reopen. There was a tanker that ran through today. Fully operational and safe for all global shipping.
Well, let's pull that apart. So we are seeing more and more the fuel ships start to go through. The Iranian ships have been getting out already, and we've let that happen to supply the rest of the world. We've seen Indian ships go out now, so the Indians who rely very heavily on Gulf oil. We believe some Chinese ships have gone out. So that should start ramping up before there are any the flotillas or protective armadas in the Gulf. So we think that there will be a natural opening that the Iranians are letting out. And for now, we're fine with that. We want the world to be well supplied. The other thing that we did, we gave a 30-day waiver.
For 1 second. I just want to make this clear. Like, there's going to be a natural opening. Yes, Iran is going to allow their ships to go through, and the U.S. is allowing that because we're so desperate to try and have any trickle of oil come out from there. But let's be clear, a couple of things that he's not. Oil production is halted in many of these Gulf states in all of them that ship the stuff out through the Strait of Hormuz, because they have no storage facility. So if they pull it out of the ground, they've already reached capacity on all their storage facilities. And when you shut down these oil fields, it's not like you turn a switch on and they come back up. So you've got all these ships who are just basically hanging out, driving around in circles, or just basically floating in the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran is dictating which ones are going to be let out.
Exactly.
Based upon like who is allied with them, and perhaps who is starting to pay for these things in yuan.
No side deals.
I mean, he mentions China and India there. And those are, by the way, some pretty major economies, and Iran is doing their own deals with them. That's the point.
Here is Scott Bessant saying that the plan for opening the Strait of Hormuz is let it happen naturally. And then he's going to say, and also we have decided to stop embargoing Russian oil, which apparently is...
not that much.
None of this is going to come close to making a dent in the world's supply. And understand, like 20% of the world's oil comes from this region. Let's say 5% or a quarter of that is leaking through now. I think it's actually less, but let's just say it for the sake of argument. So 15% of the world's oil has been essentially evaporated in terms of the supply. That means that the price doesn't just go up by 15%. It means that everybody wants that oil that is on the market, that 85% that is on the world market, and they're just going to keep bidding that up and bidding that up. And I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see some areas, at least, maybe throttle a little bit if they need the oil money, because then they could just raise the prices more. I mean, listen, they're happy. The oil producers are happy about this.
We make a lot of money.
Because they're making that much more money they have the exact same cost as they had before to get that oil to market. In fact, it's probably going to put some more oil fields back online, but it's going to take a while, and they're never going to make up for that amount of money.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those not understanding what Sam's talking about here, there's a calculus that is made by these oil companies as to whether or not to, run an oil rig or not, right? It costs a certain amount of money to pump oil out of the ground. And if the calculus doesn't make sense, they just leave the oil rig off, leave the pumps off. But, it's not like turn a switch on, like Sam said. Like, this takes time to get people to those places, whatever else. But they're doing the math. They're saying, okay, well, now all of a sudden, oil is 50% more expensive than it was a month, 2 months, 3 months ago. I guess we can do some more drilling operations here or there or whatever else. Especially the frackers in the United States, they're probably.
But here's Bessant trying to tell everybody it's fine.
Unions are letting out, and for now we're fine with that. We want the world to be well supplied. The other thing that we did, we gave a 30-day waiver for Russian oil that was already on the water. It was about 130 million barrels, and that's a lot of oil. Good thing about it.
1.5 days global supply, Mr. Secretary.
No, but that's bad framing. Okay. Good framing is that there was about 20 million a day coming out of the Gulf, that 1.5 of that is...
That's bad framing, don't you see? You're ruining the narrative, don't you see? You can say it differently, make it sound better.
The uranium oil.
That's so sad.
So the 18.5, the Saudis and UAE have diverted the production into the Red Sea. So that's about another 5. There's a strategic petroleum release. So we are in deficit somewhere between 10 and 14.
Okay, I was going to ask you, because this is the old hedge fund manager, Treasury Secretary coming out, counting those barrels. In your math, because everybody has different numbers, how many barrels of oil do you really believe your office, you personally, the president believes that we are short in the world right now?
Well, it looks like the deficit is about 10 or 14, and that's before any of the ships are coming out of the straits. So if you think about the Russian oil, that is somewhere between 9 to 11 days, 12 days of supply without the market.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
but here's the point. The strategic reserve stuff, that is finite. You can't keep doing that. The diversion that he's talking about, he's inflating slightly from what I've read. But let's say it's 3%, 4%. Everything else is temporary, which means there's a clock on this, which means that if you're Iran, you're just looking at this interview and going like, all right, dude. So now we know when we'll have you on your knees.
Honestly, though, this administration has absolutely just zero ability to handle this war that they've started. These guys are not representative of unbridled competence. They are the epitome of incompetence. They're a bunch of incompetent morons. Nobody is here for merit. Like, nobody is in the Trump administration based on merit. They're in there based upon how much they've kissed Donald Trump's ass, how much money they've given Donald Trump, or how connected they are to Trump donors, essentially. Or how many times Donald Trump has seen them on TV, right? Like Pete Hegseth. The only reason Pete Hegseth has this job is because his former job was telling people like Donald Trump, who watched Fox News religiously, how great war crimes are. Like, literally, the only reason Pete Hegseth is here is because he used to be a Fox News contributor. And Donald Trump thought he sounded tough. Tough, strong, beautiful, handsome guy. Let's get him in here. Run the entire military.
More than 3 million people are on the move in Iran trying to reach safety, and that has created the prospect of a humanitarian crisis. Salvador Gutierrez is in Iran monitoring that situation. He is the chief of mission for the International Organization for Migration. Salvador, good day to you.
Yes. Good point. Violet Quinlaw and what Trump has. That's right. And their ability to be blackmailed. That is a factor. It's not clear how much it factors in, but it's got to be at least. I mean, considering it's got to be one of the
Good day, David.
considerations.
Thank you for having me.
I want to ask you, because you are in the Iranian capital, what have the past 2.5 weeks been like?
Well, let me briefly explain you what we are seeing here in Iran. As you know, since 28 February, the situation has changed very fast. In Tehran and in several other cities, many families are waking up every day to damaged homes, broken streets, and a strong sense of fear. Many hospitals and basic services have also been affected, and attacks in major cities continue to put civilians at risk. So our message is clear. We need to protect civilians, reduce the violence, and ensure humanitarian assistance reaches all those who need it most. As of 16 March, more than 61,000 civilian structures have been already damaged across the country, including almost 35 homes. And only in Tehran's province, over 18,000 homes are already affected. This means that thousands of families have already left their houses, some because they are unsafe or have been severely damaged, and others just as a precautionary measure. This level of damage is already higher than during the conflict last year, the 12-day war, as we know it, meaning that civilians are most exposed today than previously. The most recent casualty number we have is around 1,500 people, but the exact number, of course, might be higher.
Yes, thousands of people are now dead as a result of Israel and the United States' war. Operation Epstein Fury has already taken the lives of thousands, displaced over millions. Just millions across the Middle East. And who knows how many injured? Tens of thousands. One would assume. If the death numbers are in the thousands, then casualties must be in the tens of thousands, if not higher. This economy cannot escape being besmirched by the people who Jesus hated the most. I'm not sure which people you mean.
Shut up about Jesus.
That's in the Bible.
All right, let's keep going through these clips I've got tonight. We are making progress, slow but steady. Slow but steady progress. 7.5 hours into the stream. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and please consider hitting that like button as well. It really helps out. Also, we are funded by viewers like you. Without your donations, we would cease to exist. A lot of great ways for you to donate. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All great ways. You pick your adventure. All right, let's keep this moving. BBC next. Actually, yeah, screw it.
State media in Iran, announcing the beginning of the war when US and Israeli airstrikes hit Tehran.
شاهد برخاستن ستون‌هایی از دود در نقاطی از شهر تهران هستیم.
It was quick and decisive, typical of news outlets, but it wasn't long before facts were muddled with falsehoods and half-truths. Later that day, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu suggested their joint forces had...
I find it utterly laughable that BBC wants to talk to us about half-truths and falsehoods. They have been regurgitating the talking points of Israel nonstop for the last 2 years. They're like, oh, misinformation and falsehoods. Oh, really? Wow. Propaganda. Really, BBC.
Killed Iran's leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, at his home. Iran's silence was loud, until a regime spokesperson called the reports of Khamenei's death enemy psychological warfare, and state media dismissed them as rumors.
Okay, I'm skipping past this. I love her. I would watch this. I would watch this if BBC did the same. Did like if for the last 2 years, if BBC had done a similar story like this on, I don't know, Israel, maybe I'd be more up for this. It's a fair point, but where's the story? Where's the counterpart story to this about Israel's massive propaganda campaign that they've been waging in collusion with the BBC for the last 2 years, if not longer, depending on when you want to start history. But of course, history started on October 7th. Nothing happened before it. Can you see my comments? Yes, I can see your comments. I just find it kind of laughable that Israel wants to talk about Iran's propaganda apparatus while they have literally been an arm of Israel's. It's just, the hypocrisy is too much for me right now. I'm just going to keep this moving. Let's go to breaking points from 13 hours ago.
Joining us now is Jeremy Scahill, co-founder of Dropsite News, great friend of the show. Good to see you, Jeremy.
Thanks for having me back.
So, Jeremy, we broke down a little bit of your reporting and the White House's denials via Axios. Why don't you just break down more, if you can, about these alleged communications that Steve Witkoff and the White House are denying happened, and which the Iranians are saying, yeah, they keep reaching out to us, and we're basically leaving him on red this entire time.
You know, I think it was on the third day of the Israeli-U.S. bombing of Iran, I started hearing from Iranian officials who were telling me off the record at first. They were saying, it's interesting because a number of third countries have been sending messages to Iran saying that the Trump administration wants to start back-end talks about sort of, endgame, and if Iran is interested in having some kind of dialogue. And my understanding in that early stage was that Iran's political leadership had made a decision that they were not going to talk for one central reason, that they felt that that the primary goal in this war was to send a message that the U.S. and Israel can't just bomb Iran every 4 months and pretend to be engaging in negotiations. And so, they informed those third-party countries that Iran is not interested in talking. And then you started having Trump, once he was informed of this, and this is from the perspective of the Iranians, start saying openly, oh, the Iranians are begging us to talk. The Iranians want to make a deal. I'm not ready to talk to them yet. And then, some days after that, so this was early last week, I was told by a senior Iranian official that Steve Witkoff had sent WhatsApp messages to Iranian officials, including Abbas Araghchi, the country's foreign minister. And I said, oh, I want to go to Witkoff and ask him that. That's what I told the Iranians. And they said, well, this is still off the record because we haven't figured out if we're going to respond or how we're going to deal with this. So I was sort of informed of this for several days. Mm-hmm. And then I kept pushing the Iranian sources. And I said, I want to go to Witkoff and ask him about this because Trump keeps saying over and over that the Iranians are begging him to talk. And the Iranian officials were saying, can you imagine Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, like texting Steve Witkoff, the guy who he was supposedly negotiating with when they turned around and bombed? He absolutely has not. And they said, in fact, we're just trying to figure out like what our diplomatic response is going to be to this. Do we tell him we're not ready or do we just ignore him? And what they ended up on was, we're not going to respond to him at all. What they have done, though, is this is what they've told me, that they've told third-party countries that Iran's demands include a ceasefire that would apply to not only Iran, but to Lebanon and Iraq as well, that they want reparations for the damage that has been done in this war, and that they want a UN Security Council resolution. But they still aren't at that point because they feel that the deterrence has not been established firmly enough yet to try to raise the costs so high that the U.S. wouldn't consider doing this again in a few months' time. So then the intermediaries from other countries go back and they've told this to Trump. And, you get some flashes of reality from Trump sometimes where he's saying, when he says, I think they want to talk, but they're not ready yet. They're not just around to the position. I think part of what he is revealing to the public there is that he's aware that Iran's position is we're not going to engage in a ceasefire right now. And so what happened yesterday was I go to the White House and I sent Steve Witkoff a WhatsApp message because apparently that's his preferred way of communicating. And I asked, I asked for comment on this. And typically when we go to the White House, they do give us comment, but it'll be, sort of a copy and paste of whatever Trump's latest statement was. They'll say, I refer you to the president's remarks on this. But in this case, they send this response that read like Trump had dictated it himself for his Truth Social feed, calling Dropsite abhorrent and saying that we're carrying water for the Islamic, terrorist regime, and that we're engaging in what they called America Last behavior. And the only reason that I think it wasn't Trump doing it is because there were no all caps in it. But other than that, it basically was like a Truth social post. And there's an old saying in journalism that you never know that a story is true until it's officially denied.
Yes.
And I think this is a case where they then freaked out about this because it's humiliating, and they go to one of their favorite journalists, Barak Ravid, and they spin the Alice in Wonderland upside down version of this. And it's like they could solve this in 2 seconds. Show Arachi's text messages where he's begging Steve Witkoff to talk. That would be my challenge to them. Okay, Steve Witkoff, let's see the text messages and put them out. Because what the Iranians are saying is there aren't any text messages for anyone to put out from their end.
Yeah. Well, and the timeline there makes sense too, because you said it was day 3 where Witkoff starts reaching out like, hey guys, you up, ? And Trump reportedly thought this would be over in 4 days.
exactly
So that
what I
would
was
be the
gonna
time
say.
period where they're like, all right,
That's exactly what it sounds like. Hey, you up? Oh my God, what a bunch of idiots. Why are they in charge of our country? I don't understand.
we killed their leader and we've destroyed our other capabilities. They have to be willing to capitulate now, right? And then, are just completely ignored by them. I wanted to get your reaction, Jeremy, to this news that broke overnight that top Iranian official Ali Larijani and Basij commander Ghulam Reza Soleimani were both killed overnight. This is according to Israel's defense minister, Katz, in separate strikes. How significant of a blow is, if confirmed, how significant of a blow is this to the Iranians?
Yeah, I think it's significant that Israel Katz came out and said this rather than it just being speculation or something in the media. But again, Iran has not confirmed this yet. Ali Larijani is one of the most important figures in Iran going back to the 1990s, and he was involved with nuclear negotiations going back to the 1990s. He's also a scholar of Kant. A highly educated man. He recently was named as the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, which is the most important, security apparatus in Iran. But he was I think viewed, and I've just been talking to sources in Iran, and they said, if confirmed, what this means is that the Israelis have assassinated one of the figures that would have been a more moderate voice in any discussions that lead to the end of this war or sort of what happens next. And there was some suspicion that I've heard that part of why the Israelis wanted to assassinate Ali Larijani was not just because of his role in the national security apparatus and this war, but also because Trump has been indicating that he may want to just try to make a deal with Iran and may not want to go, all the way to completely smashing or dismantling the state. So, it's certainly significant. And I think that the pattern that we've seen is that when figures like Larijani or others who are considered in a more moderate camp, that when they're taken out, the people that replace them tend to take a much harder line. And so, how this is going to impact things. I think this is Netanyahu hoping that another phase opens up where there's uprisings within Iran. We haven't seen any evidence of that yet, but I think the Israelis are very much pushing and hoping that happens and trying to facilitate that happening. And I think it's also to an extent attempt to make sure that there aren't really going to be these kinds of figures around to talk.
Yeah, Israel's hope is seemingly to widen this conflict, pull the United States further into it, and cause more chaos in the states that they dislike the most. Lebanon, Iran, Syria. Who else is on that list? There are some other countries. Yemen, perhaps. Jordan and Egypt, they've had problems with in the past. Who knows what will happen in the near future? Hard to gauge. Things are moving rather quickly with all of this. All right, now let's move on to this story. came out earlier on Tuesday evening. That is the resignation of a Trump loyalist. The director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent. The director of the National Counterterrorism Center announced his resignation Tuesday, saying he can quote-unquote not in good conscience continue. Joe Kent, who previously spent 20 years in the Army, including 11 combat deployments, said in a post on X that Iran posed no threat when the United States and Israel launched coordinated attacks in late February. It is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Oh boy. Joe Kent, a big-time Trump loyalist, coming out and saying that we actually started this war because Israel told us to, not because Iran posed any kind of threat. Oh boy, this is a big one, people. Let's get into it. I've got a bunch of clips trying to unpack all of this.
Joe Kent, the director of the American National Counterterrorism Center, has announced his resignation. He cited his concerns about the justification for military strikes in Iran, saying he cannot in good conscience back the Trump's administration's war. Now, joining me now is Katavan Gorjestani from the International Affairs Desk. Big question is, how significant is this resignation, Katavan?
It's extremely significant for three main reasons. The first one is that this is the first top Trump administration officials in the second term to resign, and to resign citing policy differences. So that is pretty significant on its own. The second thing is because of who he is. This is not some carryover from a previous administration. This person cannot be dismissed as a woke general by some of Trump's supporters. This is a former Green Beret, 2 decades in the Army Special Forces, paramilitary officer for the CIA, and he's not an old school Republican.
He's a woke Green Beret. Yeah, also 11 deployments. That is intentional, okay? This guy... You do not do 11 deployments without asking for it, right? Like, it's hopefully everybody here understands that. But nobody is doing 11 deployments who isn't asking for 11 deployments. This guy loves war. At least he loves it enough to fight in it 11 times and stay in the Green Berets for 2 decades.
A super Trump supporter, and he says it in his letter. I supported the values and the foreign policies you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024. He was handpicked by Donald Trump and confirmed by the Senate just last summer to come in. And it was part of a broader effort by the Trump administration 2.0 to put people, loyalists, people who were partisan and who would be loyal to Donald Trump in these official positions, especially in the intelligence community that Joe Kent was part of. And finally, of course, the main reason why this is significant is for the justification that Joe Kent gives to
Fact is, I've known a bunch of people over my life in the military, including people in my family, and 11 deployments. I don't think I've ever met anybody who's done 11 deployments. Like, that's a wild number. I just want to drive that home. That's a pretty crazy fucking number.
I'll just read 2 very important lines from his letter. The first one is the major explanation. He says, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, which is the justification that the U.S. has put forward for going to strike Iran.
All right, let's keep going through this shocking departure from the Trump administration. Who's next? CBS News. Let's see how Trump-approved media. Let's see how the Trump-approved media. Regime TV.
Let's turn now to Olivia Rinaldi at the White House.
This is the very definition
just sort of broke recently. Joe
totalitarianism.
Kent has resigned as director of the National Counterterrorism Center. What can you tell us about that, Olivia?
Yeah, Kelly, it's good to be with you. This is the highest ranking and first U.S. official to resign, citing the war in Iran, but also the pretenses in which the war in Iran began. Joe Kent, who was the director of the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center, in a letter that he just put on Truth Social and on X, said that Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from
Honestly, this is a story that even for CBS, I think is a struggle to spin. Can you imagine being Barry Weiss right now? This is can you imagine being Barry Weiss right now and trying to figure out how to turn the ship in the right direction on this one? How do you even make this one sound good? Oh, by the way, CBS's views have been utterly imploding. Breaking Point's 500,000 views. CNN 1.1 million views. CBS's clip on this, 93,000. Aww. I'll bet 50,000 of that is botted. It's so sad for them. It makes me really sad.
And it's powerful American lobby, quite notable there. And he said he cannot, in good conscience, continue to back Trump's war in Iran. This is notable because obviously he is one of the top, if not the top, counterterrorism official in the United States, who is now saying that the pretenses in which the war began were essentially staged by Israel, and there was
I wouldn't be surprised if Barry Weiss quits after this. How do you even... Barry must be at home just like drinking so heavily right now, so profusely. Like a Trump loyalist quitting because he's claiming that Israel is the reason we're doing this war must be one of the most frustrating possible things you could be as a installed propagandist possibly could be. Like, I can't imagine a more as somebody whose literal job is there to be a propagandist for Israel on behalf of a pro-Israeli billionaire. Can't imagine a worse possible story. Oh, this is unspinnable for her.
Get this. The director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, has just announced he's resigning. CNN national security reporter Zachary Cohn is joining us right now. Zachary, what more can you tell us about this dramatic development?
Yeah, Wolf, this appears to be a significant resignation at the senior-most levels of the Trump intelligence community. This is Joe Kent. He was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. He appearing to post on X a resignation letter that he submitted citing misgivings over the Trump administration's decision to launch its war with Iran. Now, Kent in this letter writes in part, quote, as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. Now, Kent, in his apparent post on X, does also seem to suggest that there was no imminent threat, that it has been used and cited by the Trump administration as justification for launching this war against Iran. He says that essentially the administration manufactured this idea of an imminent threat, and that is part of the reason why he is deciding to resign from his post today.
Let me read a little bit from this letter that he wrote to President Trump. This is Joseph Kent. He works for the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. But he writes,
it really is somewhat incredible, you know? Oh, because we've all heard the phrase imminent threat probably 100,000 times in the last 3 weeks. And yet you have Donald Trump's own counterterrorism director, a dude he put there himself, coming out and being like, the president is wrong. Woof.
He says, I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. And he added this. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. He goes on and says...
Look at that picture. Look at that. Look how excited he was to be there with the president. They're both doing the thumbs up. Oh, boy. Oh, this has got to be so tough.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. He goes on and says more, Sabrina, but those are powerful words.
I think what's also important here is this is an appointee that was not someone that you could consider not aligned with the president. I mean, this is someone that espoused the MAGA-based views and was appointed by, of course.
I'm sorry, I can't take you seriously, Sabrina. It's incredible, like, the pipeline from being a spokesperson for the regime to being a CNN anchor or contributor or another news media anchor or contributor. Sabrina Singh, Jen Psaki, all these people used to be Joe Biden fucking press people, right? Sabrina used to be at the DOD. Jen Psaki used to be the White House press secretary. All these people just like get filtered in. Oh, we got to have their opinions. These people are a bunch of propagandists. Why do we need them? Fuck Sabrina. She's a piece of shit. She used to come out and lie to us about all the fucking war crimes Israel was committing. And now we got to listen to her fucking takes on all this shit. Go screw yourself. I ain't got time for that. None of us got time for that. Moving along. Breaking points.
Huge breaking news that we're going to have to add here at the end of the show. We can go ahead and put this up here on the screen. Joe Kent, who is currently serving as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, has resigned from his position effective immediately. Let me go ahead and read some of his letter, which is genuinely shocking. President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as the director of National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our country. It is clear we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on. Until June of 2025, you understood that wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform, sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. The echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times, a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we're doing in Iran, who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip forward further towards decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation. Absolutely stunning news. Let's just dissect it a couple of different ways.
You hold. He's using Donald Trump's own words against him. You hold the cards. You don't have the cards. You don't have the cards. Oh
Number
my
one,
God.
this is the National Director of Counterterrorism, highest security clearance in the entire United States government. In Iran posed no threat to the United States. Number one. Number two, Israel is the person manipulating intelligence. Israel pro-war lobby. Those are the people who convinced you in order to go into war with war with Iran. This is one of the most shocking resignations of the entire Trump administration. I think it might be the first real big one of somebody who was aligned with the America First movement. And let's consider the consequences here. They are going to try and destroy this man. I guarantee you they will try to indict him. They're going to say he breached his security clearance by sharing information. He was never a real patriot. He was somebody, MAGA or a snake, something like that, anti-Semite. The full stop of the pro-war machine and the U.S. government are going to destroy this man. Just watch and wait. And especially if he starts going on the podcast circuit and talking, do not forget, that this is somebody who deployed to combat multiple times, special operations background, Gold Star.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go as well for them as Sagar seems to think it will. Here's my take on this. I mean, right now, the Republican Party is split. Massively split on Israel. There's the very pro-Israel side of MAGA, and then there's the incredibly anti-Israel side of MAGA. Your Tucker Carlsons, your Nick Fuenteses, and so on and so forth. I don't think it's going to be as easy for them to bury this guy as they'd like. And as Sagar seems to be thinking that it will go for them. Because it's gonna. I think you're gonna. Sure, you'll wind up. You'll come out. But you're gonna have half of your base saying this guy is right. This guy is saying what we've all been thinking this whole fucking time, and nothing that they're gonna say is gonna change that. People like Nick Fuentes is gonna be coming out and just, just decimating him over it.
You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny.
Husband, doesn't matter. They're going to do everything that they possibly can. But this should be wall-to-wall news. We never even really had high-profile resignations like this under Iraq. And, I think the fact that you have a high-level security official with the top security clearance saying this is Israel's war, that they manipulated the intelligence, that you're making a huge mistake, that they pose no imminent threat to the United States, you have to ask seriously how all of the lies that have been told by this White House. And I think second, what did he know to have to resign at this point? He knew no end in sight. And that's why he decided to do it now. So it is a stunning development to see right now.
Yeah, and just so people know, I don't know if you've been following this guy, Joe Kent ran for Congress as a hardcore Trump loyalist. Mm-hmm. America First, there was a controversy where he was affiliated with Nick Fuentes, Groyper types, and had to disavow them. Right. He was a Stop the Steal guy.
Exactly. Exactly. And the fact is I didn't even know that about this guy. I'm listening to this for the first time. Yeah, because this is the point at which I had to start the stream, and I didn't get through anything else. Sometimes you got 150 videos to get through, and you only get through 125 of them, and you say, fuck it, let's start the stream. And by you, I mean me. Sometimes I decide to do that because time. There's only so much time, and I always know there's going to be more news to talk about and commentate and react to.
Like a January 6th truther, like that's the type of milieu that he's in. So hardcore supporter of Trump. He was a Tulsi ally, which I think is also an interesting piece of this internally, because apparently Tulsi in the lead up to the first Iran war, the 12-day war, was, arguing against it and making her case fairly forcefully, ends up getting completely sidelined. They joke about her as DNI, standing for do not invite, gets completely sidelined. Now she's sent out to do a bunch of election nonsense and full.
Yeah, and what's fascinating about Tulsi, if you're new to the stream and you're new to the channel, you may not have seen this clip, although the dedicated space fams, they know. The broader Galactic Stream Nation is aware of this clip. They've seen it. Almost certainly those have been here for, 6 months or longer. But posted this on the channel a while back. This is a clip of Tulsi herself. You would, honestly, Tulsi should have just taken her own advice before taking this job. It would have gone better. Would have gone better for her and everybody. But she should have just taken her advice. She'd listen to her own words.
There is no question in my mind that Donald Trump is unfit to serve as president and commander-in-chief. I've said this over and over again. He has made many decisions that are counter to the best interests of the American people, our country, and our national security. There is no question in my mind that Donald Trump is unfit to serve as president and commander-in-chief.
Yeah. Weird. That was Tulsi Gabbard, I think it was 2020? 2024. I think it was 2020.
Counting Puerto Rico, whatever. She's no longer part of the Iran war deliberations. And so in any case, Joe is one of her allies internally in the administration. So to see him resign in this very critical and public fashion, I mean, it's hugely noteworthy. And Sagar, I'd be, interested to get your perspective on, the historic comparisons to Vietnam, sort of similarly timed concerns about wars in the past and how this stacks up against them. I will say, similar to the Tucker Carlson line about, it's all Israel's fault and Trump, you're getting tricked and blah, blah, blah. I have little patience for this argument that the president of the United States, who can staff his administration however he wants, can listen to whoever he wants. He can listen to Lindsey Graham, or he can listen to Joe Kent, or, he can listen to Tucker Carlson, or he can listen to Ted Cruz. He gets to choose what direction he wants to go in. I really chafe at the notion that he's just being tricked and manipulated, and he's, it's really not his fault. It's all the Israelis. Yes, the Israelis wanted this war. There is absolutely no doubt about that. The Israelis have wanted this war for 40 years, and every president up until now has, including Trump, has said no.
Yep. And yet, here we are.
Safe streets and a common sense.
Now, of course, in this
policy,
Trump administration,
so our children have a brighter future.
I'm sorry, I am.
Now, this administration, in this last presidential run, Donald Trump received an unprecedented amount of money from Israeli donors. So that might have something to do with it. But who knows?
Safe streets and a common sense foreign policy, so our children have a brighter future.
I'm sorry, I am incapable of catastrophizing. So how about some good news today? That's right, Joe Kent, a top U.S. counterterrorism official, has resigned over the Iran war, urging Trump to reverse course. So I'm going to get to his full resignation letter. It is definitely worth reading. This is the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. He was appointed by Trump in a vote, and now he is leaving his position. So this is massive, not just because of this is a high-profile person leaving, but also because this guy is full on MAGA. So he earned his top position in part by being a vocal proponent of Trump's 2020 election conspiracies. This guy was full on Trump 2020 election lie, and even he can no longer take what is happening. And why do you think that is? That's right. Let's all say it together. Because he had a personal experience with war. That's right. Exactly. Anytime a conservative has a personal experience with something, that is the only time they're able to empathize and finally understand the issue. That is the case here. So he actually lost his wife in war. This is not his wife. This is Tulsi Gabbard. We'll get to his wife in a second. But Tulsi Gabbard campaigned with him during his congressional race in the last election that he ultimately lost. But this is somebody who, by the way, Gabbard, still the director of national intelligence, still in the Trump administration, despite her entire career being the anti-war person. Just incredible stuff. But Joe Kent, so during this campaign, he ran this ad, and this goes to the personal experience that he had.
My boys were 1 and 3 when my wife was killed serving in Syria. I was in shock when I heard. But the one clear thought was, okay, I have to leave the service, move back home, and take care of my kids. So I did. It's been 5 years, and I know she'd be so proud of them. They're also the biggest reason why I'm running for Congress, to fight for a secure border, safe streets, and a common sense reason why I'm
I
running for
love
Congress,
that he's
to
got.
fight for and I know
love
she'd be so
that he's got the. I love that he's got the American, the American flag blanket. People weird me out. Like, I don't understand why people feel it necessary to own American flag merchandise. Like, first off, one could interpret it as desecrating the American flag, but that's not my objection to it. I just think it's fucking weird nationalistic behavior to engage in. Like, you just settle down. You don't, not everything needs to be covered in American flags.
proud of them. They're also the biggest reason why I'm running for Congress, to fight for a secure border, safe streets, and a common sense foreign policy, so our children have a brighter future. I'm Joe Kent, and I approve this message.
A common sense foreign policy. How you ever thought you would have that under Donald Trump is beyond me, but his letter may give an indication as to what he views as common sense foreign policy. But again, even this is a bridge too far for this man who has been so pro-Trump, MAGA, up to this point. So I'm going to get to his letter in just a second here. I'm also going to get to, in a bit, what other members, other less empathetic, for lack of a better term there, are saying about the war and how they view regular Americans. It is quite incredible. A clip that's been shared around now from CNBC. But before I get to all that, let me get to this letter. So, President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the war in the Middle East, that wars in the Middle East were.
Honestly, it's kind of incredible. And this guy really truly is a Trump loyalist. He supported absolutely everything about Donald Trump until this moment. For the last 10 years, this guy has been on the Trump train, drinking the Trump Kool-Aid and flying the Trump flag. But this was one step too far. One step too far.
Everything right, and they indicted me.
A trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS, which I got the whatever. Let me just pause myself there so I can finish this letter. Early in the administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the U.S., and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that
Forgive me, but behind his left shoulder up on the wall are the initials USN. What does that mean? USN, just U.S. Navy.
cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. You cannot make this mistake. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending our next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve your administration and to serve our great nation. Now, one thing that becomes very clear in this letter, apart from him being against the war in Iran, is that he is appearing to put all the blame on Israel, which, yeah, of course, Israel is, of course, a major piece of the war in Iran and, Netanyahu's support for it. But Trump has agency here. The U.S. administration has the power here to simply put all the blame on the Israeli government when you, as the U.S. government, don't have to listen to Israel. Or
Yeah, David, but you're assuming he's not a fucking cultist. Like, that's the issue here, is that this is a cultist who is upset because he feel like he's been tricked. Like, the cult leader's been, like, tricked, right? Like, he would fully rejoin the cult if Donald Trump tomorrow was like, oh, we're not doing this anymore. This is just like one of these red lines. It's like a red line for a cult member, is basically what we're witnessing here. Right? He still he hasn't been, like, the spell hasn't been broken. He still loves the cult leader. He just feels that he feels betrayed. He's going through like a existential crisis right now. Right? He's not going to rush to like blaming the man who's deified for the last decade. Not happening. I can, everybody following me on that one? Because that's expecting a lot. All right, Hasanabi
He appearing to post on X a resignation letter that he submitted, citing misgivings over the Trump administration's decision to launch its war with Iran. Now, Kent, in this letter, writes in part, quote, as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. Now, Kent, in his apparent post on X, does also seem to suggest that there was no imminent threat that it has been used and cited by the Trump administration as justification.
So is this significant? Yes, it really does. This is genuinely a huge deal, and it certainly has rattled the administration a little bit too. A high-profile administration figure like this quitting their job and releasing the reasons as to why they quit their job, and directly betraying the administration's half-hearted propaganda on why we have to wage war with Iran is huge. It's a huge deal.
Launching this war against Iran, he says that essentially the administration manufactured this idea of an imminent threat, and that is part of the reason why he is deciding to resign from his post today.
Let me read a little bit from this letter that he wrote to President Trump. This is Joe.
Does anyone have the... Oh, yeah, here it is. Wait, no, not this. Where is Joe Kent's actual letter? Hold on. He said, 9 hours ago, after much reflection, I've decided to resign from my position as director of the National Center, effective today. much for him too. His political views are irrelevant in the circumstances. Someone with his creds resigning is unthinkable. Okay? It just doesn't happen. Like retired Green Beret combat veteran who is you know, who has a very, I mean, this is a very well credentialed psychopath.
Yeah, and now the more I think about it, like if you think about the way he talked about, like in his ad, talking about how he had to come back home to be a stay-at-home dad. He was on. Remember, like we were talking about how insane it is that he went on 11 tours of duty. Like this guy wished when his wife died, he was genuinely disappointed that he had to go back and take care of his children. The way that he talked about it, now that I think about it, it sounded like he was not thrilled about that fact. And he would have loved to stay out there and continue killing people in the Middle East. And that, you know, this is like the next best thing for that guy. Like, think about that. Like, you know, like a guy who feels like, you know, he got ripped away from murdering people overseas too soon. Like, the next best thing is for him to get appointed to his, like, the regime of his favorite, you know, president, like, to do counterterrorism, right? Like, that's, like, optimal for that guy, right? Like, I mean, for, like, in his mind, like, that's got to be the best possible thing that could happen. He lost that congressional race or whatever he went for, right? Like, this is absolutely the next best thing. If he doesn't get to go shooting people in the Middle East, might as well do some counterterrorism for the Trump administration. And yet even this guy's like, you know what?
After a lifetime of service at the Imperial Death Machine, including running squads for the CIA Special Activities Center and defending Eddie Gallagher, Joe Kent suddenly decides his decades of sanctioned was on behalf of Israel bad rather than the U.S. good. Whether it's because he wants to preserve his, whether he wants to basically preserve his legacy in some weird, twisted way, or whether he just sees the writing on the wall, it doesn't matter. The impact is still the same. Here's what he said. With the Director of National Intelligence, National Center letterhead, okay, Joseph Kent, the Director of the National Center, okay, the guy responsible for in the United States of America. President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as the Director of the National Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, and 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots, that depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS, which, ironically enough, the Qasem Soleimani thing was also something that Israel wanted to do, which is why it's crazy that he's literally glazing that decision. So It seems like he has some appetite for America maneuvering in a way that benefits Israel's ambitions in the region. It's just...
Honestly, I think that's Hassan giving too much credit to this guy in terms of his knowledge of the reasoning for why things are done by the U.S. government. I honestly hear that sentence and I think to myself, this guy just doesn't know the reasons for why we do a lot of stuff, and is only now coming to terms with it because he's in the Trump administration. Because here's the thing. He's been a soldier his whole life, right? So he's been told, and as a soldier, you're not supposed to question these sorts of things. So for decades, he was told, and he did. He didn't question it, and he went about assuming that was because of America. And now he's in the administration giving the orders, and he's looking at the intelligence, and he's finally realizing for himself, only in this particular circumstance, that in fact, sometimes the United States isn't doing things for America great. That's what's happening here. It's not like he's sitting here doing research. He just happened upon this, basically, because he's the National Counterterrorism Director now. Beforehand, he's just, you know, is everybody understanding where I'm coming from with this? Like, his position is shifted because he's fine. His what do you call it? His proximity to information has changed. Before he was a grunt. Now he's the guy ordering the grunts. Different power dynamic.
You know, this is a bridge too far for him. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war in Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This is all 100% correct, by the way. Everything that this Hitlerite, psychopathic Green Beret is saying is 100% correct. Literally, no notes, except for the Qasem Soleimani shit. Obviously, he's an idiot for that.
No notes.
No notes. 100% correct. Okay, that is exactly what happened. It's not, you don't even need insider knowledge, which he very clearly has, right? But like what he is saying here is just another confirmation of the things that Lindsey Graham has said, the things that Marco Rubio has said, the things that Donald Trump has said. Don't worry about it, okay? Marco. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war, which, by the way, again, a little bit of copium there, okay? At that point, the Iraq war was absolutely a belligerent decision by the American government that, well, I wouldn't even say belligerent decision. It was a long-standing position of many financial interests in Iraq that materialized with a Dick Cheney leadership. But, you know, Israel goading America into going to war with Iraq certainly was beneficial in whipping up the votes for it. But Israel wasn't the singular reason why we went to Iraq, just so you understand. Okay? I hope you understand. There's a difference between America's decisions in Iraq and the American decisions with Iran, okay? This was a lie and is the same tactic Israelis uses to draw us in the war with Iraq and cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. Oh my God, this is literally, I'm just realizing this is like stabbed in the back. Except this time there is like a real, reason for why. Like there is a legitimate reason as to why you can say this about Iran. With Iraq, not as much. We're reflecting on the failed military campaign of Iraq and saying, oh, we did it because the Jews, and they stabbed us in the back. It's
oh boy, this is a fascinating development. Here's a question I have for everybody. Can you find a more sycophantic guy than this to fill the role? Like a more pro-Trump dude to fill like this is a really, the more I think about it, a really fascinating development. This is the biggest loyalist. See, you know, like one of the biggest loyalists in the entire group, the Trump admin. One of the most America First guys in all of this, and somehow he's the first out, the first one to object. Oh, it's fascinating. Well, we've made some massive progress here tonight, folks. However, I'm losing steam here on hour 9. Oh my gosh.
Well, as the US hails the strike on Larijani and Soleimani as a success, there's been a high-profile departure from the White House. Joseph Kent, director of the National Counterterrorism Center, has quit over the war with Iran. He's accused Israel of dragging Washington into the war, saying Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the US. Let's go back to John Holman in Washington, D.C. John, so what more details are emerging about Joe Kent's departure then?
Yeah, actually, one detail that has just emerged. So Joe Kent, in his resignation letter, said basically that he didn't agree with another American intervention, another American war. He said, I can't support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. And he said that Israel was dragging the US into this war. President Trump has just reposted something that that Joe Kent posted on Twitter about 6 years ago, where he said we shouldn't sit and wait for the next attack, and I'm adding this bit, we should wipe Iran's ballistic capability out. So he tweeted that 6 years where he was advocating a preemptive strike on Iran. And I guess President Trump's using that as sort of evidence that that Joe Kent didn't always think this way. But Joe Kent definitely, it's important, not just because he was overseeing the department that looked at intelligence of terrorist activity in the US, which is particularly important in the context of what's happening right now, but also because he really was a Trump supporter and may still be a Trump supporter, a loyalist who was picked for President Trump, someone who thought that the January 6th rioters, for example, were political prisoners.
Exactly. This guy was a stop the stealer, Trump truther. Like, I mean, he could not have been more loyal. And he's still, like he said, he probably still is loyal. I mean, if you listen to that letter, he sounds like he's still loyal to Trump. He just feels like he's been bamboozled into making the wrong decision. Such a fascinating development. I'm glad to see some cracks growing in the MAGA camp. The Republican infighting is starting to get very delicious. If only it could lead to I don't know, some actual change in this country. Or maybe, I don't know, a 25th Amendment type of situation. Maybe to a mass awakening in the country. People waking up to all the lies that they've been told. Not just by Trump, but by all the Republicans who have been upholding him. Let's not forget, the entire Congress, all the Republicans in Congress, aside from Massey, I guess, have voted for every single thing that Donald Trump wants. They have supported every single thing he has done. Including this. They refuse to hold his power, to hold his power in check. They were given the opportunity in Congress, and they said, actually, that's fine.
A resignation like this is going to get headlines. It's a big deal that a senior Trump administration official is quitting explicitly in opposition to the war. On the other hand, the content of the letter is what gave a lot of people pause. I'm curious what you made of it.
No, I think that's exactly right. I mean, obviously, you should be concerned when the director of the National Counterterrorism Center quits over a war that you're in the middle of from the largest state-sponsored terrorism in the world. At the same time, you know, the things he said, the idea that that Israel stoked this war, that we had gotten into this war because Israel pushed us into it. I mean, Donald Trump is not the kind of guy to get pushed into a war. He may be a lot of things. That is not what he is.
You know, this is a very complicated thing. This guy.
You can't be pushed into a war, really. Donald Trump, you can't be pushed into anything. Art of the deal. Who is this fucking weirdo? Hold on. I'm sorry, we gotta go back. Who the fuck is this creep? Why is he squinting so much?
In opposition to the war. On the other hand, the content of the letter is what gave a lot of people pause. I'm curious what you made of it.
No, I think that's exactly right. I mean, obviously, you should be concerned when the director of the National Counterterrorism Center quits over a war that you're in the middle of from the largest state.
Did the CNN banner person stop getting paid or something? What, you can't get a name for this fucking douchebag? No names for anybody now? Now we don't know who's talking anymore? Will CNN stop doing their job? I can't watch these. I can't watch this. I already hate these roundtables, and now they're not going to tell us who's talking? Are you shitting me? Fuck off. I hate these Abby Phillip roundtables. They somehow found a way to make it worse. Don't tell us who's talking. And considering the guests that they bring onto that show, that's a dangerous, dangerous game to play. They bring on like New York Post psychos, like Daily White, like they brought in Ben Shapiro recently. Like, I mean, it's incredible. Journalism's hard though. Don't blame CNN. Journalism's tough, and they only have a multi-billion-dollar apparatus with which to do so. It's hard.
I am having trouble doing the I am having trouble doing the show.
All right, let's see what Mike Johnson has to say about the resignation of Joe Kent. I'm glad everybody's wearing green for St. Patty's Day. By the way, where was Republicans' Ramadan garb? Where was Congress's celebration of Ramadan? They were celebrating St. Patty's Day. What about Ramadan? That's a whole month. I haven't heard them say Ramadan one time. It's weird.
That's really weird.
This morning, former Congressman Joe Kent, who you campaigned for when he ran for Congress, resigned as the director of the Counterterrorism Center. He wrote that he cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. He writes, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nature. It's clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. How do you respond to that and to those other Republicans who say that this war is actually putting foreign interests above domestic interests?
Well, that proposition at the end is clearly wrong. I'm on the Gang of Eight. I got all the briefings. We all understood there was clearly an imminent threat, that Iran was very close to the enrichment of nuclear capability, and they were building missiles at a pace that no one in the region could keep up with. They were far outpacing our allies and friends and us in our defense capability, because we had personnel, installations, members of the armed services, and civilians in the region. Iran was building up ballistic missiles at such a rapid pace, and we knew that their plan was to fire them upon Americans. The commander-in-chief and his administration had a very difficult decision to make. I don't know where Joe Kent is getting his information, but he wasn't in those briefings, clearly, because...
Well, here we go. Mike Johnson making a bunch of claims that he has absolutely no evidence for it, nor that he will not be producing any evidence for any of these claims. But here he is, ad nauseum, claiming that that Iran was planning to murder Americans with ballistic missiles. And that he doesn't know where Joe Kent is getting his information from, the National Counterterrorism Director.
That's really weird.
It's weird. Oh yeah, I guess they're not getting good information over at the Center for Counterterrorism. Who knew? Who knew? Wow. Those guys must be operating in the dark over there or something. At least if you believe anything that little Mike Johnson has to say. Not sure why you would, but I guess some people do. All right, let's move from Congress to the president himself. Donald Trump asked about the quitting of national, whatever it is, NCTC.
Your director of national counterterrorism,
Joe
Joe
Kent.
Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security.
Weak on security.
I didn't know him well, but
I always thought he was weak. I always thought he was weak on security. What does that mean? Think about that for one. Please follow me here. Donald Trump just said he always thought he was weak on security. And yet he made him the director of national counterterrorism efforts. Weak on security, great for national counterterrorism.
A what now?
I always thought he was very weak on security. That's why I thought he was the perfect guy for national counterterrorism efforts.
What you talking about? He seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat.
It's a good thing he's out.
Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
Wow. There you go. Donald Trump's response to Joe Kent quitting is, this guy, he doesn't even know he's terrible at security. I've always said it. The very worst on security. That's why he's National Counterterrorism Director. All of the countries think Iran is a terrible threat. And that's why they're rushing to the Strait of Hormuz to not help us.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
All right, people, I'd like to give you all a beautiful round of applause for making it 8.5 hours into the stream. Unfortunately, I'm fading, and I'm fading fast. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the second to last video of the night. I mean, we got through a massive amount of videos. Well over 100 and, I don't know, 120 so videos. But at some point, even yours truly must know when it's time to call it quits. Oh my God. Just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, bell icon, like button. Help both of us out when you really think about it. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. First, we go here. I guess technically we have 3 videos. Take it back. We have 3 videos because first this one, then right. We're gonna go to the live stream. The final vid will be the live stream over at Al Jazeera to check up on what's happening right now. So technically, bonus video, 3 videos before we end. Let's go to the live stream from the Majority Report from earlier today to see what some of the narrative, some of the things coming out of the Iranian media apparatus.
That's on YouTube. Him, and so much so that the Iranians now, George Bush, and, so Trump has begged them. But you would imagine if he predicted this, you would line those ducks up before the war started. right? Like even George Bush attempted to have a coalition of the willing. It got very, very small by the end, and was sort of like people were pulled in, dragged, and kicking. But don't.
Yeah. It was more like a hostage crisis at some point. It was the coalition of the very unwilling.
Trump did not do that, and it seems that they have all rejected him, and so much so that the Iranians now have taken a page from the Trump administration and produced their own AI video where they are mocking how the rest of the world is not listening to Donald Trump.
Everything's computer.
Podcast audience.
Vote gently down. Merrily, 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 merrily.
So that's Macron and Starmer.
Help me open the Hormuz. Sanae Takaichi. Come on.
Come on, stop. I know how it feel to wake up, fucked up. Pockets broke as hell of another one.
Oh, they did.
Nobody helps me to open Hormuz.
Nobody helps me.
The coalition of the willing.
Nobody
is a little
helps
bit
me to
easier
open
pull off
Hormuz.
When Bush's approval rating is not what Trump's is right now.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
All right. Let's go here to Breaking Points with Crystal and Sagar, where they had on Yanis Varoufakis, former finance minister of Greece, to discuss this war.
For more on the Iran war, we are joined this morning by Yanis Varoufakis. He, of course, is an economist. He's a best-selling author. He's former Greek finance minister and also host of the podcast,
I'll be right
Economy
back.
Class. Great to see you, sir.
Good to see you.
Very good to see you again.
Yeah, of course. So just off the top here, your reaction to the purported goals, to the best we know them, of this war and how this all seems to be going.
Well, it is going abysmally for Donald Trump, whatever his goals were. It is a war that he started without much of a strategy regarding how he's going to end it. This is not new, of course. It harks back to Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. There is a very long tradition of the United States pursuing its strategy of forever war on behalf of the military-industrial complex. It works really very well for those who are selling guns and bombs and missiles. It doesn't work very well for the American people. It doesn't work at all well for the rest of the world. So, on the altar of a forever war that suits the military-industrial complex and now the AI industrial complex or military complex, we are caught in a conundrum that is jeopardizing the well-being of the vast majority of the human species. And we have a Donald Trump who is slowly realizing that he has fallen headlong into a trap of his own making. My assessment is that Trump was actually winning on all fronts up until he made that ridiculous decision, essentially to fall into Netanyahu's trap of, fighting Netanyahu's war. And from now on, there is nothing can save Donald Trump politically.
One of the things we wanted to talk to you about, Yanis, in particular is your expertise with respect to Europe, many of the other U.S. allies. We have been stunned already to see an almost total rejection by the United States request for assistance in the Strait of Hormuz. Guys, we can go ahead and put B1 up here on the screen. We have a summary of all of the U.S. allies. Japan says it currently does not plan to dispatch naval vessels. We can go to the next one. Australia said it will not do so. South Korea says we we will not do so. The United Kingdom said they will not be drawn into a war with Iran. The European foreign ministers said they will discuss it, but are not expected to expand its role. The Germans explicitly say they will not participate. The Danes saying that they, ahead of the EU meeting, it would be wise to keep an open mind. But as a small country, we are not as a small country, large maritime nation, but we don't expect to do so. Italy, and then of course Greece as well, says it will not engage in military operations. It's pretty stunning to say that not even a single one of these people are willing to step up. I'm curious for your reaction as to why this time they're willing to stand up to the United States and what it means for the U.S. and for Europe.
I wish you were right that they were standing up against the United States. They're simply refusing to do, to send ships to a suicide mission, to a mission that is bound to fail. Because let's face it, even if all those naval vessels of every possible, flag from Japan all the way to Norway were to accumulate, to amass at the Strait of Hormuz. This is a very asymmetrical situation. The Iranians only need, to send one or two drones past these vessels, and they will succeed in what they are interested in, which is to make sure that the insurance costs of these vessels are so high that it's uneconomical for them even to try to pass the straits. But where I disagree, and I wish you were right, is that our European leaders, the Japanese, the Canadians, the Australians, are standing up to the United States. They're not doing no such thing. So take Chancellor Merz of Germany, a typical example of someone lacking the moral spine and the intelligence to oppose Donald Trump, Washington, D.C. On the one hand, he says, we're not going to take part in this. Of course, they won't take part in this. But at the same time, he allows Ramstein, the largest American military base in Germany, to be used in order to bombard a United Nations member state and to therefore, become complicit. Germany is complicit in the violation of international law. The Brits are doing the same thing with their bases in Cyprus. The Arab states, they still.
Yeah, and this is the exact same point that I was making earlier in the stream, like hours ago. And I haven't even heard this yet. I'm just sort of trying to take it in along with all of you. But this is exactly the same point I was making earlier today. Is that while nations like the United Kingdom are saying that they don't want to get dragged into this war and that we're not going to go and guarantee passage through the Strait of Hormuz, they are allowing the United States to use their military bases for carrying out this illegal operation in the Middle East, making them complicit.
Maintain the United States military on their ground, and therefore they're opening themselves up to missile and drone attacks by Iran. My country, Greece, our pathetic government, sent a frigate and F-16s to Cyprus to do what? To protect the British sovereign ground of the Akrotiri base, which the United States has been using in order to attack Iran illegally. So our governments are quite pathetic. Illegal. Let me be very straightforward on this. On the one hand, they are complicit in the United States attack on Iran. They may not like it, but they are complicit. They're choosing to be complicit in it. And on the other hand, they say, well, we're not going to send any vessels to achieve the unachievable.
I'm curious for your view on the likely economic fallout. We can put B3 up on the screen. This was an analysis for the GCC member states. Goldman Sachs predicts that if this war goes on another 2 months, they're going to see massive falls in their GDP, Qatar and Kuwait in particular. But obviously, there are global implications for the Strait continuing to be more or less closed, reverberations throughout all of the economies of the world. What do you expect if this war continues to drag on, as it appears likely to do, given that Iran has projected that they are nowhere near ready to pursue a ceasefire?
Well, you don't need to be an economic genius to know that the Gulf states, their business model is finished, that the United States and Israel have killed it. They've killed their economies. And it's not something that has just begun now. Let's not forget that this has been happening now for 5-6 years. Remember when Trump, in the dying days of his first administration, took out a military commander of Iran, Soleimani? Soleimani was just about to meet his Saudi Arabian counterpart to strike a deal, a peace deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia. After that, essentially what the Americans, with the support and the egging on of Israel, were trying to do was to stop a détente between Saudi Arabia and Iran. That didn't work because a couple of years later, it was the United Arab Emirates that opened an embassy in Tehran. Later on, it was Qatar. It was even Saudi Arabia in 2023. Essentially, Israel has been at it now for 5-6 years. And what do I mean by being at it? They've been trying to ensure that there's no détente between the Emirates, between the Gulf states and Iran. And, that's the main reason why they entrapped Donald Trump into this attack on Iran at the cost of decimating the business model of the Gulf states. Netanyahu has succeeded with the complicity, explicit thinking. I don't know whether it was something that Trump understood that he was doing, but nevertheless, he was playing the Netanyahu game of wrecking both the détente between Iran and the Gulf states and the Gulf state economies. But since you're asking me about the economic implications, the economic implications are awful in your own country. I mean, if you are a MAGA blue-collar worker driving 150 miles a day to go to your bullshit job in order to make ends meet, and you have to pay these gas prices, you're destroyed. I mean, Trump came out the other day with an inane comment that the United States is a net oil and gas producer, which is true. And therefore, he said, since, we are a net exporter, if the price of fossil fuels goes up, we make more money. Well, who are you to say that?
Yeah, who makes
have you asked your own base? Are they shareholders in Chevron?
Exactly. That's the same exact point I've been saying this whole time. It doesn't benefit the American people. It benefits shareholders. It benefits the companies themselves who are going to make money when they sell American people more expensive oil that cost them no more money to pull out of the ground than it did yesterday. They're just going to make more money while the rest of us are forced to pay that extra money. It is literally all that's going to happen here. And the fact is, people have this weird concept of capitalism, right? Like people, especially people who listen to Donald Trump, for whatever reason, they have this incredibly nationalistic view of capitalism, but it's like we don't live in a communist country, right? We're run by corporations. Like Donald Trump says, we're bringing home the oil. We're going to drill, baby, drill. You're not drilling in your backyard. It's multinational corporations that sell oil on the open market. The price dictates who they sell it to. Not because you're an American. They don't give a shit who they sell it to. It's you're an American or a Russian or you're in Africa or South America. It doesn't matter. It's about who's willing to pay for the oil. That's all that matters to the oil companies. It's not a nationalized industry. It's a capitalist economy that we live in. And we haven't nationalized our oil fields last time I checked. Every barrel is pulled out of American soil. It gets sold on the open market, and you don't see shit from that. Unless it's your land, or you own the company in some fashion.
Are they shareholders in Exxon? They're not. Things were bad enough. They elected you because of the unaffordability crisis, and now affordability has gone into the dustbin of history. And it's not just that. Last year,
if not sooner.
I was one of the commentators, economists, politicians who were arguing that, that his tariffs were not that big a deal, unlike other economists who were pulling their hair out. Maybe it's because I don't have much hair. I wasn't pulling mine out. over the tariffs. And the reason why those tariffs, and you remember the Liberation Day spasm in the stock markets, didn't last long, and very soon after that, markets were gung-ho again, and they became bullish again. Well, the reason is because back then, the situation was very different to what it is now. The war that he has unleashed against Iran, even if it ends today, is going to have long-term effects. The damage is permanent. It is.
Absolutely. That's what we've been saying as well. You don't hear from Giannis too much around here, but making some very cogent points. I didn't realize he had his own podcast now. Everybody's got their own podcast. All right, people. We are going to skip ahead to the Al Jazeera live stream. You're 9 hours into the stream. I think I was right. Looks like it's going to be a 10-hour stream. Especially if you include the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Which only the most dedicated space fams know. It's a very real secret. Only the coolest people in the Milky Way know about. Onion levels of layered sarcasm. Honestly, the onion... I think the onion's having an existential crisis. I've been looking at their posts lately. I'm fairly certain the people over at the Onion are having an existential crisis. Their jobs have been stolen by the Trump administration. Now they're just posting just incredibly plausible stories. And I don't even think they know whether or not they're true anymore. They're just like, I'm looking at them, I'm like, is this, like, I genuinely don't know. Is this true or is this real news? Oh, God. We're living in terrible times, Space Fams. Terrible, terrible times.
The latest
Al
confrontation
Jazeera live
between
stream.
Israel and Hezbollah began on March the 2nd, but 5 strikes in a span of just a few hours. It could just imagine how people are increasingly concerned where this conflict is heading. Now, the Israeli military was talking about a disproportionate response if Hezbollah continues to fire rockets across the border into Israel. They said that last night, but Hezbollah continuing to fire dozens of rockets across the border. Hezbollah Secretary General Naim Qassem remaining as defiant as ever. Late yesterday saying that the only way these hostilities can end is if Israel stops its attacks, if the Israeli military withdraws from southern Lebanon, if Israel allows the hundreds of thousands of people who have been forced from their homes to return.
Sena Hore in Beirut. Let's go live now to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank to Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim. What's the latest from there, Nida?
Well, the latest is the late barrages that came from Iran into Israel, 4th barrage since midnight. Now, we've heard very loud explosions. Seemingly, the interceptions happened near Jerusalem, according to Israeli authorities. Most missiles that have been fired.
Where's Scott Bakula? Huh? Where? What are we going to do about this timeline? Can we switch timelines? Can we make... Things are bad. Like this timeline
Iran
is so
were
beat.
intercepted in Israel, but there was one that made direct impact in Tel Aviv. This has killed an elderly couple in their 70s, and the strike has caused a hole in their apartment and causing their death. Now, they have a shelter, they have a safe room, but the sirens did not blast long enough before the rocket hit and did not allow them enough time to go to the safe space. This is something that is being monitored, that is being investigated in Israel, but it has been a reason for.
You know, a duck, I see you in the chat asking a lot of questions of Nightbot. Here's a question I think you should ask yourself at this point. Can we leave the future of the planet up to humans, or perhaps is it time for ducks to take the helm? Here's the question. I mean, you can sit here and complaining about mammals as long as you want, but I think at some point ducks have to start pitching in to solve these problems. Just saying.
Israelis to show concern. Are the radars not able to pick up all the missiles being launched from Iran? Yes, we know that Iran, 90% of the missiles that have been fired from Iran, Israel has intercepted them. There's 10% that were not intercepted, although the Israelis say that sometimes they would let these missiles fall in open areas if they are not in residential areas, so they would not need to intercept them. But there is this growing concern of the cluster munitions, these fragmenting warheads that sometimes splinter upon interception, but other times they have exploding several bombs that would explode in several directions in a circle with a diameter of a few kilometers. This is also a reason for Israelis to be concerned, and this latest wave, as the Iranian Revolutionary Guard has said, seems to be coming in retaliation of the killing of the top Iranian security official Ali Larijani, as well as the Basij commander Ghulam Reza Soleimani.
Nida, these strikes and Israel's ground invasion were launched after Israeli strikes on Iran began. There's been serious resistance from Hezbollah. What's been the reaction to that there in Israel?
You heard there was a duck problem. I wouldn't say it's a duck problem. It's a problem that a duck is having. It's duck related. Merely because it's a problem which a duck chatter Quaximus, aka Donald Duck, over on YouTube, is experiencing. What in the fuck was that sound? I hated that sound.
Well, Hezbollah sometimes is firing rockets in joint coordination with Iran. We see sometimes barrages from Hezbollah that either targeting the same place that the Iranian missiles are, or they are alternating with geographical locations. So, for example, Hezbollah would fire rockets into northern Israel, while Iran would fire rockets into southern Israel. This causes millions of Israelis to go into shelters. Now, according to the Israeli army, the operation, the ground invasion into Lebanon, wants and aims to stop Hezbollah from infiltrating and causing danger and damage to northern Israeli communities. And they say that they won't be able to stop the Hezbollah rockets just by the ground invasion itself. That needs more political solution and agreement with the Lebanese government, as well as the Lebanese army taking the duty of disarming Hezbollah. This is being widely criticized among certain military analysts who say that the ground invasion might be costly, might not be achieving the goals of stopping Hezbollah, because the belief is that a significant amount of Hezbollah's rockets have been fired from the northern Litani River, and Israel seems to.
Yeah, there's also this aspect of the ground invasion in Lebanon. Ground invasions in Lebanon for Israel have never gone well. No, not one time. Not one time have they gone well. Sure, are there mass casualties in Lebanon as a result? Yes. Every time. But the fact is it's incredibly difficult incursion for Israel to go on, and they too see a great deal of casualties every time that they do it, because it's a completely, literally uphill battle. Just the way that the geography is. The elevation goes up as you cross from Israel into Lebanon, right? Like, it's bad terrain for them to do a ground invasion on to begin with. Also, Lebanon, Hezbollah has a large tunnel infrastructure. Israel has not been able to at all. I mean, there's a vast, like, if you want to talk about tunnels, like Hamas, like, they're constantly talking about Hamas's tunnels. We've seen almost zero evidence of them. Like, we see a couple of, like, clips now and again. Like, but, like, Lebanon, like, Hezbollah has, like, some legit, like, actual, like, tunnels. Like, legit tunnels. Like, they are not fucking around type tunnels.
Be wanting to occupy lands up to the southern Litani River. Now, according to the Israeli forces, they say they're still looking at a potential deal. They're still looking at a potential talk, although public officials have denied that they will be involved in talks with the Lebanese. But they are saying that operationally, they will put troops in a way that would allow them to retreat and to pull out of this area as soon as the political leadership tells them to do so.
Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim reporting live from the occupied West Bank. Nida, many thanks indeed. Iran is expected to hold funerals on Wednesday for two senior officials who were killed by Israeli airstrikes. Iranian security chief Ali Larijani is among the dead. Also killed was Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of the internal security force al-Basij. In an exclusive interview,
this is what I'm talking about when I say tunnels.
المقاومة اليوم في لبنان فيما تمتلك من سلاح ومن عتاد ومن إمكانات ومن عديد ومن كادر ومن قدرة ومن خبرات ومن تجارب وأيضا من إيمان ومن عزم ومن شجاعة ومن إرادة هي أقوى من أي زمان مضى منذ انطلاقتها في هذه المنطقة.
You see what I mean? As unlike the sparse images we've seen of the scratched out tunnels in the frickin' sand in Gaza, the Lebanese tunnels that Hezbollah has created are big enough to drive a literal missile launcher through. With automated doors and lighting. Like, this is the sort of network that Israel is trying to pretend that Hamas has, right? Like, this is the actual tunnel network.
وحدة سيئة موجودة عندنا وهاي الصواريخ محطوط ومنصوب وفي سرية ممتازة جدا.
His religious conservative credentials.
Ride a fucking motorcycle through it. You see what I'm saying?
Yet his defiance grew when, despite indirect talks with the United States in Geneva, Israel and Washington launched their attacks on Iran. In one of his last messages on social media, Larijani declared the Strait of Hormuz will either be a strait of peace and prosperity for all or a strait of defeat and death for the warmongers. Ali Larijani was a central figure of Iran's post-revolution establishment, with the credibility to navigate its competing power centers. He acted as an important intermediary, balancing the influence of the Revolutionary Guards and the political leadership, linking security institutions and bridging conservative and reformist factions.
Thank you for the follows over on Twitch. Amy Goodman, peace sign, Evelyn 204, and Ghostface Milla.
he also played an important role in coordinating Iran's domestic decision-making with regional diplomacy. His assassination removes a pivotal moderating figure within the Iranian system. Analysts say it could significantly shift the internal balance of power, further consolidating authority around the new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, and his main backer, the Revolutionary Guards, potentially pushing Iran toward more hardline policies at home and abroad.
Live now to Iran's capital, Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there. How serious a blow is the death of Ali Larijani for the regime? And these claims by the Iranian foreign minister that we heard, that the system is unaffected, is that actually credible?
Right, as my colleague Rasool has just explained, this man has been prominent, paramount, he has been essential to the inner function of the political and security mechanisms of the regime. There is no doubt that it is a very hard blow. He is the second most important, according to many estimates or assessments, after the late supreme leader. So there is no one here can deny the importance and the seriousness of what happened just yesterday, the killing of this man. But also, I mean, let me say that even more serious than his killing as an individual, so important, is the sheer number of people who have been killed this year and even over the last few years, particularly during this recent war and this one. So many people here are expecting that by the sheer amount of leaders that are being killed, there will be all kinds of options possible in this regard after this. We don't know whether a new generation of hardliners will take over, people who know only how to fight and they don't know how to deal in politics and talk to foreign government and so on, and that will make it just like much more serious, much more dangerous in terms of this war, the prospects of peace and so on, or whether there will be a kind of capitulation like the scenario of Venezuela that Trump has preferred. But Trump himself said that he doesn't know who to talk to after the killing of all these leaders. So that's also posing a problem for the international partners, or especially the Americans. Many people are saying that there seems to be a divergence between what President Trump wants and what Prime Minister Netanyahu wants. It seems that President Trump is still thinking that there might be a possibility of finding someone to talk to in the current government without toppling the whole government. Someone who can deal with the United States and that can be amenable to some kind of deal and some kind of...
It's an idiotic thought that he's thinking, because he got rid of the guy who was technically less hardline. He got rid of the Ayatollah, and then his son, who was much more hardline, took office. They're not... They're completely all... Like, every single one of these guys are... they have no idea what the fuck they're doing. The Trump administration got into this without really knowing anything about what they're planning. Like, they just thought this was going to be easy. I genuinely think they looked at this, for whatever reason, they said this is going to be cake. This is going to be a cakewalk. They could not have been more wrong.
A relationship that will please the Americans. But on the other hand, there are those who say that Netanyahu is trying to kill everyone. And he's trying even to prevent President Trump from finding anyone to talk to in the country, because the objectives of the Israelis are different. They want a permanent war and they want a complete annihilation of the current regime.
And before we leave you, Mohammed, what's the latest on US and Israeli strikes on Iran?
There has been a couple of strikes in Tehran, particularly earlier yesterday evening and also yesterday. We don't know the nature of that. We understand that the Israelis are talking about an assassination attempt, probably against the intelligence minister Ismail Khatib, but still we don't have any details about that. As you know, it takes time for the Iranians to say anything or give any details. Other than that, there were strikes here and there in Iran, including also in Bandar Abbas and Qashm and other areas. So it's ongoing. There is no let up in the campaign, the American and Israeli bombardment across Iran. But the most important thing, the latest thing we heard, is that Israel has once again tried to assassinate one of the prominent members of the Iranian government. We're still waiting for the details.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val live in Tehran. Let's go live now to Dubai. Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi is there. Zain, more missile strikes right across the Gulf, all intercepted. At least they were here in Doha. You heard them too in Dubai in the morning hours. What's the latest?
That is correct. In fact, just a few minutes ago, the Saudi Defense Ministry put out a statement saying that they have once again downed another hostile drone during an attempt to approach the embassy's district. In Riyadh, Saudi Arabia intercepting another drone. This is the second time they've intercepted a drone this morning around Riyadh, and the third time they've intercepted a drone attack on Saudi territory. Earlier this morning, there were 2 drones shot down over the eastern region of Saudi Arabia. And really, the attacks have not stopped throughout the course of the morning. We've seen a number of strikes. Really, the alarms here in Dubai began at around 3 a.m. local time, have gone on up until a few hours ago in the early hours of this morning. And there has been impact. We understand that the Australian Defense Forces have confirmed that an Iranian strike impacted an area at the Al Minhad Air Base here in the UAE. No one was hurt or injured, but there was damage to an accommodation building and a medical facility, and that being confirmed by the Australian Defense Forces that have a contingent at that base, have done for some time. That base has been a significant part of ISAF and NATO forces in the past as well. We've had confirmation from the UAE that throughout the course of the night they've been intercepting drones and missiles, not just with air defenses, but also with jets that have been taking down drones and debris fall as well, which has become very dangerous here in the last few days. At least 2 people were killed in Abu Dhabi in days previous, earlier this week. We've also seen drone interceptions in Qatar, as you say. On Tuesday, 9 ballistic missiles and drones were shot down by Qatar's defense forces. Multiple attacks this morning as well. Loud explosions heard from interceptions. Similar situations in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and it carries on. But again, the largest effect, the largest impact of drone attacks, the highest volume and frequency of drones and missiles being fired by Iran as retaliation for coming under attack, that's been in the UAE. Targets in the UAE have borne the brunt of Iran's wrath since coming under attack by the U.S. and Israel.
Same. Gulf countries are meeting in Riyadh later to discuss the security challenges that the region is facing. What's the latest on that?
That is correct. Riyadh hosting a number of foreign ministers from the Gulf Arab states. And really, this is a continuation of the kind of diplomacy we've seen by these Arab cities since coming into this middle ground in the war between the U.S. and Israel on one side and Iran on the other side. They've really taken a heavy beating, compromised by the U.S. decision to go to war, compromised by Iran retaliating on their soil. What we understand is that what they're likely to push is the idea that it is now time to find an off-ramp. Iran is cornered and angry. They're backed into a corner. They're in fight mode. The United States is enthralled by its own momentum to continue this conflict. So really, the only people discussing seriously an off-ramp are the Gulf Arab states. They agree with Iran on several points, even as they come.
Yeah, it would seem the only people who want to end this war are the people who didn't start it, that are just minding their own business. And I guess even some of the people who didn't start this don't want to necessarily end it. Now that it started, Iran is seemingly trying to drag it out further. But of course, the United States and Israel are the aggressors in this situation, and they are the 2 parties seemingly doing the least to end the conflict. Israel, perhaps number 1 on that.
Under attack. They agree that war is inherently expansive. The longer that goes on, the worse it's going to get. And ultimately, this is America's fault. It is Israel that loaded the gun, America that pulled the trigger, and now scattershot is hitting everybody in these Gulf Arab states. So what they're likely to talk about is that all sides need to stop shooting at each other. And what they're likely to discuss is how to bring political and diplomatic power to bear, political pressure and diplomatic pressure to bear on all sides to come to that realization.
Zain, many thanks indeed. Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi reporting live from Dubai. Zaidoun Al-Qani is a Middle East politics lecturer at Georgetown University in Qatar. He's with me now in the studio, picking up on what Zain was saying there about Gulf states, talking about an off-ramp, a diplomatic solution. Is there an off-ramp available, and to what extent are Gulf states key to ending this conflict?
Well, it's also an existential threat to the GCC economically and politically. The GCC is also aware that it has a strong political and economic leverage at stake here, given that this is also translating into an enormous global economic crisis. In fact, the economic crisis in the EU is presumed to be much more drastic and significant than it would be here, which is why they also believe that this could indirectly or directly translate into European efforts into pushing the United States to find a different solution to this war, or at least a different solution that would end the economic crisis across the globe.
What's
MWA, Muslims with aerial assault drone. I assumed you were going to say mullahs with attitude. But I guess that works just as well.
What's going on behind the scene?
How wide of an impact that this is happening and how strained this issue is and how much the energy markets are suffering.
There have been more attacks, Assad, on US interests there in Iraq. What more can you tell us about those?
Yes, there's been more drone strikes overnight. The drones targeted the green zone. That's where the US embassy is based. We understand that 2 of those drones were intercepted. One of those drones, the debris from those fell near the embassy, we understand, and there was a fire scene. Another drone was near the Victory base, near the Baghdad International Airport. Again, we hear that that was intercepted, but again caused a fire on the road close to that base. Another 4th drone, they say, the authorities say, that was lost in the radar, on radar. They don't know where that went. But again, it just shows that there's been no let-up in those drone strikes from those Iraqi groups, armed groups, who have been aligned to Iran. And it shows that this conflict, regional conflict, continues to spread onto Iraqi territory. Now, those strikes have been condemned by politicians here, but the challenge that they face is that these armed groups, especially the Popular Mobilization Forces, come under the Iraqi military, therefore have state funding. But some of these factions continue to be aligned to Iran. So as long as that conflict is going on in Iran, these strikes will continue. And
what's fascinating about this is it seems like all of the work that the United States has tried to put into bringing supposed democracy and all of that to the Middle East are being completely undone by what we're doing in Iran, causing Iraq and their military to factionalize even further. Oh, boy. I don't see how this doesn't end terribly. I don't see how this doesn't further entrench us in this. All of this, I feel like this is just going to pull us further and further and further and further into this. And this is just going to get dragged out longer and longer and longer. I just keep trying to play out all these scenarios, and it feels like this all just plays out badly for the United States. Re-entrenches us further in the Middle East, something that Donald Trump promised he wasn't going to do. He claimed that he was going to pull the United States out of the Middle East multiple times, over and over and over again, last 10 fucking years.
that's the challenge that Baghdad faces. It's trying to balance between Washington, Iran, and these very powerful armed factions within its own borders.
Al Jazeera's Asad Beg reporting live from Baghdad. Many thanks, Asad. President Donald Trump has repeatedly tried to paint the US-Israeli war against Iran as a success, but he faces dissent inside his own administration. Now, his director of the National Counterterrorism Center has resigned over the war, as John Holman reports.
The first senior official has resigned from President Trump's administration over Iran. Joe Kent, head of the National Counterterrorism Center. His resignation letter read, Iran posed
Oh
no
my
imminent
God,
threat to
what
our
the
nation,
fuck?
and it's clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel
fuck was
and
that
its powerful America lobby. Kemp was a
This is
retired
the very
Special Forces
definition
soldier whose
of
job was to oversee US
totalitarianism.
intelligence on terrorist threats.
Okay, I think that's a perfect place for us to call it, because we just got done talking about this dick. Okay. That's fine with me. 9.5 hours in. We're now on day 19 of this war. And for some reason, it feels like just the beginning.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Riga, New York, Billy Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Democracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Don't forget to like and subscribe.